Good morning. I hope all of you can hear me. Okay. I'm just waiting to see. I'm going to have my husband type out some captions for me this morning. And I'm just checking for a moment to see if they are working before we get started. Okay, thank you for that. I hope everyone can hear me okay. If you don't hear me, please let me know. Okay, so I want to say good morning. And very quickly, if you do need captions, we will have full captions of Myathon and they will populate on the video tomorrow. Thank you, Sophia. I see that you hear me good. I will also have ASL interpreters from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. for my interview with Rebecca Coakley for our discussions of voting obstacles in the disability community and what they're facing in 2020. Before I start, I want to say thank you to all of you for joining me today. And I also want to say that I'm so glad we're having a discussion about disability, because about the obstacles the disability community is facing when it comes to accessibility, because I spent 2 days trying to work out live streaming captions, and I cannot tell you how difficult it is for a service to be compatible for that. So thankfully, my husband will be taking care of that for the first hour. But for the rest of the day, other than the ASL interpreters, captions won't be on until tomorrow. So for that, I apologize. I will also be posting voting information links all day and resources on Twitter. So if you're following me on Facebook, yay, I'm happy to have you here. But I will be posting the majority of some of the resources on Twitter, just as it's a bit easier to thread that information. By the way, I'll be doing 2 fundraisers on Act Blue, one for congressional House seats that have been rated by the Cook Political Report to be, I'd say, vulnerable. I will also be posting one for Senate Democrats that are also vulnerable or who are challenging Republican incumbents. So those fundraising links I'll post in just a moment. There are just 2 of them. And I will say that I am not making a penny, not making a dime, not making a cent off of those fundraisers. I'm not making any money off of anything today. If you like what I've done today and you like my work, you can see in my bio on Twitter, you can buy me a cup of coffee if you like what I've done today, okay? Now, I will of course need to take small restroom breaks and small breaks to just grab a tiny bit of food because I'm only human, okay? So if at any time you have any questions, you can leave them in the chat. If you have any comments, you can leave them in the chat, and I'll do my best to answer them. And I will say I'm very lucky. My husband, Bobby Craze, is my co-pilot today, and he'll be moderating the chat from time to time throughout the day when he can. For the first hour, I want to briefly touch on our hyper-partisan divide amongst our elected officials, disinformation, and how that's aided voter suppression and has created detrimental policies, and how a large part of, I won't say all of legacy media, but a large part of legacy media has failed us on those issues. And also, I have to say thank you for people, for the audience be watching today. I know everyone's time is very precious, and I know these are very stressful times. And so I appreciate that you are spending time with me today. Just spending time with me today tells me that you're very serious about voting rights. So I thank you. I would also like to say that voting rights should be considered a nonpartisan issue. There should be no reason for it to be a partisan issue, but it is. If elected Republicans truly felt that their ideology was the best for the country, then they would be brave enough to say what our policies work best for the country, and we are prepared to defend that position at the ballot box. And yet we've seen evidence that that's just not the case. There is some blame to go around on the Democratic side. We need Democrats, those who are running for office, to really engage and outreach and mobilize BIPOC communities in a truly authentic way that lets them know that our vote is valuable and needed. And I'll get into detail about that with Bernard Alfraga at 5 p.m. today. A lot of people have asked me, Maya, why are you doing this? A 12-hour marathon discussing voting rights, obstacles, and voting policies. I know it does seem a little crazy to do something for 12 hours straight. Well, I have several answers for that question. First, what I believe is the most obvious is that this is the most critical election of our lives. We should have been thinking of that or thinking like that in 2016. And we needed the media to have seen it in that light and help inform the general public of that. But here we are. Now, not that anyone needs any reminder, but McSweeney's Quarterly has cataloged some of Trump's worst cruelties, collusions, corruptions, and crimes. And I'll post that link in a little bit. Something you can share with your family if they're on the fence about Trump. I will also say that these have been some of the worst years our democracy has seen in modern history. We know that Trump has turned federal agents into his own secret police to grab protesters off the street. Once an unfathomable thing to think of for this country and our democracy. Trump has allowed 150,000 Americans to die from COVID. And some people will say this is because of incompetence. I don't say that. I think cruelty is the point. And I think that Trump knows that COVID is disproportionately affecting and killing Black, Latinx, Native people. So we're in a very serious moment. And we only have 99 days to prepare. And I want to thank you and I want to help you with resources that I share here today. All the resources that I'm sharing here today, you can share with your friends, your family, your coworkers, just to better inform yourself so that if anybody, even a stranger, asks you online, what can we do about this election? How do I find my polling place? Should I worry about ballot design? You'll be prepared to answer those questions. The second reason that I'm doing this is because I think that we as a country have tremendous potential. We have the potential to be a fully functioning democracy that elects the most diverse and inclusive representatives our nation's ever had. And to some extent, we've already done that. For the last few years, our US Congress has been the most inclusive we've ever had, and it has been like that for several congressional sessions now. And if we continue down that path, our representatives could potentially craft policy that creates equity, equality, equal access, policy that protects transgender people from discrimination and violence, policies that not only expands the protections of the ADA, but make sure that businesses, theaters, polling locations, and sporting events are ADA compliant across the country. Policies that remove voting barriers from groups that have been marginalized in this country by our policies, policies that expand racial and economic justice. Our country could draft anti-racist policies that protect Black communities from being discriminated against, for the way we choose to wear our hair, to protecting us when we need to visit the doctor, and shields us from medical bias. Policy that ends the type of racism that has filled the water of thousands of BIPOC communities with lead across the United States. We could stop those type of policies that protect us from gun violence when we just want to dance with our friends at a nightclub or send our children to elementary school. Policies that kind of create the kind of healthcare and educational system that we all deserve, affordable and free and fully accessible. Policies that no longer allow large corporations to offshore their money to avoid paying taxes, and therefore gets them out of paying their fair share of infrastructure. So another reason I'm doing this is because people are busy, right? Not everyone has time to think about all the ways our government is protecting or not protecting us. Not everyone has time to research the many ways that they're being kept from the ballot box. I heard an entertainer say the other day that she doesn't like to talk about politics, that she's not really a political person. First, I don't think that's the correct phraseology. Politics is defined as the art and science concerned with guiding or influencing government policy. So at the heart of politics is policy. So saying, I don't like to talk about politics, I'm just not that political, to me is like saying, I don't like talking about air, I'm not really a breathing person. And while that is not a perfect analogy, I say that because policy dictates every second of our lives. Like air, it's the stuff that surrounds us 24 hours a day. So saying you're not political means one of three things to me. You've never contemplated how policy affects you at every moment of your life. Or you do know and you've just chosen to avoid it. Lastly, and I feel this is the one that most people, this applies to most people, you're uncomfortable about talking about politics and policies because you don't want to offend anybody, or you're worried that you'll say the wrong thing. And that I completely understand. But I want to tell you that there are elected Republican officials, conservative think tanks, conservative strategists who do nothing but think about policies and the policies that affect your life and their life 24 hours a day. And they think about those things long term. Those elected Republican officials, conservative think tanks, and conservative strategists are excellent long-term planners. Trump was not an accident, just like Mitch McConnell was not an accident, just like Fox News is not an accident, just like Sinclair Broadcast is not an accident. I want you to realize that all of these things have been planned long term. Okay? Now, I will say the reason why these things are planned out to elect conservatives, conservatives that would gift large corporations with large subsidies, is because they want to enrich themselves, and they do this by robbing us, all of us, even their own base. Their base are victims too, but they are kept from realizing that because of the investment conservatives in elected office, those conservative think tanks have invested in conservative media, from talk radio to social media to television. They are there to tell their base otherwise, to look the other way, to stoke fear of the other. These elected Republican officials, conservative think tanks, conservative strategists spend their morning, their afternoons, their evenings strategizing how to keep local, state, and federal seats and judgeships in their control. I'll give you one example. Maybe you don't all know this story. Most of you might have heard it. Mitch McConnell met with Newt Gingrich and about 15 other House Republicans at a steakhouse the night that Obama was inaugurated. On that night, when the majority of us were celebrating our nation's first Black president, these elected officials, conservative strategists, were not only determined to make Obama a one-term president, but they wanted to make sure that his entire presidency was facing gridlock. Why? Well, because they saw Obama as a threat. Yes, they deeply resented that a Black man had been elected by the most diverse coalition we've seen in this country. But one of the other reasons they were threatened by him was because he dared to say he was going to end polarization, that he dared to offer bipartisanship. Now, you have to understand something. The Republican Party has been dependent on hyperpolarization as a strategy for a very long time, at least the last 3 decades. And no one has done more than that to do that than Newt Gingrich, the very man that sat next to Mitch McConnell at that steakhouse, plotting how to make Obama a one-term president. Hyperpartisanship works as a strategy to keep Merrick Garland from becoming confirmed. Hyperpartisanship has worked as a strategy to confirm Brett Kavanaugh. The Republicans have used hyperpolarization as a strategy to prevent Democrats from passing policy that would create equity, equal access, and equality. Republicans have used hyperpartisanship as a strategy to chip away abortion access. Republicans, elected officials, conservative think tanks, conservative strategists have done everything they can to keep us from accessing the voting booth, not just through racial gerrymandering, felon disenfranchisement, closing down polling stations, cracking, stacking, packing districts, limiting DMV hours to get your voter ID, purging you off of voting rolls, designing deceptive voter ballots. They've also done this because policy that does create equity, equality, and equal access and inclusions is not only a threat to them and white male supremacy, it's also a threat to their profits. They perceive this as a threat to their profits. Because if their businesses were forced to pay living wages, become ADA compliant, or offer health coverage, well, how would they buy that sixth house they've had their eye on, or that yacht? But there is another way that these Republican elected officials, conservative think tanks, conservative strategists, have been able to achieve their goals. And that's through weaponizing language and disinformation. They've long crafted language that gives them cover as they implement voter ID or purging you off the voting roll, language that gives them cover as they push you towards a third party to vote during the presidential election or get you not to vote at all. And by the way, the media has carried a lot of water for them. One of the people most responsible, as I said, for creating these differences between Republicans and Democrats, upholding hyperpartisanship and giving some coverage for the Republicans' most egregious policies, including voter suppression, is Newt Gingrich. Newt Gingrich served as a U.S. representative for Georgia's 6th congressional district. And I think it's wonderful that Lucy McBath has taken over that district. Newt Gingrich was in the House of Representatives for 20 years, and he strategically changed how Congress functioned. He tilted the playing field in favor of his party, the Republicans, while hindering the Democrats. He also fundamentally changed how Congress was viewed by the media and therefore the public. There's a wonderful article written by McKay Coppins of The Atlantic, and I'm just going to read you a small couple of sentences from that article. Few figures in modern history have done more than Gingrich to lay the groundwork for Trump's rise. During his 2 decades in Congress, he pioneered a style of partisan combat, replete with name-calling, conspiracy theories, strategic obstructionism that poisoned Americans' political culture and plunged Washington into permanent dysfunction. Sound familiar? Gingrich managed to keep the media and the public thinking that the Republicans were the perpetual underdogs, never the victors. When Ronald Reagan won in 1980s, it was being covered in the media of the revolution of conservatism, and that made Newt Gingrich nervous because they hadn't yet achieved a House majority. Newt Gingrich said, "We're not in power yet. And if Reagan lets the people get this in their heads, then we're in real trouble." Gingrich needed to cultivate a perception that Republicans were always on the offense, constantly on the attack, portraying themselves as victims of the establishment. In order to do that, one needs someone on the defense or offense. My sports terminology isn't always fabulous, babe. You know what I mean. And the Democrats were the perfect foil for that. In order for Gingrich to objectives to take shape, he knew he'd have to change the way that Republicans defined themselves, and more importantly, how Republicans needed to define Democrats. And if I may, I just want to show you for a few moments some of the words Newt Gingrich used to define Republicans and Democrats. And believe me, this does have a point. So let me show you this. It'll just take me a moment. Okay. I'm going to share my screen. There we go. Okay. As you can see, these are some of the ways that Newt Gingrich defined Republicans. The reason this is important and the reason why I share this is because he got the media to repeat these words to define Democrats, and Republicans. Okay? So for Republicans, he defined them as legacy, challenge, control, truth, courage, reform, committed, liberty, hard work, passionate, common sense, work fair, vision, dream, and they like to say a lot, freedom, peace, rights. The words that he used to describe the Democrats, you'll see decay, failure, crisis, traitors, welfare, selfish, pathetic, lie, corrosion, hypocrisy, radical, self-serving. Welfare he likes to use a lot. Welfare state he likes to use a lot. I'll post these differences on Twitter later today. So the reason why I share that is because Gingrich would do this partisan, ideological position taking to try to subvert the Democrats by criticizing and weakening the Democrats and their policy positions, and their public and private personas. And Newt would do this by using words to describe his rivals, and the newspapers would print this exactly. So the newspapers would say, selfish Democrats, Newt Gingrich's words. It didn't matter. The point was the words were there in print, okay? And we can see that Gingrich's fingerprints are all over Donald Trump's Twitter feed and how he attempts to belittle congressional Democrats. I'm going to quote McKay Coppins again. Gingrich encouraged the GOP to go after enemies with catchy, alliterative names, Daffy Dukakis, the loony left, and he schooled them in the art of partisan blood sport. And we can see Gingrich's influence during the Trump impeachment hearings. For example, when ranking chair Doug Collins began to yell and gesticulate wildly from his seat in the Judiciary Committee at the impeachment hearings, this might have been jarring to watch, but this was a tactic that Newt Gingrich had long deployed. To quote Julian E. Zeltzer, he has a new book on Newt Gingrich, by the way. He is the, I would say he specializes in Newt Gingrich. He said, quote, Newt encourages the House Minority Leader to be more aggressive to take on the Democrats. Newt said, if you teach them how to be aggressive and confrontational, you will increase their ability to fight Democrats on the floor. So you see that Republicans have been very good at creating theater in and using the hyper partisan divide as a strategy. But this administration, the Trump administration, the one that we could potentially vote out in 99 days, has taken this bit of theater and hyper partisanship and turned our government into an authoritarian light circus that has been left mostly unchecked. His lies have been mostly unchecked in a real way or challenged in a real way. Conspiracy theories that should have never been given any oxygen have been able to flourish. And this has hurt our democracy, literally. And right now, we are considered a flawed democracy. That is not my opinion. That's not hyperbole. We have been rated a flawed democracy for 3 years in a row now by the Economist Intelligence Unit. In other words, the United States is no longer a full democracy, but rather a flawed democracy. And I want to actually put the link up right now so that you can see it. Well, you got that? You have that link? Oh, wonderful. So Bobby will post that for you. Um, oh, you're going to post it on Twitter? I can also do it too. In other words, the United States is no longer considered a full democracy, but a flawed democracy. And Kenneth Roth, who is the executive director of the Human Rights Watch, said shortly after Trump was inaugurated, we lose the US as a defender of human rights around the world, and governments will see this and use this opportunity of Trump's arrival to crack down on dissent. And that's true. And we're seeing this happen right now. We're seeing it happen right now in Portland. So, in this moment, we not only need to engage and mobilize our voters, we need legacy media to understand this moment. And I'm afraid they have not. So, I don't think I could critique the media any better than Jay Rosen. And by the way, I think you should follow him. He's an NYU professor. He teaches journalism. And you can feel his frustration coming off the page. I'm actually just going to share with you what he said. Let's see here. I think I have his. I'm going to share my screen again, because I think what Jay says is incredibly important. Okay. Let me get to it. Okay. Sharing my screen again. Okay. So I really do suggest that you follow Jay Rosen on Twitter. In fact, I think I can put it underneath my Zoom, so you'll be able to see Jay Rosen. And in fact, I'm going to follow Jay Rosen underneath this. Follow Jay Rosen. Okay. So I'm going to read you a bit of what he's written here, and you can see the writing. You can see what I've written here, what he's written here. Pro-participation. He's critiquing how he would like reporters to deal with this moment. Democracy is not a spectator sport. Through some form of punditry, though some forms of punditry seem to frame it that way. The more people who participate in the system, the stronger the system is. Journalists can design their coverage so it helps people go out and vote. Oh, wouldn't that be wonderful? With good information and timely notice, they can make it easier for eligible voters to get registered and exercise their rights. They can expose those who would discourage citizens from voting. They can fight disinformation that tries to depress turnout. They can hold the public officials who run for office accountable. They can warn about problems that could haunt us on election day. But it's not just voting. All forms of participation could be part of this agenda. How to volunteer, how to contribute, where to see the candidates. No way around it. Encouraging participation is a political act, but as long as it includes all parties and all voters, election coverage that is shamelessly pro-participation does not unfairly politicize the press. Bad actors will, of course, make that charge. But bad actors always complain about good journalism. Okay, this entire article is absolutely brilliant. And one of the things that I believe has been the issue is, I'm going to come here. Nope, I'm not going to go there yet. I will go there later today. One of the issues, I believe, of why it's been difficult for the press, and again, Jay, I'm going to stop sharing again for a moment. Jay also talks about how difficult it has been for the press to actually cover Trump. And I'm going to bring that up as well. Let's see. Press Think. Give me 1 second. Because I believe that this is very critical, what he is saying here. Let's see. This one is getting swept up in Trump's agenda. Okay, so I'm going to open this and hopefully it doesn't slow my internet down too much. Okay. So I'm going to share my screen again because I think it's important what Jay says and why we are in this place right now with our media and why they've had an issue covering Trump and why this endangers us 99 days before the election, okay? So I'm going to share this screen again. Okay. Move this over. By the way, my husband's doing an amazing job. He's doing an amazing job, and I just want to thank him for doing this. Thank you, Bobby. You're really being absolutely, he is typing his ass off, and he's doing an amazing job, so I appreciate it. Okay, I'm going to read some of this article because I think it's important. And again, I think you should follow Jay on Twitter. He wrote this 3 years ago when Trump was inaugurated because he already predicted that the media wouldn't be able to handle this moment appropriately. And I think that we've seen that they're still having issues before the election. Let me also say this. I tend to criticize the media, not as articulately as Jay Rosen or Soledad O'Brien, but when I'm criticizing the media, it's because I desperately need the media. I desperately want them to do well. We desperately need them to do well. This is why they're protected. This is why they're enshrined in the Constitution. This is why the press is mentioned in our Constitution, because of how critical they are and the role that they play in our democracy. So I want you to know, while I am critical of the media, it's because I want them to do well. So I will say this. Hi, Darius. I see that you say hi. Hi, Darius. You cannot keep from getting swept up in Trump's agenda without a firm grasp on your own. He said, and I'm just going to read this because I think it's wonderful. I'm not sure how long I'm going to do this. By this, I mean critiquing the American press as it reports on national politics and trying to get journalists to adopt better practices when they are public actors who present to us as observers. It's a frustrating assignment, and I'm wary of burnout. Okay, this is Jay doing this 3 years ago. He's been doing it ever since. But since I'm self-assigned, self-appointed, really, I have freedom of movement, intellectually speaking. Were it not for the fact that we are all enmeshed in the biggest national emergency since the Great Depression, I would probably have exited by now from the press coverage politics beat. In the belief that I have contributed what I can, worn out my welcome, and exhausted the patience of anyone who has been following. But I cannot quit before the 2020 elections are run. Until then, I'm going to press my case as hard as I can. Today, my case to the American journalist is this: you cannot keep from getting swept up in Trump's agenda without a firm grasp of your own. I am quite aware that journalists are taught not to let their political preferences, party membership, or personal ideology shape their reporting. And I have no quarrels with that restriction. But it does not end the discussion. Here is Jake Tapper on CNN, May 2016, after one of Donald Trump's fact-free accusations. There is no collaborated evidence that Ted Cruz's father ever met Lee Harvey Oswald, right? Remember that Trump lied about that? Or for that matter, any other presidential assassin. We in the media don't talk about it because there's no evidence to it. In fact, there is contrary evidence. Well before the picture was taken, Rafael Cruz's sister was brutally beaten by Castro forces, and Rafael Cruz had denounced the regime. So to suggest that Cruz's father played a role in the Kennedy assassination is so ridiculous and frankly shameful. Okay, and then Jay says this. Now that's not an anti-Trump position or a pro-Cruz Trump position. It's a pro-truth position. I will also say thank you, Jake Tapper, for calling that out. I want to say two things. Jake Tapper has been fairly decent about this. And I also want to shout out Ali Veshi on MSNBC. He's a journalist that listens. If he does something that might rub you the wrong way or you're frustrated with, he actually listens. And I really appreciate that. So I'm going to say hi to Ali Veshi and thank you for that. Jake Tapper knows that journalists are not, then I'm back to reading Jay's work. Jake Tapper knows that journalists are not supposed to push an agenda like Ted Cruz for president. But he also knows that there are fundamental values he and his colleagues in the news business have to stand up for. Among these are decent respect for truth-telling in a public setting. When politicians are competing for votes, float poisonous charges without even a modicum of evidence, self-respecting journalists have to push back in some way. Doing that, Tapper wasn't crossing the border from journalism into some other line of work. He was practicing his craft the way he understands it, and legitimately so. The distinction he makes is important. Yes, he took a position on air, but it's not an anti-Trump one or a pro-Cruz one. It's a pro-truth one. I'm going to skip down a little bit because Jay Rosen gives some solutions as to how the media could handle this moment appropriately. Okay? Let me just check something really fast before I move on. Okay, all right, good. That looks good. Okay, so he gives a few suggestions on how our journalists could serve us better right now. And honestly, journalists have 99 days left to get it right. I know that's a big ask, but we need them to do it. Okay, one, Jay suggests that they have a citizen's agenda. Jay says, this I've described many times. I'm working with a group that is advocating for 2020. It's an alternative to the horse race model for election coverage. There, the organizing principle is who's likely to win. And this citizens agenda style, you start by asking the people you are trying to inform, what do you want the candidates to be talking about as they compete for the votes? That's a fabulous framing. If you keep asking that question and listen carefully to the answers, you can synthesize from them a kind of priority list that originates with the voters. One of the reasons I was so struck by that is because, like Jay, I feel the media has gotten away from what the voters are wanting in this democracy. They've gotten away from truly asking what the voters want. And I will say too, how many of you are sick of the many conservative-only panels they have? They're so fascinated about the people that continuously still support Trump And the media seems less so fascinated by Black men and women and trans people and non-binary people and Native people and BIPOC and Latinx people about what we want out of this country and what we want out of elected officials. Okay. So he says down here, the next one he says is fighting authoritarianism and subverting this and the subversion of democracy. This is Jay talking again. Suppose you begin with a frank recognition among editors, producers, and reporters that democracy is at risk in the United States. Newsflash, it is. This would argue for extra emphasis on the integrity of elections, extra vigilance against those who would try to subvert them, and a special watchfulness, a duty to warn about authoritarian movements in the body politic, the demonization of minorities, trashing of democratic procedures, threats of violence, and other forms of above the law behavior. For what I mean by watchfulness, he says, see this post by Dan Frankum. When Trump takes a step towards autocracy, journalists need to call it out. For fighting voter suppression agendas, see this project. I will post all these links today on Twitter, okay? The extra watchfulness I speak of, this is Jay again, the extra watchfulness I speak of is a small d act. It has to be applied across the board, left, right, center, fringe. With that condition, it is entirely within journalists' rights to make fighting authoritarianism the mission and the heart of their campaign coverage. Call it threats to democracy journalism. If we're ever going to need an agenda like that, it's this year. And this is too frustrating for me as well, because the media, because it is enshrined in our Constitution. It is the job of journalists to protect democracy as well through their reporting, through telling the truth. I will say really quickly today, when I watched a news report, they were talking about Portland, the federal agents there who have been posing as that are functioning as secret police. And I heard pundits say all the violence that's happening there. The violence is really happening there because of those federal agents stoking it. And yet that is not how it's being reported. Okay. Jay also says, and I'm going to wrap this up because we're going to move into the 12 o'clock hour soon. He says, we need a more evidence-based political debate. Journalists could also decide to stand more forcefully and consistently for an evidence-based politics. If they did, this would be a political act. But again, it does not have to be politicized. Asking, is this evidence-based? Could it be a way of deciding whether a campaign controversy is worth discussing or dismissing? Holding all candidates to the same standard of evidence is the very essence of across the board fairness. Rating campaigns on how evidence-based they are willing to be might prove especially useful in the political environment dominated by our struggle within COVID. Imagine asking the best public health and immunology experts that you can find, when it comes to the pandemic, what do you want the candidate to be talking about as they compete for votes? Filtered through community knowledge and common sense, this might be a good way of organizing state and local coverage for candidates who will have to speak about recovering from the virus to get elected. You're going to be relentlessly evidence-based because this is what our community most needs to get out of this mess. is a solid agenda to adopt in an election year likely to be dominated by a health crisis. Okay, I'm going to stop sharing that. So that is what we're up against in these 99 days. We're up against the fact that we need our media more than ever to cover this election in a way that is not detrimental to us as citizens and detrimental to our democracy. It pains me that our journalists failed us spectacularly during 2016. And so what I'm asking, what I'm hoping for from journalists in these 99 days is to recognize that elections are about to start. And when I say that, I mean early voting is going to start soon. In some places, it starts 45 days before the election. 30 days, some places, 15 days, but some places have no early voting, and I'll discuss that later. That's gross. But during this time, journalists have to show up for us, the voters who are participating in our system. Journalists have to show up and say, we see that this is a conspiracy theory that is meant to suppress votes. Journalists have to call out and say, we see this as disinformation to try to dissuade people from participating, period. We need our journalists to suss through and sort through that information and tell us straight, okay? That's what I hope. Now I'm going to talk about what's going to happen today. So I'm going to have guests coming on every hour. 1 hour, I have 2 guests. If you have questions that you would like to ask them, I will do my best to relay it to them. We may not get to it because of a time crunch, but we might be able to get to it. I'll do my best. And I will also say this. I will do everything I can all day to post links. I'm actually going to be posting definitions because I have some fancy lawyers coming on, and you may not know all the terminology that they're saying regarding voting, right? Like stacking, cracking, packing. This is voter suppression terminology that not everybody might be familiar with. So I'm going to post those. And in fact, in about 1 minute, I'm going to post, just so that I can post some links and give myself a tiny bit of break before I introduce our first guest for the day. As I play a video, I'm going to be posting some links and some of those definitions underneath this video on Twitter. You are on Facebook, you won't see that. And again, I encourage my friends on Facebook to come join me on Twitter if you would like. Okay? All right, so I'm going to try this video. And by the way, if you don't hear the video that I'm playing, throw it in the chat and then I'll know, okay? I'm pretty tech savvy, but sometimes things happen, and what can you do? Okay, so I'm right now going to get ready to do that, and then I will join you all again in about 5 minutes. Okay, great, 1 second. So I'm going to start with this. Okay. Okay, you're going to hear this. 1 moment. Oh, I just realized I didn't do something. Sorry. Technical issue. 1 second. Let me try something. I'm going to stop sharing this for a second. I realized I did something. incorrectly. Okay, share computer sound. Okay, here we go. That's much better now. And again, if you don't hear the sound, would you please let me know. And Grace, would you check? Okay, excellent.
Good morning. I'm Andy Anderson.
And I'm Cougar Smith.
And here's the latest on voting news.
President Trump has called voter fraud a major issue that may have swayed the 2016 popular vote.
That's right. He claimed that millions of people voted illegally in this past election without proof.
Zero proof. Where's the proof, Andy? Where's the proof?
You're too much. Let's check in with our voter forecaster, Maria Chavez y Contreras.
How's the voting forecast looking for 2018, Maria?
Not great, Cougar. We have voter suppression blowing in from the north, south, east, and west. Currently, 32 states have voter ID laws, and 9 of those states have strict voter ID laws. Andy, back to you.
Sounds like that's going to require more than a light jacket.
For decades, Republicans claimed massive voter fraud.
Yet, in 1 billion votes cast since 2000, only 31 credible voter impersonation cases have been discovered.
While that statistic shatters the voter ID myth, Trump still hired Kansas's Chris Kobach to chair his commission on election fraud.
Kansas's Chris Kobach. That's a lot of hard Ks.
Just 3 Ks.
Issues of race have often been the subtext in Republicans' charges of voter fraud. To hear more about this, let's check back in with our voter forecaster, Maria Chavez y Contreras.
You are correct, Andy. Alabama closed 31 of its state driver's license offices last year after passing a new voter ID law. In North Carolina in 2016, there were 158 fewer early polling places in 40 counties with large black communities, and African American voter participation was down 16%. Let's not forget, too, that 1/3 of people with disabilities reported problems with voting, and 40% of trans people said they were harassed at the polls. Andy, back to you.
What's your biggest voting pet peeve, Cougar?
Biggest voting pet peeve, aside from gerrymandering?
Yeah.
When they run out of those little I voted stickers.
Oh, I hate that. What about you, Maria Chavez y Contreras? What's your biggest voting pet peeve?
When my vote doesn't count. My last name has made voting a nightmare. Back to you, Cougar.
Speaking of which, in a state with strict voter ID laws, individuals must have a state-issued photo ID that matches the name on their voter registration cards.
Voter photo ID laws disproportionately impact women because approximately 90% of women change their legal name upon marriage or divorce, and up to 52% of women could lack acceptable documentation to get a voter ID.
Have you ever had an issue voting, Andy?
As a matter of fact, yes. You know, I was taking off the voting rolls this last election because they thought my name was a duplicate.
What? No.
Yes. As it turns out, there was another person that lives in my district with the name Andy Anderson, and it turns out that person was a man.
And if he was a white man, I'm sure they preferred his vote over yours. Until next time, I'm Cougar Smith.
I'm Andy Anderson.
And I'm Maria Chavez y Contreras.
Good day and good voting.
Hey. Okay, well, I thank you for watching that. Make sure I'm back, that you can hear me. A little sweaty right now. Okay. All right. And let me know if you can't hear me again at this moment. So my husband won't be typing captions anymore at this moment. I actually, would you mind just putting that part? But I promise there will be captions populating tomorrow. And again, at 2 p.m., I will have ASL interpretation. Okay? So it is the 12-hour, it's noon. I did it. 1 hour down. We're going to have a wonderful guest joining us in just a moment. Christine Platt. Christine, let me get to her here, because this is an amazing, amazing human being. Okay. Here we go. All right. So I don't know if you were familiar with Dr. Ivermec's Kendi's work over at the Anti-Racism Policy and Research Center. But this is where I met Christine. I met her about 2 years ago in Washington, D.C. And she's absolutely a brilliant woman. There's literally nothing she can't do. She has a Juris Doctorate. She has a JD. She has a bachelor's degree in Africana Studies, a master's degree in African and Africana Studies. She's a passionate advocate for social justice change. And she is now the interim director of the Anti-Racist Policy and Research Center. She writes a wonderful children's book series. And it's such a wonderful book series. And we'll talk about that a little bit. I'll post some links for that as well. And today we're going to talk a little bit about John Lewis. And we're also going to talk about what are anti-racist policies. As you know, there has been a bad rap about anti-racist policies because, oh, thank you for saying you hear me on YouTube. Thank you. I'm looking at my chat. It's hard to look at the chat at the same time, but I'll do my best. I'm going to just show you this picture of John Lewis because I've kept it. Today, John Lewis will lie in state. So we'll be discussing John Lewis and his legacy today. And again, I said we'll be talking about anti-racist policies because anti-racist policies have gotten, because they're going to be such helpful things, the word anti-racism is already trying to be weaponized a little bit against, it's already been weaponized a bit by Republicans. They're trying to make this seem that this is a bad thing. It's interesting that they've made that they're trying to make the word anti-racist a bad thing, right? That's very interesting to me. But again, this is very typical because this is anti-racist policies are bent on creating equity, giving us access to vote and all these great things. So I'm excited to hear more about what's going on at the Anti-Racism Research Center. I'm curious to hear Kristen's thoughts about this election. And also, if you have any questions for her, please let me know. I want to show you her book series if I can, because it's so ridiculously adorable. I'm just going to go to her website. Hopefully she'll be okay with that. Okay. She also just gave a TED Talks, by the way, because that's how she fits everything in. How is the live stream looking, Boo? Good. Wonderful. Okay. So I'm going to show you this is some of her, I'm going to share with you her work really fast. She has a lot of work that she does, but these are just some of the books that she does, that she pens. And hopefully you will see them, and hopefully you will order them for your children or for your friends. I have ordered them for my nieces and nephews. So it's absolutely a wonderful series. You can see it now, which is exciting. Okay. So let me go back. Oh, I think she's joining me right now. I can't wait. There we go. They're going to see her in just one moment. Hi.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. I'm good. I believe we need your camera to start, but you see what I'm doing here right now, right?
Yeah, I to know if it was possible that I could just have my image up because I am like a mess. I've been traveling. Yeah, I'm so sorry. Like,
it's okay. Even as a mess, you look very cute, but I am here for your comfort. So you are more than welcome to put on your screen, but I just want you to know your glasses look beautiful and it's totally fine. So let's do that. I was just showing them your book series, which I think is fabulous because I said there's little you can't do. So you get comfortable and we'll start. There we go. So I'm going to stop sharing here. Okay. So you're going to hear her. First, please introduce yourself. I've given your bio, but if you could introduce yourself, that'd be great.
Sure, sure. Hi, everyone. And so sorry, I didn't realize I was live yet. I was telling Maya I was traveling and looking crazy. Hi, everyone. I am Christine Platt. I am an author and writer, and I serve as the interim managing director of the Anti-Racist Research and Policy Center at American University. I'm also a historian and lawyer by trade. I have a bachelor's in African and African American studies, a master's in African and African American studies as well, and also a law degree from Stetson University College of Law. And so kind of like a jack of all trades, Maya.
I know that. I was just saying how impressed I am because you are one of those people that can literally do everything. And it's because I was just talking about you did a TED Talks, and when asked, you're like, sure, why not? I can do. You need me to run be the interim director right now? I can do that. Do you need me to write some children's books? I can do that. So that's why I'm thrilled to have you here.
Happy to be here.
Of course. Now, I was just discussing John Lewis, who passed away this weekend. But before we get into discussing him, I wanted to know some of the conversations you had with your family about voting growing up. Were you a voting household? How was that discussed when you were growing up?
It's so funny. I'm first gen, and so, there is a lot of emphasis on education and voting and all these, American rights and liberties, but not really always a detailed explanation as to why. And so, the discussion was very much like your ancestors died for the right for you to vote, right?
Right.
Yeah. Definitely this moral and social responsibility. And so even though there was little insight into how or why voting was so important, no real conversation about its links to policy and bringing about change, it was still like, this is what you need to do, right? And much of my introduction sort of came, about the political process sort of came through PBS as a child. I don't know if you remember Just a Bill on Capitol Hill.
Yes.
Where they're like watching documentaries like Eyes on the Prize. So, again, even though there was no real discussion, it was, just like, go vote. And if you didn't know who to vote for, you just select a Democrat, all the way down. So, yeah, and growing up, that was sort of, how voting was discussed in my home, and I, I don't think it's very unusual, actually, given some of the conversations that I've had with students and other folks, and so for a lot of first gen folks, you sort of learn as you get older how the reason behind the how and the why voting is so important.
Right, exactly. And as we know, John Lewis is the majority of his life was centered and around voting. He passed away, but also CT also passed away on the same day. And I don't want his life as an organizer. He fought beside MLK to get lost as well. So I'm wondering what Lewis and CT's work meant to you. As a lawyer, as an activist, I would love to hear your thoughts on them.
It's I think I'm still processing their passing. I never had a chance to meet CT, but did have a chance to meet John Lewis, and I think anyone who has just, you are forever struck by that moment. They were both civil rights icons, obviously, but they were also just amazing human beings. Their work sort of showed me how to bring elements of civility and compassion into these often violent and dangerous aspects of, trying to bring about social change. I don't know if you listened to On Being, but I recently listened to John Lewis's episode, and I think it was maybe early 2013. It was a while ago, but Obviously, like most people, been digging up everything that I can over the past few days. Just, just that episode, it's entitled Love in Action. And I feel like that's what both leaders really encompass for me. Love in action, love is a verb. I actually had written this down in my journal, this quote from that episode. And it says, when we were sitting in, it was love in action. When we went on the freedom rides, it was love in action. The march from Selma to Montgomery was love in action. We do it not simply because it's the right thing to do, but because it's love in action, that we love our country, we love a democratic society, and so we have to move our feet. And I just wrote down those words, and it's just like, that just encompasses so much of who he was as a leader. CT obviously right beside him, doing this important work. And I feel like, that was probably the biggest impact they had on me and my work, is through childhood and now as adulthood, is I always just try and lead with that place of love is an action and a verb, when it comes to work, and extending compassion and having civility for other people, even if they're on the other side of, that I'm on. And so, I'm still processing. I'm very, very saddened and disheartened. But I mean, what amazing lives to have lived. Absolutely. And what behind,
Mm-hmm. And love and compassion are not words we hear very often these days, and haven't heard too much of them these past 3.5 years. So those were beautiful words. Thank you so much. You were also, since you have the Juris Doctorate, I'm sure you watched very closely when the Voting Rights Act was gutted by SCOTUS in 2013. What were your initial thoughts when that happened?
I mean, go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm just remembering. I'm sorry.
Yeah, because I think it was so shocking, but I don't know. I mean, John Lewis comprehended it right away that this was going to be something so incredibly detrimental. Mm-hmm. And I've said that at that moment, we should have all been marching in the street. And of course, the vast majority of us were not. So how did you process it at that moment? And what did you see in its trajectory of what happened after that?
Yeah, I mean, I think I definitely looked at it more closely because I was, still kind of recently out of law school, and you're very much, very much ingrained in these decisions right after law school. And I just remember, part of the Voting Rights Act, its initial design was so that discriminatory voting policies could be blocked before harmed voters. So
yes,
that heavy burden was on government officials to prove whether a policy was discriminatory. And then this 2013 change, it put the burden on voters, right? And so, that's a very, very difficult burden to prove, let alone the process of going through proving it, right? And so you put that burden on voters, and as we know, most of the folks who are disenfranchised would even find it even much more difficult to follow the political process to prove that. I mean, it was very disheartening, and I don't think we'll ever really know the full extent of the harm. I mean, I feel this decision, it resulted in polling place closures, right? Huge. I remember that, reading about that, and how all these local officials before, they would have to submit changes for federal review to prove, we're closing this particular polling place isn't discriminatory. Now they don't, right? They could just, right? And I mean, that was just huge. And I remember reading, I think I mean, I don't know the number now, but it was definitely over 1,000 polling places, and like 200, over 200 of them were in Georgia. You know what I mean? Like, look at those,
Yes.
right? And then
Mhm.
you know, of course, looking at like how it changed. I guess some of the stricter like voting ID laws that significantly Black and Latinx voters are less likely to have government issued photo ID. Some
Mhm.
put in like, I mean, like, you know, not only just a government issued photo ID, you needed like all these government, you know,
Yeah.
documents. Yeah, I mean, it was very disheartening. It was very, I just remember feeling very upset at that time.
Mhm.
I think, you know, in this election, and thinking about how important this election is, you can't
Mhm.
help that. Look at
Oh,
that. You know,
yeah.
return to 2013 and be like, oh my God, that could be the reason why X, Y, and Z, right? So yeah,
Exactly.
yeah.
Oh, yeah. I mean, to me, the fact that it's had this much of an impact in those 7 years, I think now only now are some people who are outside of voting rights are starting to comprehend just how detrimental it's been. And yes, I'm going to be talking to Dr. Carol Anderson in a little bit later, discussing specifically the amount of polling places that were closed, which yes, it is. It's over 1,200. It might even be as high as 1,600 during COVID. So I'll get these exact numbers for sure.
I think
You're also, oh, go ahead.
those were pre-COVID numbers, right? So it's
Yes,
like,
yes, pre-COVID numbers. Yep. Yeah.
think about it. Yeah. So yeah, yeah, it's very disheartening. And, you know, I wish we had all been marching in the streets in
Yeah.
2013. Um, and now here we are, right? So
Absolutely. So you are now the interim director of the Anti-Racist Research and Policy Center. What's the mission of the Anti-Racism Center? How does that intersect with your work as an author and speaker?
yeah, so I don't know if you remember, but this is my second go round as managing director at the
Yes.
Anti-Racist Research Policy Center. I
Yes.
had an opportunity to work with Dr. Ibram Kendi when the center was first founded, and helped stand up the center. Is amazing, amazing, amazing work. And I actually transitioned to write full time right after the Anti-Racist Book Festival.
Okay.
Dr. Kendi has recently transitioned to Boston University, and so
That's
AU has
right.
back and serve in an interim capacity. And of course, I said, yes, why not? Sure, somehow. You know, and I think in the midst of this movement, I couldn't say no.
Right.
And I'll say this in terms of its mission. I mean, you know, first, is this, you know, the center is beginning its national search for a new executive director. And so I think its original mission to support the innovation and enactment of anti-racist policies at local, state, and national levels. I think that, you know, it may undergo a bit of change given the vision of this new executive director. But I think work will, you know, towards achieving those goals, and whatever new goals may follow is the same, right? And that is amplifying, the work of AU scholars who work on the many different intersections of anti-racism, and partnering with external stakeholders, advocates, and activists. And I think the way that intersects with my work as an author is just through the many connections that I've made over the years with folks who are doing this work, and folks who are on the ground. You know, I have a background in energy and environmental policy, specifically looking at environmental justice. And so being able to make those connections and amplify those voices, because I think, you know, oftentimes the academic community is very siloed. And so being able to like just say like, we have to all come together collectively to sort of that we're looking for. And so, yeah, I think that's how my work intersects. I'm usually not very forward facing. As you saw, I didn't even want to be on camera. I'm definitely more of a strategist, behind the scenes type of person when it comes to anti-racism work. And then, of course, with my children's books, that's very different. And I try and sort of weave in a lot of the principles and goals and ideals that we want to see in our society into children's books, right? Because I feel it's so important to start with young minds. And I mean, even when I do like trainings for young people versus trainings for adults, whenever we talk about anti-racism, bullying, whatever we're discussing, you know, the children are always like, what do I need to do? And the adults are like, well, okay, so let's just say, right? And it's like, it's always like this, they're always trying to justify or give an explanation. And kids, they're like, what do we need to do to bring about? And so I really, really love working with young people, you know, and I love that, you know, my writing, I've found ways to sort of, you know, make that connection and intersection there with anti-racism work without necessarily calling out it being anti-racist, because essentially it's just the society that we all want to live in, right? A just, fair, and equitable world. And so painting that picture for young people is very important to me.
Absolutely. And you do that well with your children's book series. Before I get to the next question, would you mind just touching on your series that you do? I've sent my nieces and nephews your book and they love them.
Thank you. Yeah, so it's actually, you know, someone asked me how many books I had the other day, and I was like, I went to like counting on my it's so funny, you know, adult works are more standalone works, and with children's books, there's a lot of series. And so I would sign on for a project, and I am imagining it's one project, but it's 4 books in a project. So in the past few years, I have the Anna and Andrew series, which is a fictional, you know, early chapter book series that focuses on teaching the history and culture of the African diaspora for young readers. Right. I always talk about how those are windows and mirror books for young people. They are mirrors for Black and Brown children to see themselves represented in literature, to see their history presented in a loving, beautiful, celebratory way rather than a place of trauma. And they also serve as window books for other children to peek into the lives of children that they may be curious about. And for anyone to do a little more digging on windows and mirrors, please look up Dr. Rudine Sims, who coined the term. She's done just beautiful research in that area. And then the other series that I've worked on are all nonfiction books for young readers. And of course, as a historian, I love teaching history. And so I've done MLK, Harriet Tubman. Looked at the most recent one is Helen Keller. I've done Alexander Hamilton, MLK, you know, and so I really love telling those narratives and those stories. So there's a lot of books. I can't even list them all out, Maya, but if you do, you will, it's fun. I mean, it's literally only maybe like 4 or 5 projects, but it ends up being like over 20 books. So
I just don't know how you find the time, but I do think it's one of those things too, where you just do it. It's not something you know, it's like you're a dreamer and a doer. You just do it, which is what I love. You dream it up and you're like, I'm going to do it.
I have to tell you know, because I get this question like, how do you get it all done? I mean, I think having a background in law definitely makes me more conscious and aware of time than most folks. I mean, when you've had to bill your work in 6-minute increments, you kind of know how, right? So yeah, that I always like to say I do kind of have a leg up in that regards. And I also just look at my time like money, right? I mean, and I encourage that time. I tell young folks, especially a lot of the students at AU, you know, imagine your hour every hour being $1,000, right? You're already $8,000 with sleep, hopefully. How are you going to spend the rest of your money today, right? And are you going to spend $4,000 on Instagram, or are you going to be doing something that is much more aligned with your goals and missions? So that's my little secret. It doesn't mean that I also don't just look up sometimes and cry. My schedule, so I just want to be fully transparent here.
No, that's good advice, and we love transparency, especially in this day and age. As we said before, you're a scholar, you're a storyteller of the African diaspora, and this year, Nicole Hannes Jones' 1619 project, which I loved. I was so lucky to actually go see it as it launched at the New York Times. It was wonderful. It's been met with a lot of vilification by conservatives. GOP Senator Tom Cotton pitched a bill to prohibit the use of federal funds to teach the 1619 project. What do you think is behind their fear of a project that is merely re-examining the legacy of slavery in the United States and its impact on our current economic and social inequality?
Yeah, it's so interesting, Maya. I really honestly don't understand the fear. Okay. Whenever I teach a historical timeline or I give an overview of the transatlantic slave trade leading up to present day and how it connects to our, current economic and social inequalities, it's like this light bulb goes off. Young people, old people, it doesn't matter. There's always this aha moment, right? Because history is this missing link that so many people don't have to understanding our current economic and social inequalities, right? These are applications from the transatlantic slave trade, right? And so, for example, teaching students about the connections between the end of the Civil War and the establishment of the KKK, literally like 18 days after, slavery was abolished, right? Former Confederate soldiers joining local police forces and teaching them like, these are the origins of police mistrust in the Black community. These are the origins of Black Lives Matter, right? We're teaching about Bacon's Rebellion, right? And people are always like, oh, I don't understand white privilege. I don't understand white privilege, right? And like making that historical connection for them, right? History provides these missing links. And so for me, I've always found it to be much more helpful than harmful. I mean, I feel it's essential, especially when it comes to this work. I think, a large part of the fear, it's almost like, these rose-colored glasses are gonna come off of a lot of, and then it's like, then I feel like politicians and educators and people who work in these different industries are going to be challenged in a very different way. And I think that's really what the fear is. Although again, I don't understand it because again, even challenge, this is how we are going to, address a lot of the hurt and harm that has been done within communities, that has been done within law and policy, and bring about the changes that we need, right? I thought 1619 and still believe 1619 was a beautiful project. I recommend it as often as I can. It's wonderful. And I think for her to have done such a beautiful, comprehensive job in capturing the history of this country that is just never really told and shared and shown in that way. I mean, it deserves every award that it has won, right? And so, yeah, I think, we have to, just as a society, move beyond that fear of talking about, learning about, and examining the legacy of slavery in this country.
I think one of the reasons that there is maybe fear, hate, and backlash on the end of conservatives is that the 1619 project contradicts this framework that they have that's benefited them.
Mhm.
and it contradicts the narrative that they've used about America, and
Mhm.
it's really, you can just see that it's kind of just dripping. It was just ripe for backlash. Like, even the word anti-racist is now being is now being weaponized. Like, people are saying, "What is this?" I mean, the literal word to me sounds perfect.
Yeah,
Anti-racist.
clear.
Could you explain for our audience, what is an anti-racist policy? What is anti-racism? Just so we're clear, as your friend Dr. Ibram Kendi says, he likes to anchor himself into definitions. And I think that helps people to understand what the meaning is, just so people like Tucker Carlson and Sean Hannity and all them and Tom Cotton, they're just going to go ahead and rip apart the definitions. But I would like to give our audience a clearer understanding of what anti-racist policy is and what anti-racism is as
It's
a meaning definition.
simple. It's so simple. It's simply the practice or the art of opposing racism and promoting racial tolerance. That's all it is, right? And
Mhm.
anti-racist policies are policies that oppose racism and promote racial tolerance, right? And so I feel that, part of the challenges with this work is folks getting hung up on terminology, right? And there are certain terms that just evoke everyone's defense mechanism as soon as they're said. And racism, and now anti-racism are some of those words, right? And you can literally pose the exact same question or comment or thought to an audience and not use anti-racism and get a totally different reaction, right? And so I tell people, like, the buzzwords and terminology. First of all, anti-racist has been around forever. Like, Ibram Kendi did not invent the term. Right? Angela Davis did. It's like, people get just so hung up on this terminology rather than the outcome and practice of doing this work, right? I mean, decolonizing is another word that is undergoing a lot of challenge at the moment, right? The minute these words are mainstream, they've been used in the academy and in advocacy and activist work forever, right? But then the minute they become mainstream, here come, I'm not, it's usually this defense, right? Like, I'm not racist. I'm not, promoting a racist policy, right? It's like they get so lost and hung up on that word. And so, I mean, that's really what anti-racism is in its essence and in its core. And I think, it's much more easier to see and understand that just looking at, I tell people to look at some of their local laws and policies. And, as we're talking about voting rights, right? Like, look at some of your local voting requirements and policies, and you can very clearly see whether a policy opposes racism and promotes racial tolerance or it doesn't.
Right.
It's very, right? If you are in a district that is, predominantly Black, Latinx, and you have, some policies, some voting policies and requirements and polling place closures, right? That are, I mean, it's clear, right? And so again, I encourage folks not to get hung up on the terminology, but more so focused on the outcome, which is fair and equitable laws, practices, and ultimately a fair and equitable society. This is what we've been working for.
I love it, and that's what I just want people to have, that language so they can understand that. And I agree with you that people get hung up on terminology, or that terminology gets used in a way where it's kind of almost feels like it loses its meaning because it's just so thrown out there. And we need to reestablish what those meanings and goals are. So,
because the terms are going to change over time, right? And so, you know, even one of the bigger discussions that we're having right now is a term of like slave owner, or using enslaver instead of saying slave, saying enslaved people, right? Like the terminology is going to change over time as we evolve as a society, right? But the underlying truth is the same, that this is a country that was built on the backs of forced labor of people who were stolen, you know, from the continent of Africa, right? And the indigenous here. So yeah, so that's my take on that. I mean, obviously I work in do anti-racism work, but for me, I'm never really hung up on the terminology. I'm hung up on and focused on the outcome.
Well, I love that. And also, you know, I think it's good too not to be hung up on it, so that people can, as they're, you know, learning social justice terminology and learning new language, that they're not necessarily vilified for trying to learn this language and to better understand and participate in it. So I think that's great. One of the words that's getting also vilified is Black Lives Matter. Again, this seems like a term that should be fine. It is Black Lives Matter. They can find, you know what I'm saying? How is...
I do. I know exactly what you're saying.
So I was gonna say, so Black Lives Matter, the protests, the marching, have been met with predictable backlash from conservatives. And I don't want to focus on that, because they've managed to try to talk, you know, to reduce it to destroying cities and instead of destroying Black bodies. But there has been some positivity from it as well. I mean, I saw yesterday there was an all women's march, trans woman march, Black women's march near my home in the East Village yesterday. It was beautiful. What can you envision seeing the Black Lives Matter protest moving from the streets into policy? I mean, I feel that that's the goal.
Yeah, that is definitely the goal. You know, Black Lives Matter, it's you know, civic engagement, a form of political protest. And as with most initiatives of its kind, the idea is, you know, to move these protests into meaningful change. And I think we're already seeing some of these changes on like local levels. So you see prosecutors being held accountable and even being unseated through elections because you know, they're not pursuing justice for police shooting victims. You're seeing the push and demand for new legislation, and you know, we don't even have time to talk about defund the police. That's a whole separate sidebar.
Yeah.
But you know, these conversations happening, and I think you're also seeing, you know, like a lot of local Black Lives Matter chapters and organizers inviting police officials and policymakers into their advocacy work. You know, I mean, policy change, it has to be a part of the strategy for any movement to be effective, right? And I think that Black Lives Matter is doing its job. It's drawing attention to an issue in need of change, in need of reform. And, you know, all of these connections, the protests and civil unrest, you know, organizing by activists and advocacy, conversations, you know, strategizing with policymakers, all of these work in concert, right? And, you know, we hear that term a lot, work in concert. And I had someone really simply years ago, and it's essentially saying, you know, everyone may be playing different roles or instruments, but they're all in the same orchestra. And so that's how at the Black Lives Matter movement, right? They are playing their role in bringing about the change that we need to see in this country. And it is going to, and has already started to evolve into policy change. And it's really, really exciting.
It is really exciting. And I was glad to see that John Lewis got to see these protests and marches before he passed. And I know that he was inspired by Black Lives Matter. And I know that he felt that there was something big happening I would
Yeah.
say a big happening again, but big happening in an even newer understanding of how we go about this. So,
Yeah.
you know what I
I
mean? So I was happy about that.
Yeah, it's good trouble, right? That's what he says. Get
Yes,
into good trouble.
exactly.
Yeah, and so yeah, I love it, and I mean, I think the mobilization and the activism that we're seeing. To me, it's very exciting as a historian. As a historian, we know that all of these moments and movements. This is where change happens, right?
Yes.
This is where change happens, and so for me, it's a very exciting time. Hence the reason why I am back at the Anti-Racism Center, and excited to help them find their next executive director. And just a little plug here, that announcement will go out in late summer. Interested in someone with a vision for transformative anti-racist change, and who's also willing to be deeply collaborative and community oriented, right? And so yeah, this is a time of good trouble. This job,
Yes. Yeah.
I think it's really, really exciting.
I do too. And I really, I'm so glad you're able to join me today. And I want to finish up with one more question. And I literally could talk to you for hours. And I'm so mad that we can't see each other until after this time. People, you might not know this, but we did a podcast episode together. And since then, I've been wanting to go to DC. And I'm so sad that I missed when the Anti-Racism Center did their book fair. It looked fabulous. And I was like, you know what? I'll go to the one next year. This is why you don't say things like that, people. This is why you just go do the thing now, okay? So I want to say, how do you see the policy pursuits of the Anti-Racism Research Center imbuing voting rights, or vice versa?
Yeah, so I'm really glad you asked that question, because obviously we've been getting, I mean, the students, young people are so on fire right now. It is just, it is so invigorating. And so we've been getting just a number of requests from students who are just like, how can I help? How can I help? What can I do? What can I do? And so we are actually partnering with Eaton Workshop DC. And we are going to do an internship program for students to train them how to be poll workers, right? So you have a lot of poll workers now who are aging out, about to get some young bodies in there, and it's such a way to like really introduce them into the voting rights process and the political process, and really helping them understand the history and importance of poll work. And, hopefully this will be something that they'll do for years to come. And so, yeah, we're hoping to work with voting.org, votes.org on that, to do the training for us. If not, we'll work with a local organization, but would love to partner with them on that. But yeah, like that's one of the things that we're planning for the fall. I mean, young people are just like, what can I do? What can I do? And like giving them the tools and resources and education and training to actually do meaningful work, right? So I always tell students, they're like, I'm willing to do anything. And I'm like, well, I could have you do our social media, or I could do something more substantive that will help you become a leader and change maker and continue this work for many, many years to come. And so that is my goal. And that is our current initiative. And then we're also, of course, having a number of conversation series leading up to the election, just so that people understand, what's at stake here, and understand rights as voters, and answering questions from the public. And so, yeah, that's some of the work that we're doing. And it's so interesting, again, to be a part of this mission during this time, because, our main task, 90% of our work right now should be focused on getting our new executive director. And we have crammed so much into that 10%.
Yes, I believe it.
Partnering and engaging with students in the community and advocates. yeah, definitely worth it. So yeah, that's what we have on our plate. And I hope folks definitely continue to stay tuned to the work that we're doing, at AU, the work that Ibram is doing at BU. I mean, there can't be enough anti-racism centers in this country as far as
I agree.
Yeah, and so please continue to support our work and our missions. And yeah, I think that's all I got, Maya.
Well, honestly, it was so fantastic and wonderful speaking with you. And I just posted a link to your website. Is there any, I will also post the Anti-Racism Center as well. I'll post both of them so people can follow along about the announcement about the new director and also the polling internship program, all that is wonderful. And that is something that it definitely needs to be addressed. The average poll worker is, I believe, 65 years old, which is great. We need our seniors. But at the same time, we need our young folks to come in and help with polling as well. So that it's so wonderful that you're doing that. And I appreciate it. And I just want to say, I look forward to see your continued work and also what you do next. I never know with you. It's always greater and greater and greater.
Either.
So I hope that you rest and recover from this, from your travels. And thank you so much for joining me today. I really appreciate it. You're always a wealth of knowledge. So
thank you. I was going to stay on camera for too long with my robe on, but thank you all so much for joining. And this was wonderful, Maya. I always enjoy being in conversation with you.
It was good talking to you, and we will definitely talk soon, at least on social medias, as we always already do.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll talk soon. Bye.
Okay.
Okay, everyone, that was Christine Platt. As you can see, she's absolutely fabulous. I'm going to be joined soon by Denise Oliver Velez, and I'm going to just take a few minutes break, and that just a quick break. I'm going to put on another video while I take a break. I apologize in advance if the video doesn't stream as well as it should. So we can think of it as a placeholder for a moment, just so I'm going to get a little drink. I need a refresher on my coffee. I'm running low. So I'm going to grab that, and then we'll start the next 1 o'clock hour discussing Latinx voting and voting issues. And we're going to talk, in particular, we're going to focus on Puerto Rico and statehood. And Denise is really the person that you want to talk to about that. Okay. So I'm going to just share my screen again with a little video. And then I will be back with you right before 1 o'clock or right at 1 o'clock. Okay. One moment. Holding, please. 1 moment, please. Okay.
Black women have been called the most reliable progressive voting bloc for decades. We're organizers, we're influencers, we're politically savvy. It's time for more political power. We want you to vote us into office. We show up ready to cast our votes. We're not monolithic in ideology, but most of us want policy that ends systemic racism and misogyny and policy that protects us and our right to vote. We know after an election, many of the policy issues we support get deprioritized as our influence goes overlooked and support taken for granted. Our votes are actively suppressed as Black, Afro-Latina, disabled, and LGBT women. Approximately 34% of all women run the risk of being turned away at the polls due to name changes in marriage or divorce or in the trans community. More than half of the women affected are women of color. In some strict voter ID states like Alabama, DMV offices were shut down in Black communities, ensuring we wouldn't be able to get the required ID to vote. On Election Day 2016, there were 868 fewer polling places in Arizona, Texas, and North Carolina, all of which have a long history of voter discrimination. In 2018 and 2020, we are putting our foot down. We're asking you to join us in asking our lawmakers to step up and pass automatic voter registration and stop voter disenfranchisement. We're asking you to step up, support, and vote for the over 500 Black female candidates currently running for office in 2018. No matter what your first priority is, your second better be voting for candidates who understand our priorities. Join us, step up, and vote.
Hi, I'm back. Hopefully you got to see a little bit of that video, but I know that the streaming of a video is a little bit tough. So I am going to be joined with Denise in just a few minutes. Let me say hi. I saw that Ruben said hello to me on chat. I've seen that a couple of other people have said hi. So I'm just going to check my chat real fast and see if anyone had some questions. I did see a couple of questions on here, so give me one moment. I'm going to ask my co-pilot, how am I sounding, babe? Okay, great. Okay, so let's look at some of this chat here. Let's see. We see you just stepping, Maya. That was me stepping. I did it. People don't know that about me. I can step. Not great. The other women and they're experts. They're professionals, but I'm an amateur step dancer. Okay. And let's see here. Ruben said hello. Thank you for saying great discussion, Shawnee. That's really nice of you. I appreciate that. Oh, hello, Leslie from New Mexico. Do you see my pin? I hope that she sees my pin. Sophia, hello. So good to see you. Okay. All right. So I am going to speak with Denise in just a moment. I need to take care of one thing just for 1 second. I need to give my husband some information here. Let's see where that information might be. Here we go. Here, my love. It is right here. Okay. Right there. This one right there. That's a fax. Okay. So a couple of people did ask some questions about the Voting Rights Act and its gutting, because Christine Platt had talked about it a bit and some of the repercussions. I just want you to know that when I speak to Dr. Carol Anderson at 3 p.m., we're really going to go into that discussion about the Voting Rights Act. So anything that you have or questions that you have, for example, Just Information said to me, with the Voting Rights Act gutted, is there anything we can do to put it back together? There are a couple of things. One, we could restore it. The House Democrats actually passed for the Voting Rights Act to be restored this year, and it's been sitting on Mitch McConnell's desk for about 260 days now. Mitch McConnell has no incentive to restore the Voting Rights Act. He has zero incentive. Why? Because this would mean more people could vote. This is not what Mitch McConnell wants, okay? Two, what else can happen is something that I'm going to be talking to Perry Grossman about later tonight. He's a fabulous voting rights lawyer. He has advocated for states having their very own voting rights legislation. Okay, so like right now, I went to the New York Senate and testified on behalf of the New York Voting Rights Act that State Senator Myrie is trying to push and to pass. And I was invited by Perry Grossman, and I was invited by Myrie to give that testimony along with L.Joy Williams, who's fabulous. Hi, L.Joy, if you see. And also Susan Lerner of Common Cause, who is a brilliant voting mind, which, by the way, I'm going to say this. 4:05 p.m. She would join at 4:05 p.m. Okay. I will also say this. I want you all to know that during this time, I've made some infographics of people for you to follow, because, and I'm going to be posting these throughout the day as well. But there are some people and organizations that are trying to help with voting rights, that are doing well behind that. So I'm going to post some of those right now as well. You'll see this, 1 second. And then I'm going to be talking to Denise, and I can't wait to be speaking with Denise. But I just want to post a couple of informational graphics right now of people to follow. Let's see. Do I have it in here? No, I don't have it there yet. Okay, I will actually post those later this evening. I will post those in a little bit. Yeah, I'll post those in the break. For right now, oh, Jacqueline, did you call? I'm talking to my co-pilot. One moment. Yes, Jacqueline. But no, DeLeon. Okay, so I'm going to introduce my next guest right now because it's almost 1 o'clock. Thank you for all of you who've been hanging in with me right now. This is really fabulous, and I absolutely appreciate you all being here with me today. I really, really appreciate it. So, of all the people that I have met and been friends with on Twitter, Denise is one of my favorite people. Not only is she a wonderful writer, but she has a lifelong history of as an activist and an advocate. And let me just tell you, when Dr. Ibram X. Kendi was discussing what it is to be a true advocate or activist, one of those ways is because you have a proven track record as an activist and advocate, and Denise does. She was a member of the Young Lords, the Black Panther Party. She's currently the contributor editor to the Daily Kos. In addition to her activism with the Young Lords, she was also an AIDS movement activist and a member of the Black Panther Party. She published an ethnographic research as part of the HIV/AIDS intervention projects. She has a long history, and I would like for her to tell you about her life. So I'm gonna put Denise in right now. Let's see if Denise is ready. She will slowly join me, but I'm thrilled. And also, you should be following her on Twitter, and you should also be following her writing. Hello. Hi.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can, and look at your beautiful wrap. So beautiful.
Really? Hi, Maya.
I'm so thrilled you're joining me, and a cute puppy just walked behind. I see some cute puppies. I'm jealous.
Yes. I apologize if we have dog noises in the background. It's because I got dogs here and a construction crew fixing my roof.
That is okay. I am in New York City, so you never know what loud noise will appear at any moment, so it is fine. I really appreciate you taking the time to join me today. I'm a fan of your writing. I'm a fan of the passion that you have. I feel that sometimes people feel that passion is an impediment or something it's not, especially at this time of what is happening right now. We need passion and we need dedication. And as I was just saying to my audience, Dr. Ibram X. Kendi of the Anti-Racism Center said, you can't really call yourself an activist or an advocate unless you have a proven track record. Well, that describes you perfectly. You have a proven track record with both. So I would love for you to tell us a little bit about your incredibly politically active life. And can you tell us a little bit about your early activism with the Young Lords and Black Panther? Just a little bit of history of both, because I'm sure we could fill chapters with your back history, but I would love for my audience to know you just a little bit.
I grew up in a politically active family. And so it's hard for me to even think of activism as something that you join, because I was surrounded by activism from the time I was born. And I guess you'd call my dad a fellow traveler. He was a communist, socialist, whatever. And I grew up being taken to rallies and Paul Robeson singing happy birthday to me. And, you know, friends of the family were all folk singers, jazz musicians, political. So my first political activism was in the 3rd grade. I refused to get under my desk because the Russians were coming to bomb us, and they gave you dog tags. The teachers told you that that's so they'd be able to identify your dead body after the Russian bombings. So me and 2 other little girls in my class who were also sort of red diaper babies refused to get under our desks in protest. So I started pretty early, you know. And by the time I was in high school, I got involved in more activism, things in Harlem, joined HARU ACT, which was a big organization. And then I went away to school. I met Fannie Lou Hamer in 1964 while I was at Hunter College, and got to spend an entire day with her, and she changed my life. What she was doing in the South, that she was willing to die for the right to even register to vote, blew me away as a 17-year-old or whatever at the time. And I was going to Hunter College in the Bronx. And I decided I wanted to go to a Black school that would be more committed to Black issues. And I transferred to Howard University. And it was during a time when Howard students were demanding a Black university, as opposed to, I guess you'd call it a Negro one. And so got involved there. There were SNCC activities going on in DC, and I became friends with Rap Brown and other people that were involved in the Black Power movement. I left Howard, came back to New York. I had met a group of crazy Puerto Ricans who showed up in DC. And one of the activists on campus said to me, Denise, you're from New York, and I know that you know Boricuas and you know Puerto Ricans and you're familiar with Puerto Rican culture. Could you put a couple of these guys up in your apartment? You know, and I said, yeah, okay, solid. And they came over and they looked in the corner of my apartment. They said, what is that? And I said, a shotgun. And they were like, oh, wow, this chick's got a shotgun. You know? I said, it's to shoot rats in the alleyway. But they said, if you ever come back to New York, come and get in touch with us and meet with us. So I went back to New York and I met with them. They were called the Real Great Society. They had been a street gang on the Lower East Side called the Assassins. And they were doing housing renovation and stuff in East Harlem, El Barrio. So they hired me to help form a prep school for high school dropouts in the Barrio. So I moved up to the Barrio into one of the tenements that they were renovating. And that was actually a place where a number of people came together to form something called the Sociedad de Aviso Campos, named after the great Puerto Rican nationalist revolutionary hero And there, a bunch of us were recruited to go out to an experimental college on Long Island called Old Westbury. And there we started the foundation of what would become the New York chapter of the Young Lords. And let me start with that the Young Lords was founded in Chicago in September of 1968 by a young brother, Chacha Jimenez, and some others who had been a street gang, and they got politicized. Fast forward to 1969, and they became part of a very important part of our history that doesn't get talked about enough, the Rainbow Coalition, headed by Fred Hampton. And I want to make something clear. A lot of people go, "Oh yeah, the Rainbow Coalition, Jesse Jackson." That was Rainbow Push. And Fred Hampton said, "I am a revolutionary." Jesse Jackson said, "I am somebody." There is a difference. So the Rainbow Coalition consisted of the Black Panther Party, the Young Lords Organization. It also involved a group of young white, Appalachian white activists, the Patriot Party or the Young Patriots, the Brown Berets on the West Coast, groups like Iwar Kun, Most Righteous Harmonious Fist, which was a Chinese American organization. Later, you think of things like the American Indian Movement. So it was really, truly the desire to build cross cultures, across ethnic lines, a movement of solidarity, demanding land, bread, housing, education, an end to the kind of criminal justice system that we have. And I believe to this day that the reason that Fred Hampton was assassinated is simply because he was pulling together that kind of coalition. So that's kind of the background. And by I'm trying to think of the exact date, 1969, I think July 26th, the Young Lords in New York kind of amicably left the Chicago organization and founded the Young Lords Party. And we worked very closely in New York with the Black Panther Party. So we did free breakfast programs, housing movement, a lot of health-oriented activities around lead poisoning. We took over Lincoln Hospital in the Bronx, shut that down. And we were also working with the criminal justice system. And we also got involved in some ways with electoral politics because we made demands of the New York City Council, of the mayor. And by 1971, the Lords had decided to move most of their operation to Puerto Rico. I have to say, people assume that I'm Puerto Rican. I am not. I am African American, 100%. But
yes,
a third of the Young Lords were African American. I mean, this invisible line that supposedly divides Harlem, Fifth Avenue, on one side it's Black folks, on the other side it's Puerto Ricans. That's not true. And there have always been those kind of coalitions. There have always been those kind of intermarriages. My husband is a Black Puerto Rican. And so the assumption that we were singularly one ethnic group, you had people who were Cuban, you had people who were Dominican. And I think that that's probably one of the mistakes that a lot of people make about making assumptions about things that fall under the label Latinx, Latino, Latina. They either assume that all Latinos consider themselves to be people of color. They don't. They assume that all Puerto Ricans look like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. I'm sorry, but that's not true either. And they make assumptions about the voting preferences of people in our communities. It's sort of like automatically, oh yes, those Puerto Ricans, they're going to all vote for Democrats. And I have to say that yes, in the Puerto Rican community in New York, Puerto Ricans are predominantly Democrats. But I've had people say to me in some of the pieces that I write, they come in and they comment and they go, oh yes, Puerto Rico must become a state because then we'll have 2 Democratic senators and a whole bunch of new Congress people. And I say, when was the last time you went to Puerto Rico? You know, do you have any idea who's in power in Puerto Rico? The political party in power is right wing and Republican. So why are you making these kinds of assumptions? And I think that that sort of certitude that you hear from people who, from my perspective, are ignorant. And it's not ignorant, it's called ignorant. You know, they don't know the history, they don't know the culture. Our school system teaches people almost nothing about Puerto Rico. And the students that I had, because I taught a special course on Caribbean women at SUNY New Paltz, and my students would say things to me like, oh, you mean Puerto Ricans are American citizens? You know, and these are college students. So if they're not learning anything in high school, and that was true for Latinx students, for African-American students, and for the white students up there. They know zero PR history. They know even less about the other different parts of that Latino diaspora. So they know nothing about Chicanos. They know nothing about Tejanos, which is different from Chicanos in Chicago. They don't know the Venezuelan community. They don't know the Ecuadorian community. They certainly don't know much about Dominicans. And they say, oh yeah, well, Dominicans and Puerto Ricans are the same. I'm like, oh no, I'm sorry, but that is wrong, you know?
Yeah.
So that's kind of how I moved into things, and I have stayed committed to attempting in my small way to try to educate voters and people in different communities about who are Puerto Ricans, what is that Latinx diaspora in this country, and to be kind of a bridge person, because it's easier for me as a Black American to be able to turn around and speak to both our Black audience, but at the same time, as somebody who has been part of the community for well over 50 years, to be able to address issues that are about the island and here on the mainland.
Yeah, and you do it eloquently too. And one of the reasons I wanted to speak to you is because I find that there's plenty of blame to give to the Republicans and how they discuss and talk about Latinx people. I don't even want to go into that. But with Democrats, there's another issue as well. And part of that, there is an ignorance in how to discuss these different differences, similarities, the differences of the similarities, and outreach. And that's some of the issues that I've seen. And that's something that I'm going to be discussing with Bernard Fraga tonight, because there is a turnout gap with reaching out and talking to Latinx communities. And so right now, one of the things that you write about that I really admire that you do, and I appreciate that you do, is that you talk about Puerto Rico, because it has essentially been forgotten, right? Maria happened and we saw the devastation. I still remember when Hillary Clinton says we need to send the hospital boat down there, and that's not even a thought that Donald Trump would do. And I think that people think that it's just fine now, and we know that that's not true. So I want to ask two questions in one. We know that Puerto Rico statehood is on the ballot again. It's happened several times now. I'd like to know what that would mean for Puerto Rico. And I'd also like to say that Puerto Ricans who are US citizens don't vote in presidential elections unless they're living on the mainland. And I want to make sure I have that correct. Okay?
Right.
I believe that's correct. Okay.
Yes.
And according to Miami Herald, 50,000 additional Puerto Ricans came to be Florida residents after the storm. bringing 1.2 million in total. Wow, right, Florida. And this is a sought after Democratic demographic, but it is for the Republicans as well. However, we know that PR is still struggling to get power up. We've seen that they've had little help from the federal government. You know, we know why. But why haven't we seen Democrats aggressively court PR voters in Florida and in New York? And by the way, I live in Alphabet City in New York. So it's still majoritarily Puerto Rican, as is my building, you know, which is, so it's wonderful. So this is another reason why I'm excited to hear your thoughts on what I just asked.
Well, first place, there's a difference between the Puerto Rican community in New York, which is far older than the successive waves that were pushed off of the island for a bunch of reasons. The Puerto Rican community in New York was established all the way back in what was called the Marine Tiger migrations. They pushed people off the island, basically people who had lost their land or forced off of plantations and brought here for the war effort. And they moved into neighborhoods that were already tenement neighborhoods. And so you had a long established neighborhoods of Puerto Ricans starting in the 40s through the 50s in New York, in Brooklyn, in the Lower East Side, which Puerto Ricans call Lower East Side, and in East Harlem, El Barrio, and then in the South Bronx. And they've been there for a long time. And coalitions were built with groups that were already there, which is why you still have predominantly, I'm swatting a fly.
It's summertime. It is okay. If you have even one door open, they're going to come in. It's so fine.
So the thing is, there's been a long-term development of Puerto Rican voting blocks in New York and union organizing among Puerto Ricans. So you have activist unions like 1199, SEIU, and that has a cadre base of both Blacks and Puerto Ricans working together. So I'm less worried about New York City. When you start talking about Florida, you have the Tampa-Orlando corridor, which has become Puerto Rican, but you have a huge influence of a pretty right-wing Cuban community in Florida, and they vote with Republicans. Look, you've got Marco Rubio, all right? And Republican politicians in Florida are far more astute about pretending to be concerned with things that are going on the island. So they show up in Puerto Rico, they make ads, and they also do a much better job of outreaching the Haitian community that exists in Florida too. So they put out literature in Creole. They have Creole speakers. Democrats, I'm not in Florida, so I guess I shouldn't be pointing fingers, but they have done, from my perspective, a piss poor job of reaching out to the Puerto Rican community in Florida and being there consistently. Not just showing up right before a primary, because Puerto Ricans on the island can vote in our primaries. It's just they can only vote in the actual presidential election if they're here on the mainland. So you have Democrats go to Puerto Rico, show up, lobby for whatever, and then they don't follow through. I'm not saying all Democrats. My example of someone in Congress who is consistently raising Puerto Rican issues, both from the mainland and on the island, is Nydia Velázquez.
Right.
But I look on Twitter and I look to see how many people are actually following Nydia, you know, and it's not a whole lot. She brings up issues about bills and things that have an impact on Puerto Ricans, and she's still a mainlander. I defy most of the people on the left, you know, to name even who are the people running for office. They don't even know who the non-voting rep is, Jennifer Gonzalez, who is a right-wing Republican. And she's you know, a Trump toady. And the new appointed governor of Puerto Rico is another Trump toady. The entire ruling party, which is elite, wealthy, and I have to say this, predominantly white Puerto Ricans, you know, who have they're an elite. They have no concern for the basic needs of people, both in the Puerto Rican island, and then the smaller islands get even worse treatment. Vieques, for example, they've been fighting for a hospital there forever, and Culebra. So it's complicated, and what irritates the shit. No,
you can say it. You can cuss. It's an adult show. It's okay.
Oh,
They know I
okay.
cuss. I cuss like a truck driver. We're fine.
No, seriously, it irritates me that people who should know better, because politicians it's a job. You're supposed to be good at politicianing. That means you have people on your staff who can do the research for you, write the papers for you, help you write the bills, and they ignore Puerto Rico. You've got right now, Puerto Rico's suffering under drought, and water is being rationed. COVID is spiking, and tourists are trying to flood Puerto Rico. You've had a lot of the schools closed. They appointed a Betsy DeVos clone for a period of time to shut down free education on the island. Not only do you have the drought, there are still, I'm trying to think of what the last figure was. I think it's close to 40,000 homes that still have blue tarp roofs and that's homes. Yeah. So multiply that by the number of people that live in each home. Think about the number of people who are still living almost 3 years since Maria without a decent roof on their home. Yet Congress passed funding for PR, and most of it's never gotten there. And then what does get there, let's talk about the corruption of the governments in power. Now, the people of Puerto Rico rose up and they fought back to get rid of Rosselló, to push him out of office. But now you've got an appointed governor who's just as bad. So I made a promesa, which is a promise. It's like a spiritual promise since Maria, that I would get up every morning at 4:30, which is what I do, and collect news from Puerto Rico. And I go to, unfortunately, most of the papers on the island publish only in Spanish. So that's not going to help me educate my readership that is English only on Twitter or at Daily Kos. And then at 7:30 each morning, I post a Puerto Rico Twitter roundup, which I also tweet this stuff out on Twitter. And I've been doing that since Maria. And I'm going to keep doing it. And maybe like 10 or 15 people will say, oh, that's terrible. You know, that's really still happening. And there are a few reporters and journalists who are doing a good job. Danica Codo is one. And she pushes a lot of things about Puerto Rico. You have David Benio from CBS. But by and large, the media or mainstream media, Puerto Rico is not even a second thought. You know, it's so far down on the totem pole, nobody gives a shit.
Yeah, I would love for you to actually post some of those reporters. I was going to try to look up their Twitter really fast, but I'm not quick enough on that. If you wouldn't mind posting those reporters, because I want people to see journalists that are doing a good job. And give them a little bit of love, because we should be giving journalists love that are doing a good job. As I said earlier today, we have about 5 minutes left. And in that 5 minutes, I want to ask, what do you think a Biden administration with a majority in Congress might be able to do for Latinx communities, for DACA, or maybe even for Puerto Rico. I know that Biden has said several times, I'm not trying to determine what they want for statehood. I want them to be self-determined. He kind of is more staying out of it. What is maybe a positive thing that you might see coming out? We don't know what's coming out of the Trump administration, but what would you see that could be one positive thing that might come out of a Biden administration as far as PR is concerned?
Appoint somebody to the head of HUD who is sensitive to the issues of what's going on in Puerto Rico. I would focusing on status, statehood, independence, or staying as a free associated colony or whatever the hell, is not going to address the needs of people right now. You have the highest rates of asthma in the world in Puerto Rico. So you have problems with COVID on top of already breathing problems. I want to see funds for released for Obamacare to apply to Puerto Rico, because they get a very different kind of medical coverage package. It's like a block grant, and when they run out, they run out. They're not treated the same way that states are. Me, I'm into bread and butter issues. Healthcare has to be addressed. Housing has to be addressed. Those are key. Also, the energy situation, because you still have massive power problems. So they need renewables, they need a whole plan. And as long as there are not people heading these federal agencies that are sensitive to Puerto Rico, it's going to continue. So I would pressure the Biden administration to appoint some people who actually understand Puerto Rico, and not people who, and it's the same thing for issues on the border. He needs people in his administration who really understand the issues that are taking place in places like Texas. And it's not enough, to appoint just, okay, we're going to appoint a Latino. Yeah, and, if they're not a knowledgeable one about the issues, what good is it?
I agree. I absolutely agree. I would love for people to follow your work. I know a lot of people already do. And in my chat, I have to tell you, people have said legend, queen. This is talking about you. Legend, queen, love her, Wepa, R.I.P. Fred Hampton. So yes, Denise, speak on, and a real icon. Miss Denise is the truth, Denise. Okay, so you got a lot of love. Okay, so
besos.
Besos from Denise, and besos to you. I cannot tell you how much that's meant to me. I want to talk to you again, before the election happens, because while today is going to be a massive marathon, I want to do more singular conversations about this election and the progress towards the election, as we start seeing which voter suppression issues or disinformation is coming out, or which issues are concerning you. It's a conversation that needs to continue. So today was a way to, as an entry point for people. I know that you told them things that they did not know before, and that's always exciting to me. So for all of you who've been watching, please follow Denise on Twitter. I'm sure a lot of you already are, but if you're not, you should, and you should be reading her work on a daily cost every day. Yes.
Thank you, Maya.
I really appreciate it. I will see you on the Twitters, and I hope that I see you again, because you're beautiful in person, inside and out. Really, seriously.
Let me tell you something. This old lady will take every compliment you can give me. Okay? Thank you.
You're welcome. You're a badass, and we will speak soon. We're going to get ready to talk about language barriers in a moment with Julie. So thank you, Denise. I will talk to you soon.
There we go.
Okay, everyone, you saw how amazing Denise is. I hope that you are following her on Twitter. I hope that you're following her work. I'm going to put this as I wait for my next guest to arrive, and hopefully that will be in a moment. Let me see here. My next guest is in another time zone, so I'm hoping that she does understand. Time zones can be very tricky. So let me see here. I just want to put this here. And we're going to have Rebecca Coakley talking about disability issues in a half an hour. So follow Denise here. Here we go. Follow her here. I'm just posting that to Twitter underneath the live stream. You should be able to see that. I am going to take another quick 2-minute break and wait to see when Julie pops into the room. I'm just going to go check on her. And then we're going to have a quick conversation about language barriers. And if for some reason Julie has miscommunicated about if her time zone is not correct, I'm going to just make sure she has everything she needs. See, I'm going to play another video. I'm going to play one about ballot issues. And let's say this. Oh, wait, Julie's here. So I'll play the ballot issues later. Okay, Julie is going to be talking to us all now about language issues and the language provision in the VRA. So I'm going to admit it right now. Hello, Julie. We just
hello.
Hi. How are you? Wow, look at those glasses. Those glasses are amazing.
Thanks.
So thank you for being here. I was worried for one split second that I got the, because you're in a different time zone than me, correct?
Right, right.
Okay, but you're here. You look great. I'm excited to speak with you. If you could, Julie, tell us a little bit about your background and about your work and what led you to it. People already know that we're going to be talking about language and language provision. So we would love to hear a little bit about your background.
Sure. So my name is Julie Lee Merseth. I'm a political scientist. I study race and immigration in American politics, a very calm, chill topic area. Arguably ever, but certainly right now there's a lot going on. So I'm here to talk about language access and voting rights. And what led me to this issue as a research topic is its critical role in immigrant participation politically, right? And more broadly, immigrant political incorporation. And as a political scientist, of course, I'm very concerned with understanding the building blocks of democracy, of a healthy democracy, and of course, ensuring that all American citizens, including not just the native born, but also the foreign born, can participate fully in US elections is clearly part of this.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And I was so excited to read some of your work, and I found you accidentally through Bernard Alfraga. Because you had work. Yes, because you all had worked together. So before we get into that a little bit, I want to touch on what is Section 203 of the VRA, of the Voting Rights Act.
Right. So Section 203 is where the VRA outlines how to gain language-based coverage for language minorities. So it mandates that a jurisdiction provides in-language election assistance to a language minority group when certain population thresholds are met. So for Asian Americans and Latinos, the population of voting age citizens has to be either 10,000 or more, or 5% of the total population in that particular subdivision, and subdivisions are usually counties, right? And have an illiteracy rate that's higher than average compared with that of non-language minority individuals in that same subdivision. So in effect, compared with English speakers in that same place. It was first introduced in 1975 with the reauthorization then. So it was 10 years after the first VRA signed into law by LBJ. The assistance it prescribes is any written information, right, or official documents that are provided to voters in English, as well as oral assistance, right, if requested, which is also covered by other parts of the VRA, and for some Native American communities, Alaska Native communities, where the languages are predominantly oral. And so what's important here is that it's not just, sometimes people think about this as just the ballots, and it's not just the ballots. It's actually designed to ensure language access to the entire process of voting. So this is not just ballots, but information in advance about election day, right, that the rest of us get in English, if we can understand that, as well as the information provided at the polls. So information about how to register, right, where to go, and importantly, the kinds of assistance that are available so that you can have poll workers there to help you understand both the process and the information on the ballot.
I'm telling you, this is going to be the first time a lot of people have heard anything about this. So do not worry about being verbose about this, because honestly, to me too, I like that you mentioned that it was 10 years. Oh goodness, sorry. I don't know why that just happened. Okay. People don't realize that this happened 10 years after the VRA was introduced. So what was this? So what was happening before this provision was put into the VRA? What were some of the obstacles? And then what was the impact of it on voting rights, registration, and turnout for Asian and Latino Americans?
Right. So one of the things that I want to make sure I underscore that I realized I just missed is that coverage is determined based on population data that is related specifically to the number of what we call limited English proficient individuals. So we say LEP for short, limited English proficient. And what happened in 1975 was a recognition that there was discrimination against limited English proficient individuals. And the idea here is that if we want, the kind of normative stakes here, right, is that if we want for a healthy functioning democracy, voters to be the most informed that they possibly can be, the most educated about candidates, about parties, about issues that they can possibly be, it's very important that we ensure each person casting a ballot has had equal access to that information. So if we have people who are telling us that I don't speak English very well, or I speak English less than very well, then it is to the benefit of the entire country, right? The democracy and our democratic institutions, to make sure that everyone can understand fully all of the necessary information. So if we don't do that, we can think about through a kind of lens or framework of discrimination. And in 1975, that's what was happening.
Okay, but then after it was introduced, how has it impacted registration? And I still obviously am going to want to know, there's still obviously issues that, so it didn't just fix everything. But I would like to know the positive aspect of how it impacted registration and turnout first.
Yes, absolutely. Sorry, things are popping up on my computer. So as you mentioned, my co-author, Bernard Fraga, and I, we decided to weigh in on the question of the participatory impact of these provisions. And what we found, well, let me kind of give a little context. The context here is that there are multiple dimensions to the debates around these provisions, right? And so again, I kind of alluded to the normative implications, but there are also, this is essentially an issue of immigrant voting rights. And so there's a lot bound up with this idea of national identity as an American, how English speaking ability factors into that, whether it should, how much it should, right? And so there were those debates going on, and still continue going on, clearly, about whether or not, for example, if we have a naturalized citizen that is poised to vote in an election, why should we provide them language assistance materials? If they're American, they should be here and they should be proficient, they should be fluent, right? So there's that set of debates and ongoing tensions. And then on the other side, what Bernard and I were looking at was the kind of empirical, right? The empirical side, the evidence about whether or not these provisions are succeeding in doing what they were designed to do, right? Which is to increase electoral participation among these language minority groups. And so what we found is that, in fact, these provisions appeared to result in increased participation among both Latinx and Asian communities in different ways. We tried to kind of tease out the process a little bit. So as you mentioned, thinking about registration and thinking about turnout, obviously related, but a little bit distinctly in our analysis. And we found really quite large actually impact. So an increase in registration among Latinos, something like 14 to 16 percentage points.
Wow.
And an increase in turnout among Asian American registered voters, something like 15 to 18 percentage points. So these are really encouraging findings empirically, because it suggests, again, that for both Latinx and Asian American voters, the VRA mandated provisions appear to be working as they are meant to do. So that's the good news.
Now, I'm curious because you kind of mentioned this push for assimilation, like American, you need to, and this is kind of the backlash. I could see that being even worse at this time in our country. But what I'm curious as, what are some of the obstacles that are still there? I mean, I think that this provision obviously is wonderful. And as I said, at the top of this whole Myathon was that what we're wanting is a more complete, robust democracy, and this clearly aids in that. But what are some of the barriers that you've seen that are still in place for eligible voters, even with this language provision?
Right. So this raises questions of compliance, right? So I will say this. So what we know about compliance with the mandated provisions is actually mostly positive from the studies that have been done. And all of these studies have limitations, right? So the GAO, the Government Accountability Office, various social scientists and political scientists have tried to look at compliance rates. And actually, the data show from what we have, right, that it's mostly a positive story, right, in the kind of 80s and 90s percentage of compliance. But we also have to acknowledge that every time we do these studies, there's a lot more that remains to be unpacked. So, you know, what kind of assistance is being given? I mentioned earlier that there's a full range, right? So the studies that have been done haven't necessarily been able to get at the kind of fine-grained detail of which types of assistance is being most reliably, consistently provided to which populations in which places, right? I'm sure there are partisan overlays. We know that voting rights has enormous partisan overlays. And for which type of elections, right? For local elections, for federal elections. So there's a compliance story that needs to be further unpacked, I would argue. But the data that we have are encouraging, and what they tell us is that people are understanding the intention of the VRA language provision. So that's at least some good news. Now, to your other point, so what I think I would underscore is how the language barrier obstacles compound other existing obstacles for these communities, right? So even when there are the kinds of compliance evidence that we might see where, okay, yes, this particular jurisdiction, we have decent evidence that they did post flyers in multiple languages, right? They did have election assistance, election information on their website that was translated. That being said, the communities that are being most impacted by these language provisions are also, since the mid-20th century, immigrant communities that we think about as immigrants of color, right? Immigrants that are racialized as being non-whites, people of color, racial minorities. And so there's a kind of challenge or barrier, if you will, to the implementation of this language assistance. It's very related to racial stereotypes, the racialization of these groups, whether or not, for example, these particular communities are worthy of our funding to ensure that they can vote, whether or not. So for Asian Americans in particular, the racialized narratives around Asian communities in the United States and API communities more broadly is being un-American, right? So, you know, this idea of political apathy, of not caring about US politics. And so getting implementation to be expanded, to be consistent, to be reliable involves the other work on the ground of pushing against these stereotypes that contribute to an idea that these communities are not worthy of that kind of support. So
Right.
that is one of the things that I think is, that kind of relationship, that deep relationship between voting rights restrictions that we think about as race-based and these immigrant voting rights, right? Those things are inextricably linked at this point, and arguably always were.
Do you see a movement to try to get rid of that provision? Have you seen that? Or are you seeing more of a movement to strengthen it, expand it, and also make sure that it is compliant? Which one have you maybe seen more over the last few years?
So I think the level of cynicism I feel in this current political moment kind of is minute to minute. So I'm going to go with the positive take right now, which is that what we have seen is mobilization on the ground from these immigrant communities, from these communities of color, who are very aware of the stakes of of ensuring that their community members can get to the polls and can cast a vote in an informed, accessible way. One of the things that I know that we've seen is, for example, a focus on recruiting in-language poll workers, right? There's been movement on this election to election. It's getting, my perception, sort of anecdotally, is that it's getting more and more efficient and more effective. We're using social media, we're getting the word out. COVID-19 is providing a very strange environment to be trying to do this work as well. But I know, so I've seen efforts among community-based organizations to kind of say, okay, well, if our poll workers conventionally are older folks that rightly don't feel safe being out, are there people in the community that feel like they could do this? And really valorizing the skill of being bilingual to be able to assist in this. So I think the movement on the ground coming from communities impacted by this is cause for optimism. I think the flip side is that outside of those communities, there is probably, I would surmise, less movement, perhaps in either direction, but certainly not a lot of movement necessarily that people standing up and making, as you mentioned, it's not an issue we hear about a lot. Not a lot of people clanging pots and pans and saying this is something we should pay attention to. If anything, this gets us into that kind of uncomfortable tension that we have in the United States around how we think about immigrants, and as you mentioned, immigrant assimilation or incorporation. That we have lots of folks that I think if we ask them, do you think that naturalized citizens should have access to vote, people would say, of course. I mean, we are, as they say, a nation of immigrants. Everyone feels warm and fuzzy. Everyone feels welcoming. If we say, are you willing to dedicate a certain amount of resources to be allocated to ensuring that this happens? I think we probably see an about face for a lot of our population. And so it's very much an on the ground kind of mobilization. The hope is in the mobilization on the ground.
No, that's great. What you've given us today is gold, a wonderful resource. I just want you to say that one person said, hi, Julie. Another person said, I'm glad I'm watching because this stuff is stuff I don't even think about. Right, exactly. And then thank you for this and this public service. So just want you to know that people feel very positive. And so I have just one last question for you. I saw that you wrote a book or writing a book. And if so, I would like to know at what stage, because I would like people to get your book. Is this true? I saw that you were, okay, great. Please tell me about that.
Sure. I just realized too, I don't want to not do my duty here. I want to make sure that I toss out these few statistics about AAPIs because
yes, please. Please.
I'm feeling like this is important. I did want to mention too, because I think I was remiss in not underscoring this earlier, that these language provisions are especially critical for Asian American Pacific Islander communities. And that so we can talk about the kind of normative implications and those debates. We can talk about the empirical evidence that we're trying to bring to bear. And building on what I just talked about, the game being the grassroots mobilization on the ground, I just can't underscore enough how real world and personal of an impact this has for Asian American communities. So more than 1/3, for people who don't know, right, more than 1/3 of all AAPI are limited English proficient, right? So something like 34, 35%. That's a ton. We have for people who might not know as much about Asian American communities, but but if you know anything, you probably have heard this. When we take that kind of large umbrella of AAPI, we want to make sure that we disaggregate that. So we have a lot of variation within the communities that we think about as AAPI. The kind of, if you will, the subgroups or those ethnic national origin groups that are that have particularly high numbers of LEP individuals are Vietnamese, Korean, Chinese, Cambodian, and Hmong. But across the community, obviously, there are people that need language support. Among all AAPI, again, if we combine Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders, 57% are foreign born. So this population is the only, what we think about as kind of racialized group, these large racialized groupings, that is majority foreign born, right? So when we think about immigration debates and immigrant voting rights, one of the things understandably and importantly that comes to mind are Latinx communities. But as a population, they're actually majority native born, right? And so Asian Americans are really impacted by things like the language provisions. Asian group alone is 66% foreign born. And then among all AAPI foreign born, if we again are kind of aggregating together Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders, which is this whole other kind of political action, 33% are naturalized citizens. So we have a large foreign-born population. We have a population, again, contrary to assumption, that is increasingly seeking to become formal members of the polity. And again, if we disaggregate that for the Asian alone population, 38% are naturalized citizens. So just wanted to make sure I took the opportunity to underscore that for Asian communities, AAPI communities in the United States, this is much more than a kind of theoretical or academic enterprise. It's literally at the heart of increasing political influence, political power, political voice. And so I do hope that people take it really, really seriously.
Yes, thank you. And I am so glad you gave us those. And we needed those statistics, and we needed to hear that. So I thank you very much. And I will just say, we just got a couple minutes left. If you would like to tell us about your book project or your book, we'd love to hear it, and how we can find you in your work too. I know you do usually a lot of panels, maybe not so much with COVID right now, but I would love for people to know more about you and your work too.
Sure. Yes. So I am writing a book that I hope, as an academic, we always hope people read our books. We joke that it's going to be like 20 people in a classroom and the only people ever see it. So I appreciate that. And what I am looking at is how immigration impacts the kind of racial group-based terrain, as I talk about it, because I feel like it's a little jargony, but the kind of collective political terrain in the United States. If we think about, as I mentioned, these kinds of racialized groupings, I always tell people, like, after you look at election, returns on the monitor, it always has these nice succinct, and it's like white, Black, Latino, Asian, right? And it looks all neat and clean. And then we spend the rest of our time together just unpacking that and breaking it apart, right? But there is this idea that when we think about the United States population demographically, we can kind of group people up in a way that makes sense. The tricky part is that for those of us who study the kinds of positioning of groups in our country, in our society, we know that it's much more dynamic than that, right? It's much more precarious in terms of the access of non-white groups to status and privilege and benefits in society. So I say all this to say that 2 out of those groups that we see on that nice, neat slide, white, Black, Latino, Asian, are what I call immigration-based groups. So these are groups that obviously include lots of folks that were born in the United States, but the group qua group, its presence in the United States, right, is the result of migration. And so if we think about that, we start to look more at the populations within those groups, right? And the differences and how they understand race in the United States, racism, their relationship to these existing racialized groups. And what I'm trying to kind of unpack is not just that immigration matters, because we know that quite well, right? We have loads of data now. I mean, we can, like I did, break it down between foreign born and native born, right? But how, more precisely, the mechanisms through which these groupings themselves are potentially unsettled, right? And what the consequences of that might be for I mean, I'm a political scientist so American political processes and outcomes going forward, right? So if we think about, I think you and I had mentioned briefly, the Black Lives Matter protests going on the ground. If we think about the kinds of group-based, race-based, and racial group-based mobilization that's happening, the potential unsettling and the kind of what I call perpetual instability of these groupings has consequences for how folks of color on the ground mobilizing themselves choose to do that work, right? And sometimes it gets buried for all sorts of understandable reasons. We want to talk about these groups like it's something we can count on and that's something that everyone agrees on. But we know from lots of data that when we ask people what they think about even just whether or not the group exists, is Asian American a thing? Not everyone who others perceive as Asian actually think that Asian American is a thing, right? And my suggestion is that actually impacts both in negative and potentially strategically positive ways how we think about our kind of collective political terrain.
Well, that sounds brilliant, and I can't wait to read it. Does it have a name yet? Your book project?
Yes. And hilariously right now, so immigration, this is the funniest part of this whole thing because my mind is completely in voting rights. What is the title? So I'm going to go look at my website and tell me what the title of the book is. Immigration, something, racial groups in the reordering of group politics. Something.
It's okay.
On my website.
I'm going to post your website so that people can
Thanks,
see
I appreciate that. Somewhere on there is the title of the book.
Okay. That's excellent. I love that. Well, you've been a joy to speak with. You've given us so much to think about. I could talk about language provisions for hours. But what you've given us
I hope everyone leaves this talking about it for hours. That's the goal.
I do think it's a conversation that, people were they had no idea that was even part of the VRA. So I thank you so much. I will post information about your website and your book. And you're not really on social media because you're probably busy.
I know.
I should be.
I know.
No, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay to get the work done. No, if you change your mind, let us know. You'll find me first, and then I'll show everybody.
I will.
Social media.
Absolutely.
Well, Julie, thank you so much. It's really been wonderful. Absolutely. And good luck with all of the rest of your work. And I hope to speak and connect again soon.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
No problem. Bye. So you heard Julie speak. She was absolutely wonderful. I'm so excited. We're going to have Rebecca Coakley on in just one moment. And so we're going to have our interpreters here too in just a moment. I am going to take just a 2-minute break. And while I do that, I'm going to, I don't know if I'm going to put up a video right now. I think I'm just going to put up this, I'm going to share my screen. Oops. I don't know why I just did that. There we go. I'm going to share my screen for just a moment about these GOP words while I grab my water, and I'll be right back. Okay? I'll be right back. Hello, I'm back. I have my water. And I'm really excited because I'm about to speak with Rebecca Coakley in a moment. I'm sure you all are familiar with Rebecca's work. Rebecca is a American disability rights activist, the speaker who is currently the director for the Disability Justice Initiative at the Center for American Progress. I'm going to let the interpreters in the room with me first. So I'm going to admit Patrick and Maria. Let's see. Hello, Maria.
Hi. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Perfect.
And I'm waiting for Patrick. I think Patrick will be there in just a moment.
I'm here.
And hi. Rebecca will be joining in just a moment.
Awesome.
So I will just say to my audience, these are our two interpreters, Maria and Patrick. Thank you for being here with us. There is a little noise on someone's background, which might need to get fixed. So it's on Patrick. Oh wait, which one? Okay, Maria, try yours first. I don't hear yours. Okay, Patrick, let me hear yours.
It might be your AC, Patrick. It sounds like a fan.
Yeah.
I have nothing on.
Uh-oh. Are you able to listen to Rebecca without with your mic muted? Patrick.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. Okay, great. Well, Rebecca will be joining us in just a moment. Let me see here.
And we're gonna switch between each other. So I'm gonna start, and Patrick will have his camera off. And then when he's ready to switch, he'll turn his camera off. I'll turn mine, kind of a thing. So you don't even have to worry about that.
Oh, excellent. Okay, wonderful. I'm just gonna see, Rebecca should be here in a second. Let me just make sure she's ready. Okay. We're here. Let us know. Okay. Okay, I'm going to wait for Rebecca, but right now we can start because I just wanted to say a little bit about Rebecca's background. Let me get this off my screen.
People watching right now?
They are watching right now. Yes. Okay. I'm going to admit Rebecca actually right now too. Okay. Hi, Rebecca.
Hey. How are you?
Oh, I am good. How are you? Look at all those books behind you.
Yeah.
I feel like you read them.
Oh yeah, no, like it's a mix of like my stuff and my husband's stuff. I moved from sitting in front of like the heavily like presidential academic bullshit to like purposely sitting in front of comic books that have to do with like the end of times, because I figure it's like much more relevant to sit in front of like Hellboy than an autobiography of President Obama right now. So
I you are so correct about that. I agree with you. Thank you. I'm thrilled to have you here. I haven't seen you in person
in
forever. And I was just talking to Christina Platt from the Anti-Racism Center. We were both saying we're so frustrated that all these great people that we know, we can't be in the same room with each other.
It's such a frustrating, yeah. I mean, especially in a time like this where I feel like now is the and I hate quoting Rahm Emanuel, I really do, but like the crisis and opportunity like dynamic, and being like, now is the time we really need to be like in spaces together, organizing and strategizing, and like we really can't, and it totally sucks.
It does. It absolutely does. But I'm glad that you took the time to speak with us today, and you are a wealth of knowledge, and people know this because you're in like 12 articles, I feel like, this week. People are taking advantage of you, and I love it because we need to have more of your brain in the world.
It's ADA month. And I realized probably about like 2 weeks ago, some friends and I were sitting around and we realized that we're now the elders, because in our community, like our folks don't have the luxury of aging. Like we lose folks so early. And we were sitting around and we were like, you know, there's times when I want to be like, I need an adult. I need an adult. And then you have that moment where you're like, crap, I'm the adult.
No,
when did this
you're the
happen?
adult. I still feel like that. I feel like I need an adult, especially right now.
Oh, totally.
99 days before the election.
Yes.
So I want my audience to know about this wonderful story. I've kept my paper, my New York Times, with John on it, and Representative Lewis, respectfully. And you shared a really wonderful story about Representative John Lewis and you meeting on Twitter. And I was wondering if you would mind recounting that for the audience.
Definitely. So my maiden name is Hare. My dad's family, my dad grew up in Selma, Alabama. And my paternal grandfather was a federal judge in Alabama, Judge James Hare, who is notorious on a number of different fronts, none in a good way. And one of the things that he had, Congressman Lewis had been brought before my grandfather's court a number of times for protesting and for civic activism that he was helping spearhead in the South. And so there's actual, like, in his Walking with the Wind, which is actually up on the reputable side of my bookshelf, there is a section of the book that is specifically focused on my grandfather. And so they had a lot of back and forth. And one of the things that my grandfather did while a judge was he ruled on a case that then made it law that 3 or more African Americans congregating constituted a mob. And that case was directly tied to the congressman. My dad was very much different than his parents. My dad in like 1970 met my mom at a Little People convention and like drove his 69 Camaro from Selma to San Francisco, where he shacked up with my mom, who was a long red-haired flower child. She was like one of 9 like big Irish family. And both my parents were activists. And like my dad ran a center for independent living. My mom ran a disabled student center at a college. So I was really born into activism, and specifically activism that at the time wouldn't have been called like intersectional activism. I guess would be called like cross movement organizing, or, just like showing up for folks. That was really like my parents' thing. So then when I moved here, years later, when I moved to DC, and started doing policy work on issues facing people with disabilities, I started engaging with Congressman Lewis's office. And I remember one day, like we actually had gone to his book signing. And so it was my husband and I and my son. It was about 2 weeks before my daughter was born. So I was hugely pregnant. And, we get up to the line. He's like, "Oh, Rebecca, it's so nice to see you." And I said, Congressman, and reading your book, I learned some things. And he was like, "What?" And I was like, me as Rebecca Coakley. My maiden name is Rebecca Hare. My dad was Billy Hare. And he like pauses and he looks at me and he was like, "Judge Hare's son?" And I was like, "Yeah, one and only." And he looked at me and he looked at my family and he looked at Jackson running around. It was about 2.5 or 3 at the time, and was like, "Wait, that's Judge Hare's great grandson?" And I was like, "Yeah." And he's like, "He didn't live to see this, did he?" And I said, "No, not at all." And he was like, "Well, that's the arc. Like, knowing the work that you do and the work that you do today." And, he's like, even beyond your family, he's like, which is, he's like, "I love your family. It's a beautiful family." He's like, "I'm proud of y'all. But like the fact that you're doing this work at the nexus of multiple movements and that you're raising a biracial disabled kid, like in DC and at the time he's like, as President Obama's diversity officer, he's like, your granddaddy is rolling over in his, your great granddaddy is rolling over in his grave." He's like, he goes, "And this gives me pleasure, like tremendous pleasure." And we had a friendship, when I've been writing a book for a while, and, crashed his office right after the election and was like, "Okay, who do I need to talk to about my research? Like, who should I be engaging with? Like, I've talked to this person, I've talked to this person, I've talked to this person. And quite frankly, I was like, everyone I'm talking to is starting to pass away. So I know I need to do this now. And he kicked my butt for a good 20 minutes and was like, you're way behind. You need to get on this. This book is important. And, he's like, here's like 5 places for you to go next. And so we really, as a family, really treasured the friendship we had with him. There's no one like him. Like I remember watching him walk down Pennsylvania Avenue from the hill, or up Pennsylvania Avenue from the hill, to go pick up his dry cleaning. And like, we'd be sitting at the pizza place at We the Pizza, and he'd walk up the street and be like, hi, Congressman. He'd be like, hey, Coakley's, how are you? And everybody would stop him and talk to him because he was a real life superhero. He was a legend. And like, literally then one of his staffers would come running up behind him and be like, have you seen? And we're like, he's at the dry cleaners. And they'd be like, he insists it's 102 degrees and he's walking up from his office to pick up his dry cleaning. And it's like, that's just who he was. And the world is a lot less cool without him in it now. Like the world feels less cool. It feels less, the light has dimmed momentarily.
I agree. And that's why today I wanted to make sure that each guest got to speak about him, because voting rights and where we are with voting rights in our country, I want to see the VRA restored in his name, just because of everything that he did. And
definitely.
And so I will say thank you for sharing that story. I really appreciate it. I also want to talk about the ADA turning 30. I felt like the ADA just turned 25, so I don't know where the last 5 years went.
Hell, they've gone to hell. That's where the last 5 years have been.
That's too truthful. It's very true. And I know that the ADA is mixed with joy, but also mixed with frustration. And I've been observing the conversations that you and Matthew, shout out to Matthew, by the way, Cortland, if he sees, hi, Matthew.
Hey, Matt.
I've been enjoying watching the conversations back and forth. But I'd like to know, what do you think that the ADA's direct impact has been on voting rights for disabled people?
The ADA was intended to be a tremendous door opener. I mean, the promise of it really is stated in the preamble. It's access to equality of opportunity, full participation, independent living, and economic self-sufficiency. But there's so many things, like the ADA is such a product of its time. And in some ways that's a good thing. I mean, the reason we don't have like a standardized checklist of what counts as a disability and what doesn't is because the ADA was written on the heels of AIDS and HIV's major outbreak. And was written largely and lobbied for largely by folks coming out of Vietnam. So we had people with both hidden disabilities and people with visible disabilities. I mean, there was a huge sort of coming together of very clear and very specific circumstances in the late 80s, early 90s. I mean, you had a Republican president, you had a Republican attorney general, and you had Republicans in Congress all say that they cared about this. I mean, you had the first time disability was ever mentioned at a national convention was by President George H.W. Bush, who dedicated his campaign for office in getting the law signed. And nowadays we don't have we have very few Republicans that support the law. And disability, I would argue, is not bipartisan anymore. I wish it was, and some of my elders may fundamentally disagree with me, and that's fine. Like, I have yet to see, especially frankly, since the death of Cheryl Sensenbrenner, who passed away this year as well, who was a huge champion for the disability community, in a lot of ways, one of our last champions on the other side of the aisle. It's exciting to see the law turn 30, but there's still so much further to go. And I think voting is a really key piece. I mean, the GAO has shown us in the last 3 presidential cycles, it hasn't shifted. There's still 60% of polling places that are inaccessible. Like, and that number hasn't moved. This has been the law for 30 years, but for the last 12, we have yet to see any move on voting accessibility. And if anything, I think the conversations around the pandemic and the impact of COVID on this upcoming election, it's going to make it that much harder because there isn't a one size fits all solution.
So what are some of the specific obstacles during COVID? We know that non-disabled people and disabled people are worried about getting sick when going to the polls. But what do you think are some of the unique challenges the disability community faces when voting?
I think in the tremendous advocacy that's been done around vote by mail, it's also the reality that vote by mail is not a panacea. It doesn't work for everybody. And so, for example, people who are blind, who may need assistive technology to read their ballots and be able to still cast a private vote, might not be able to access a print ballot. I think in terms of, we know that any type of voter suppression technique, whether it be voter ID laws, whether it be the closing of polling places under the ADA. I mean, we saw that in the Stacey Abrams, Brian Kemp race several years ago, where the Secretary of State, now governor, went around and closed polling places specifically in the Black community to suppress the Black vote. And he used the ADA to do it. And it was a real abuse of the law. Civil rights should never be used to undermine someone else's rights. And so, also making sure that we're not closing polling places in communities of color and in low income communities under the guise of safety, but really as an act of voter suppression. And I think also thinking about there's a real momentum also around making voting day a holiday. And we know that would actually be a really negative thing for folks with disabilities and low income folks. We would see limits in the availability of public transportation. For folks that have caregivers or would depend on someone else taking them to vote. A lot of times those contracts require you have federal holidays off. And we know that our folks are more likely to work low income jobs, what we call the 8 F's of disability employment: food, filth, fetching, folding, filing, flowers, festive, and friendly. Those jobs don't get federal holidays off. And so it would actually make it that much harder. So we've been really advocating for a mix of making voting day a federal holiday, in addition to having a minimum of 2 weeks of early voting.
Okay, so one of my frustrations, I will just say, is, Rebecca, that's the first time I've heard someone say that. Why is the media not able to communicate what you just said about why that would be problematic? Because it's the only thing. It brings you back to the straw ban, right?
Yeah.
People said, get rid of all of them. No one needs them. No one needs them. And the disability community was like, can you wait on that? So where is the failure to have that conversation about it being a national holiday? Why is that missing from the voting from voting advocates speaking on that?
And I think part of the challenge is, frankly, a lot of voting advocates aren't engaging with the disability community. We're actually really excited for the work that we're doing over at the Center for American Progress, specifically because we work so closely with our democracy team. And so everything that CAP has been putting out around voter registration, around voting access, around election day, has specifically been framed in early voting in conjunction with making voting day a holiday. And so I think there's a huge challenge with it. And I think also, frankly, let's be real, there's some class issues with this. I mean, we know that it disproportionately impacts low income folks. And as civil rights groups, we aren't always that great talking about class within our communities. And the fact that, like, there's a certain group of our folks that will be fundamentally left behind if we jump on the bandwagon around making voting day a national holiday.
Well, you answered a little bit of something that I was going to ask you, but I do want to talk a little bit about an article that you wrote, and you were also just featured in Refinery 29. But first, I want to talk about hands off the ADA. You had touched on earlier when Brian Kemp was the Secretary of State of Georgia, he had misappropriated the ADA to cause voter suppression. What else have you seen when you say hands off the ADA? I would love to know a little bit of some key points of that article that you just wrote. I thought it was fabulous, but I want people to, I'm going to post it right now, actually, on this. But would you mind telling us a little bit about that article?
Definitely. So when we were working on this, it really, frankly, started out of frustration with my other least favorite governor, who's Governor Abbott in Texas, who's also the only wheelchair-using governor that we have right now. When we started hearing reports about his social media posts desiring to arrest homeless people for blocking sidewalks. Governor Abbott has been very active in wanting to limit the ADA. And it sort of blew me away that as he was advocating for weakening the law, he was like, yeah, but let's use it to arrest homeless people. And it just made me so angry. And so my team and I were sitting around one day and we're like, what are all the other ways that people have been abusing the ADA? And so we knew obviously about the voting issues. We wanted to look into, and frankly, we weren't able to find anything that clearly stated it the way that the ADA has been used to close abortion clinics. We know it's been done, but the jargon that's been used has been very grounded in like architectural standards, not framing it in accessibility. So it made it hard for us to make the case. And then obviously like around COVID now, specifically as we've watched this merging of anti-vaxxers and anti-maskers coming together saying, hey, you can use the ADA to bypass mask requirements when you actually, the ADA actually has language in the law that says, no, you can't. Like in times of national emergencies, in times of health emergencies, you are not allowed to use the ADA. Like the ADA can't override federal policy.
Right. Well, I just posted the article because I want everyone to see what you wrote in that. And also you just were in another article for Refinery 29. The title of it was 30 years later, the American dream is still not ADA compliant. You've touched on a little bit of those aspects, but a couple of lines really stood out to me. You said American culture values individuals based on their ability to produce and obtain capital, and our economic system punishes people with disabilities in a variety of insidious ways. You also list a number of policies that could address the issue, which I thought was wonderful. Could you tell us briefly about some of those policies? You mentioned the Asset Act and Raise the Wage Act.
So the disability community has the misfortune of living under legalized poverty and legally enforced poverty, whether it be laws, loopholes within the Fair Labor Standards Act that still allow people with disabilities in certain cases to receive less than minimum wage. We still live with a marriage penalty. So if you receive SSI and you acquire more than $2,000 in your savings account, and you're married, you can actually lose your health care. And so while marriage equality has been embraced by a number of communities, we are still waiting, as we always are. And the asset limits piece is so true. I mean, we sit there and force people to choose whether they have, as we've seen governors and as we've seen the president strongly endorse work requirements, which would require people who are receiving benefits on means-tested programs to maintain a full-time job in order to receive SNAP benefits. We're actually forcing people to choose between a job and healthcare, or a job and food on the table. And the way these benefits all sort of play out and intermingle is it really does cause like a federal enforcement of poverty among the disability community.
Legalized poverty is probably the most heartbreaking two words you can put together. What do you think could change if we have a Democratic elected majority in both houses? If we have a Democratic president, do you think there could be a major push for some of these policies at that time?
I do think we could see some shifting. I mean, we had 12 candidates, an unprecedented 12 candidates put out disability policy portfolios and policy proposals, which we had never had before. I mean, when it was President Obama, Secretary Clinton, and John Edwards, at that point, none of them, I mean, that was the last time we had sort of like multiple candidates running. None of them had released a platform. And it wasn't until December before the primary in 2007 that President Obama released a platform. And he was the first to actually release a disability policy platform. This time around, we had 12 candidates. And across the board, we saw, with the exceptions really of a couple of the more outlier folks, everyone addressed sub-minimum wage and talk about eliminating sub-minimum wage as part of the Raise the Wage Act. We also saw everyone endorse the idea of removal or elimination or significant raising of asset limits, depending on the program. And so I have a lot of hope. We've seen Sherrod Brown has been very vocal in his commitment around asset limits because he really does see it as enforced poverty. You know, and he sees it firsthand with the folks with disabilities and seniors and low-income folks in his state. You know, we've seen Vice President Biden endorse these ideas as part of his disability platform as well. And so we continue to have real hope for this because it would be a fundamental game changer for people with disabilities. I mean, I always remember there was a professor named Paul Longmore, who is a disability history professor. And he had written a book about George Washington. And Paul was on a couple of means tested programs at the time. And as his book then got picked up as a mandatory part of freshman curriculum for the UCs. And so all of a sudden, unintentionally, I mean, college textbooks are expensive. He ended up with a huge boost of income because his book was picked up as mandatory curriculum, and he lost his health insurance.
Yeah, I knew that was coming. I was like, boost of income. Oh no, okay.
He ended up burning his book. He ended up having a bonfire of his books at the center of one of the campuses. And his second book was called Why I Burned My Book. You know, and so we actually punish disabled people. I mean, this is a way that people literally have their lives ruined because they're forced, because of that tie-in between work, income, and health insurance, which it is easily one of the most messed up things that our community really deals with.
Right. Before I move on to ableism, and I want to talk about this for some people who don't know what it is, I would like to ask, a lot of people don't know what sub-minimum wage is. Would you mind just giving the definition of that?
Sure. So within the Fair Labor Standards Act, which is now I think 80 or 81 years old at this point, which was part of the New Deal, they created a loophole by which it would allow employers to be able to pay disabled workers less than minimum wage as like a move of charity. This was never intended, and it actually says it in the statute, to be a permanent status. Like the idea was like you would start at some minimum wage and that you would transition. However, we know that these programs don't transition people. We know that the people running these programs make millions of dollars a year, and their workers can be paid as little as $2.15 a week. You know, and we're talking about big companies. We're talking about places like Goodwill, who make a significant profit off of disabled labor that is not paid fairly. And so this is something we've been fighting against for a long time. And while we understand, this is also a real generational thing too. And I was actually talking to a couple of members of Congress about this last week, where this was set up at a time where there wasn't mainstreaming of students with disabilities in education, where there weren't programs designed to help disabled people get jobs. It was set up at a time where families were really worried about what was going to happen to their loved ones with disabilities and how to create social supports for them, how to help them make friends, etc. But at the same time, we've seen programs make the transition. I like to highlight, being here in the DC area, we always hear the commercials for Melwood, which was set up by a number of veterans and military families for their loved ones with disabilities. And Melwood has successfully transitioned from paying less than minimum wage to paying minimum wage or higher, and have documented their ability to do so, you know? And so I think there's a real concern by a lot of these older families that are like, you're going to take away my loved one's only supports. And the argument that we make is, we're not saying do this overnight. The legislative proposals that are out there talk about a 6-year graduated transition. And we don't want the companies doing this to go out of business either. So there's actually funding and supports involved for both the individual employees and the companies to help them make that transition.
Okay. Well, thank you for explaining that, because I know that it had gotten mentioned a little bit during the presidential election cycle, but I think a lot of people misunderstood it or didn't really understand it. So thank you. So I want to talk about ableism, and I noticed you have Alice Wong's book behind you.
Yes.
Do I see that? Okay,
Yes.
Very cool. So shout out to Alice Wong.
Shout out
It's
to
very
Alice.
good. So because I got to read a couple of the articles and they're fabulous. So very big fan of hers, and
I love
she
Alice.
speaks she's amazing, and she speaks very eloquently about ableism. So I would like to talk about what ableism is and how you've seen it deployed this election cycle. I mean, I saw your tweet a couple times about the New York Times hasn't been fabulous a couple of times, right? I know,
Yes.
It's ridiculous. And also candidates, and also I want to talk about how ableism is used towards Joe Biden and how it's been used to talk about Trump. So please tell us your thoughts about that, and define what ableism is for people, that this is a new terminology for them.
So ableism is the discrimination that's used specifically to target against people with disabilities. It is grounded in the perception that we are lesser than because we're disabled. You don't have to be disabled to be a victim of ableism. People can assume, and I think that's one of the things that's so powerful about the definition of disability in the ADA, is that there's also people who are assumed to be disabled count as having protections under that civil rights law. And so the assumption that people with disabilities are lesser than because of inability to be productive in society, because of an assumption of a lack of intellect or a lack of capacity for intellectualizing, and it fundamentally plays out significantly with sexism, with racism, with homophobia, with all the other isms. It's sort of like, I always joke about how the Jonas Brothers have the fourth brother that no one ever talks about as the bonus Jonas.
Right.
I always joke that ableism is the bonus Jonas of the lack of tolerances, or the isms in general. And, we've seen ableism play out. Actually, it's really interesting. Looking at how ableism has played out in politics, it was never even addressed, frankly, until you go back to Bill Clinton and Paul Tsongas, and questions being raised around Paul Tsongas's candidacy because he was a cancer survivor. That was the first time it was brought up. People, hold on one second. Hey, come here. You can come and sit.
I saw
We have an
a
invader.
cute child. The invasion is fine. Yay! Hi, how are you? Thanks for joining. Thanks for joining us.
Yes, this is Kendrick. He snuck up from the basement where everyone is supposed to be watching a movie.
Hi, Kendrick.
And so when you look at the Tsongas race, and how disability was made mention of repeatedly there, we saw it obviously come up when it was Trump versus Clinton, when Hillary had her fainting spell and it was raised as an issue. And this is something that Trump has always, frankly, used in his playbook. He's discriminated against people with disabilities who have applied to own units in his buildings. He always talks about himself as like the greatest, most supportive person on disability issues ever, which is a complete lie. And, I think the knee jerk that everyone goes to is the image of him mocking Pulitzer Prize winning reporter Serge Kovaleski, or as the non-disabled people call it, the disabled reporter, which really pisses us off. Like, know his name, know his beat. He's not the disabled reporter. And, that didn't surprise us. Like, when he did that, we're like, oh, that's who we know Trump to be. Like, whoopity-doo, he made fun of a disabled person. Most of us don't go a day in society without being mocked in some way, shape, or form. So we're used to that. And then watching, frankly, the back and forth, the Trump calling Vice President Biden Sleepy Joe and like Slow Joe and things like that. And then the questions, obviously, that continue to abound around the president's fitness tests and the president's intellectual fitness. And our big piece has been, when you open the door to those conversations and you ground it in ableism, it lets, like, not even microaggressions, but it lets it opens the door for all the other ableism that comes in behind it. And we really feel like, if Congress thinks that they have a chance to make a play on the 25th Amendment, go for it. Like, go for it. Stop bullshitting and go for it. Like, don't just sit there and hem and haw and be like, well, we think he's slow, or he rides the short bus, or, any of the other things. But it also, for me, really highlights how ubiquitous ableist language is, like, just in general, how frequently you have to sit there and be like, no, let's not use that. And I mean, we saw that even with a number of the candidates. And one of the things that I particularly want to commend a number of the Democratic candidates for was actually addressing it and like getting called out by the disability community and actively responding and saying, no, we actually need to do better. I mean, we poked Elizabeth Warren when she kept calling herself a special needs teacher. And we're like, we don't use that language. That language doesn't talk to us. And her adjusting. We saw similar things with Senator Harris and her mental health proposal, which you and I had talked about, which was like, let's fix this. Like, this isn't a good proposal. Let's make it work. And actually watching, but it, to me, shows the power of the disability community, because before, if we would have called that out, we wouldn't have gotten listened to at all. And the fact that we saw candidates pivot and change their language and bring on people that could help advise them, that has never happened before. And so to us, that's a real meaningful shift, which frankly, I was really disappointed to see the New York Times completely erase in all of their ADA 30 coverage. I mean, the community has made tremendous leaps in politics in 2020. And not a single piece of their largely dumpster fire coverage really included that, and with few exceptions. Shout out to Kia Marie, my other buddy, Kia Brown, whose book is somewhere else on the bookshelf back here, for her coverage on the fashion industry, which I thought was really strong. But then they bring in Andrew Solomon, who's compared raising a disabled child to raising a child who becomes a serial killer. And that's not helpful. That does not give people comfort when they find out that their kid's being diagnosed with something. And so there still is so much to do. And frankly, it really requires having, our community have a seat at the table.
One of the things that I've seen you and Matthew and Alice discuss online is when someone is making fun of Trump for not being able to drink a cup of water or walk down a ramp, it's not hurting him, it's hurting the disability community. So one of the things I recognize is that the language around how to discuss disabled, non-disabled issues is something that can be learned. But I realize that one of the issues with the New York Times, do you think it's because there's a lack of representations of reporters, disabled reporters? Is it a lack of their wanting to just reach out to someone to talk to, a disabled advocate? What have you seen as some of the issues?
I mean, it really is a lack of seats at the table. I mean, we saw the presidential campaigns that were really great on disability were great because they had disabled people on staff. I mean, I can fundamentally say that the Center for American Progress's work on disability, got way better once we started hiring disabled people. There is, we've seen things shift. I mean, Congress has fundamentally shifted how they address disability issues by having Senator Duckworth there. Who, is one of my favorite people on the face of the planet. And for me, specifically, I always highlight the moment where during the ACA sit-ins, she went on Facebook Live after C-SPAN shut down their cameras. And everyone was like, how did you get your phone in? You're not supposed to have phones on the floor. And she's like, I smuggled it in my prosthetic leg.
Yeah.
And it was like, that's the most disabled thing ever. Like, I was like, you better watch out, Tammy. They're going to start checking you when you go to the movie theater to see what you're like, if you got popcorn in there or like a 2-liter soda. But that, I mean, she fundamentally has shown how, like, because of her, remote voting became more popular. Because of her, members were able to bring their children onto the floor. Like things that other countries have been doing for forever. And our folks never thought to do, they had to because they have a very powerful, very visible, total badass woman of color, like helicopter pilot, veteran, disabled mama.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like who they can't deny, you know? And I mean, there's power that is just as when, you know, when we saw the White House start to hire more women, all of a sudden they were like, crap, we don't have enough women's bathrooms. We actually need to build women's restrooms. And it's sad that that's the reality, but I really do feel like places like the New York Times, I mean, and on the flip side, we saw the opposite with Refinery 29 in HuffPo, because they hired disabled editors and they hired disabled writers. You know, and I got pushback from folks being like, well, what if a writer isn't out? What if, you know, the writers that you're criticizing are actually disabled people, but they're not out? And I might piss some people off, but I'm like, it's the ADA's 30th anniversary. If you're not out and you're writing about the ADA, I don't think you have a place writing about the ADA. Like this is a disability pride piece. And if you're not out, that's your personal choice. And that's totally cool. Everyone has their own path. But then don't write. Like if you're not out as an LGBT person, why would you be writing in the Post edition on Pride? True. Should anyone give a damn what your opinion is? No.
True. Right.
Because you don't have, like, your stake in the game is not the same. You know? And like for us, it's one of those things where it's like, you're just going to keep hiring non-disabled people to tell our stories. That's how we get like the crappy movies we get. You know, that's how we get so much, like, that's how we get so much crap, you know? And it's because it's all informed by non-disabled people.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And, you know, you talked about power. And according to the CDC, 1 in 4 Americans is disabled. This is a formidable voting bloc.
Huge voting bloc.
So where are you seeing improvements? You mentioned a little bit with elected officials that they've been better, but why isn't there like a full court press to really court disabled voters and to discussing equal access? And how can we, as non-disabled or disabled voters, advocate for accessible voting in the next 14 days without trying to sound all savory? Like, I'm the savior. Like, we don't want that. So how do we do it in a way where
y'all are frankly going to have to, because COVID is going to be the largest boom in disability numbers. They're already saying that roughly 1/3 of COVID survivors have long-term impacts. And I keep joking that we need to start like getting, I told Alice, I'm like, we need to get a run on your bags. So everybody who's got long-term COVID, like someone shows up on their doorstop with like a Disability Justice's Love bag, and you open it up and there's like a list of non-jerk medical providers, you know, like 4 books you need to read, a couple of dongles, and like your secret decoder ring that gets you into the club.
Nice.
I mean, because I really do feel like we're, just as I said very early on when COVID first hit, that like we were already mourning our dead. Like we're already accepting and plotting and thinking about our new members. Like everybody who's got long-term impact is, you know, whether it be respiratory, whether it be cardiac, whether it be, I mean, people are losing limbs and people are becoming paralyzed as a result of COVID. Yes, that's your hair. Everybody sees your hair.
And it's lovely.
It's lovely. You know, and so like we have to be thinking about it. And I really think like for anyone who loves anybody that has contracted COVID, you're loving a disabled person. And thinking about how do we make the world better for them, because these numbers are huge. And
Yes.
it's going to take more than just a curb cut at your public library to make this work. Like, we're talking about a fundamental restructuring of society in a way we haven't seen since the New Deal.
Right.
And thinking about what does that need to look like? How do we make sure that I had a friend years ago who ran for a board of directors under the platform of sexy wheelchairs are a right, because she was talking about how wheelchair technology hasn't changed in like 50 years and it's still boring and ugly. And she's like, why do we have sexy iPods and we don't have sexy wheelchairs? Like, this is crap.
Yeah.
You know, and I think the reality also is, like, I'm all about playing on the vanity of baby boomers. Baby boomers are not going to want to go to Shady Pines. Like, baby boomers grew up watching Golden Girls and watching Sophia be like, F that mess, I'm not living there. I'm going to run away every time. So what does retirement look like for baby boomers now? Like, y'all have sat and poo-pooed our recommendations around home and community-based services. So are you ready to check into Shady Pines? Now, knowing that a third of the deaths there are disabled people and seniors? Like, we need a fundamental revolution. And like, we've been leading the revolution. We are just waiting for everyone else to wake up and join us.
Right. Well, you know, I always could talk to you for, 24 hours in a day.
This is always so much fun.
I cannot tell you, I have to tell my audience real fast that one of my favorite, like, when meeting you is like, you're such a force. And you walked into the room in DC and you gave the most comforting opening and empowering opening I think I've ever had. And I gotta be honest, I stole it. Good. Because you say, when you walk in the room and you say, if you have a child that you need to breastfeed, go ahead and do it. If you have to use the restroom while I'm talking, it's not going to bother me.
If you have to feed your child Raisin Bran Crunch because they won't ask their dad, they'll only ask you when you're doing something, when you're doing Mayacon, then yes, do it.
I just thought it was so beautiful because you were basically, you're here. We're happy to have you here. And I absolutely love that and appreciate that about you. You're always a resource. And I hope that we can help somehow make these next 99 days a day of empowerment for disabled voters and for everyone, so we can get this administration out,
Definitely. We're ready to get to work. And, if there's anything I would tell folks that are watching is, if you ever want to find out what the disability community thinks about anything, check out hashtag CryptTheVote on Twitter. It's our universal hashtag on all things disability and politics. Things tied to the ADA are mostly under both ADA 30 and ADA 30 in Color, which is Alice Wong's project focusing on disabled people of color at the intersection of racism and ableism in our country.
Amazing. Well, I had a wonderful time speaking with you today. Thank you so much for taking the time. I loved seeing your child. Hello.
Can you say bye-bye? Can you say bye-bye? Bye-bye. Bye-bye. You're now
I hope that you get your cereal. I think that's what you're desiring.
Yes.
Or just time. Just mommy's time is what you're desiring. We get it. Rebecca, thank you so much. I will see you on Twitter, and I hope that COVID ends soon. So when I go back to DC, we can meet up for a cup of coffee. I'd love to see you in person.
Definitely.
Definitely.
Thank you so much, Maya. We'll talk soon.
Definitely. Bye. Bye, Patrick, too. Thank you, Patrick. Thank you, Maria. I appreciate your interpreting for us today as well. Well, as you all can see, that was a wonderful powerhouse of speaking. Thank you. Thank you so much for joining us during this hour to hear about the ADA 30. To hear about Rebecca Coakley and some of the projects that she's working on. On Twitter, as she said, if you want to learn more about voting and the disability community, you want to do hashtag CryptTheVote or hashtag ADA30. So thank you so much. We're about to go into the next hour with Dr. Carol Anderson. I want to thank Maria very much for interpreting for us. Thank you so much. I will be back in about 5 minutes. And so thank you. And thank you, Maria. I will say bye to you as well. Thank you. All right, everyone, you saw what an amazing hour that was. This hour is about to get even more amazing because I'm about to have Dr. Carol Anderson on, and I'm going to put her on in just a few minutes. I myself am going to take about a 3-minute break before I put on Dr. Carol Anderson. Let's see. So let's see. Okay. So I'm going to put on Dr. Carol Anderson in just a moment. Let me just let Dr. Carol Anderson know that I see her. Let's see. Dr. Anderson, dear Dr. Anderson. I can't wait for you to hear all of her wisdom. Let's see. There we go. One moment, please, everyone. The room in 5 minutes. Okay, excellent. Okay, so before I'm going to add in Dr. Carol Anderson, I just want you to know a little bit about Dr. Carol Anderson. She's a brilliant academic. She is a Charles Howard Candler Professor of African American Studies at Emory University. Her research focuses on public policy with regards to race, justice, and equality. She earned her PhD in history from Ohio State University. She was awarded a fellowship study at Harvard University in 2005, where she worked on her book, Bourgeois Radicals, the NAACP and the Struggle for Colonial Liberation. Dr. Anderson was also a member of the Historical Advisory Committee for the U.S. State Department. She is on the board of directors for the National Economic and Social Rights Initiative. She was also featured in the 2019 documentary After Selma, directed by Loki Molahand. And she describes the history and current state of voter suppression in the United States. She has 2 brilliant books, which I will be interviewing her about in a moment. I'm just going to take a brief 2-minute break here, and then we'll get started. In those 2 minutes, I am going to give you a small video to watch. As you know, the videos haven't been working fabulously, but what I want to do is play a video for you that Dr. Carol Anderson was actually a part of. It was a documentary called, let's see here, I believe it's Suppress the Vote. So this is exactly 2 minutes, and then I'm going to play this for you. And then when I come back, I'm going to have a conversation with Dr. Carol Anderson, okay? Oh gosh. Okay, here we go.
Record-breaking voter registration, record-breaking numbers.
Breaking
record numbers.
The numbers are simply staggering.
Oh, beautiful for spacious skies, for amber.
We have a saying around here that voting is a sacred act.
The first time you vote is like it's a milestone. Voting is something that's special in my house.
I knew the importance of the upcoming election, and I wanted to be a part of that history.
I saw this ad saying that there was a proposal to close 7 of the 9 precincts in Randolph County. I said, what?
It was really getting close to the election date, and I never received my ballot. Election day came and went, and I wasn't able to vote in the end.
I waited 2 hours in line to find out that I couldn't vote. It's upsetting to be that difficult.
license is valid, my address is valid, I own this home. Why are you questioning my right to vote?
I'm 65, and for the first time, I did not get a chance to vote. Welcome to Georgia.
Okay, you just heard a few minutes suppress the vote about purging and all the awfulness that happened in Georgia. So I'm actually going to be talking to Dr. Carol Anderson about that and her books. So let me admit Dr. Carol Anderson. Do you hear me okay? Oh. Hi, Dr. Carol Anderson. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm very good. And I love your 1619 pin.
Thank you.
It's beautiful. Did you get it from the project?
Nicole gave it to me.
Well, she's amazing and you're amazing, so of course you have that. So
no, it was so wonderful. We had invited her here, and while we're talking, she had her pin on. I was like, oh, it's so beautiful. She's like, I got this for you.
I love it. I love it. Well, it looks wonderful. I am a big fan of yours. I have read 2 of your books. I haven't gotten to all of them yet. You're so verbose with your writing. I've had to catch up, but
I got another one coming.
Do you have a title already?
It's called The Second. And it's dealing with the Second Amendment and African Americans.
Oh my goodness. Okay, well, I'm looking forward to that. And I'm going, do you have a date of when it might come out?
Next year.
Okay. Well, we'll be ready for it.
Okay.
And hopefully we'll be in a little bit better situation too. Do you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Exactly. Well, well, first let me just say your books, White Rage and One Person, No Vote, have been incredibly impactful to me. I basically highlighted both of your books, and they seem to be a companion series. They're talking to each other, these 2 books. And you succinctly outlined in White Rage the direct impact voter suppression tactics had since the passage of the 15th Amendment. Before traversing the history of voter suppression in this country, would you mind talking a little bit about White Rage and how you came up with that terminology? I liked that aha moment you had in your book about it.
Absolutely. And so with White Rage, I'm going to start back a little bit further. I knew something had gone really awry. It was the killing of Amadou Diallo in February 1999. In New York City, where the NYPD jump out of their car, fire 41 bullets at an unarmed Black man. Mm-hmm. And Rudy Giuliani is on Ted Koppel's Nightline. And Rudy barely mentions the man's name. Instead, what he talks about is how New York City is safer. My policies are working. It is just, and safer policies. And then he says that his police force are the best behaved and most restrained. And I'm thinking, best behaved, most restrained, don't fire 41 bullets at an unarmed man. Mm-hmm. And he talked about how because of his policies, New York City was safer. And those policies, what he was really talking about was broken windows policing, which is the hyper policing of Black and brown communities, where, cops are on you. You jaywalk, on you. You drop a piece of lip, on you. You're standing, on you. You're walking, on you. And it's the criminalization of those communities. And he's talking safer, and I'm thinking it wasn't safe for Amadou Diallo.
Right.
It's not safe for all of the Black and brown folk in New York City. So, but I didn't know what to call this thing because he's getting really kind of clinical with his flip charts and all of this stuff, right? And I keep writing and I keep writing and thinking and teaching and writing and teaching and thinking. And it's August 2014. And Ferguson, Missouri is in flames. And it didn't matter what TV station I had on. I've got the remote and I'm clicking, right? All of the pundits, Fox, MSNBC, CNN, they're all saying the same. Look at Black folk burning up where they live. Can you believe Black people burning up who burns up where they live? And it was this thing about all this Black rage. And that was the narrative that was really grabbing hold. Black rage. And I'm shaking my head. And I'm like, no, this is white rage. And really, it was just, and I was in this seminar workshop called the Op-Ed Project, which was teaching faculty how to write op-eds. And I went, this is white rage. And I just started writing. It looked like one of those memes where, just. Yeah. And I just cranked it out. And because what occurred to me, and I've said this, is that we are so focused in on the flames that we miss the kindling.
Right.
And the kindling are those policies. And white rage operates via policies. We think of rage in terms of like the Klan, or in terms of cross burnings, in terms of tiki torch carrying. Rage is silent and quiet and lethal. White rage works through Supreme Court decisions.
Right.
It works through legislative decisions, new laws. It works through zoning commissions and school boards, all of those things to systematically undermine African-American achievement, African-American advancement. And so as I'm working through this, I'm seeing, because I'm a historian, I'm seeing these waves of policies as African-Americans are advancing. And I'm like, whoa. Whoa. And so I carry that analysis from Reconstruction at the end of the Civil War, all the way through the election of Barack Obama. And in each one of those, from the Reconstruction, where African Americans are no longer property, and become citizens. That is a major advancement. And the policies put in place to undermine that explains why we have to have a civil rights movement, why we have to have John Lewis, Hosea Williams, and all of those freedom fighters beat on the Edmund Pettus Bridge. Look back to what happened then and the policies put in place to undermine Black citizenship and the right to vote, boom. And I carry this through from like I said, all the way to Barack Obama, because that was like the penultimate advancement, right? There's a Black man in the White House.
Exactly.
Woo! How did this happen?
Well, that's why I want to ask you, and I don't want to interrupt your thought, but one of the things that you did so well was map out for us these almost predictive rages that would come up. So I'm wondering, I would like to ask you, why did we so much, I didn't see it. Why didn't we see that it would be predictive with Barack Obama? And I know that Ta-Nehisi Coates mentions it too, because it took us by surprise. But when you, in your books, you have shown us a pathway of white rage from 1865, I mean before then, but let's start with 1865 with the advancements that were happening. And each time, Black codes, we have Jim Crow, each time. Why do you think some of us failed to see it during Barack Obama's election?
I think because there was so much, I am intrigued by narratives.
Right.
And there was a narrative that America had crossed the racial Rubicon, that and there was this kind of euphoria, this glow, this, ooh, we have overcome, look at this. I mean, it shows, I mean, and folks like to be in the midst of that euphoria. They like to have that feel good feeling. Right? Like Frankie Beverly and Maze, right? That feel good feeling. And it's really hard to be the Debbie Downer going, y'all need to be paying attention here.
Right.
Because I saw that on the election day, I remember just looking up to the heavens to my mother and going, wow, can you believe?
Yeah.
But I was also really cognizant of the vitriol that was just coming in a pure, uncut way at both him and Michelle Obama.
Yes.
I mean,
yes.
And it wasn't about policies.
Right.
It was about their very being.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And when somebody would talk about a policy, it was so cloaked that, barely cloaked, that you're like, okay. Right. So let me see if I get this right. You don't like healthcare. and okay, so let me see if I get this right. You really like being on the edge of a financial abyss where trillions of dollars are just being evaporating. And we're looking at double-digit unemployment. You really like that, yes?
Right.
And so when you pulled back that it wasn't his policies, and you began to see the signs, and you began to see all of the really nasty caricatures, and you saw the depth of the disrespect. Joe Wilson, during Obama's speech before Congress, hollering out in the middle of that speech, "You lie." Yeah. And the response isn't that he gets his butt dragged to the woodshed.
Right.
The response is that it becomes a fundraising mechanism where there are those, he received like a couple of $1 million in fundraising, applauding. I was like, ooh.
Right. I remember that moment. I remember it very well. And so to me, one of the main advancements for us is access to the ballot box, because this is where change can happen. So I would like to see, I would be remiss if we didn't just mention John Lewis for a moment. We talked about him. I've got my picture here. So before we get to voter suppression and voter purging, I would love your thoughts about the passing of Representative Lewis and what his work personally meant to you. I yesterday had to prevent myself from crying 3 times, so I'm going to just put ice on my heart for a moment so I can be, just so I can keep it together.
Not an iceberg big enough. It really isn't.
I know. Yes.
He's my congressman.
Yes.
And his courage and integrity, his vision of fighting for all of us. I mean, he was so clear that this wasn't about him. It was about us. He was clear about that when he got on the bus as a freedom rider and took the beatings in Birmingham and in Montgomery. It was clear when SNCC, his organization, had just about been fed up in Selma. They had tried everything they could in Selma. And Selma was like, what you got? Right? I mean, Selma was hardcore defiance.
Right.
And so then SCLC and Martin Luther King are called in. And SNCC is like, we've been here doing the work. And John Lewis was like, it's not about us, them, it's about we. And so when he is at the front of the line, crossing the Edmund Pettus Bridge with Hosea Williams of SCLC, right? He's not there as the chairman of SNCC. He's there as John Lewis, because SNCC was like, no, we don't believe in this march. That march, we're not doing that. And he's like, yes, I am.
Right.
That kind of courage. It's just nothing but, and it's steeped in a profound sense of justice. I mean, and so when they call him now the conscience of the US Congress, it is because I never seen anything like that before. That kind of courage to be, you know, there's a song, and I keep using that word courage, a song back from the 1960s, old Broadway tune, The Impossible Dream. And there's a line in there, I think in terms of song titles, there's a line there that says, to be willing to march into hell for a heavenly cause.
Wow.
Boom.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I know one day, you know, and that was John Lewis.
Yeah.
That was John Lewis.
Yeah.
And so when we see then the politicians like Mitch McConnell give lip service to John Lewis's legacy while allowing to just sit there and get cobwebs over it.
Right.
Two major voting rights bills that have been sitting on his desk. One for over 500 days and another one for over 250 days.
Right. It's insulting.
It's insulting. And the hypocrisy and the intense lack of courage and integrity. Because what we are talking about are entities within the United States who are deliberately blocking American citizens from voting.
Yeah.
That's the bottom line of this, is that they have targeted American citizens to ensure that those citizens do not vote.
Right.
I can't think of anything more un-American.
Agreed.
So-
Agreed. And to me, I will say that those who are trying to suppress the vote, to deny access to the ballot box, to create disinformation, to make voters say, well, maybe I won't participate, maybe it's not worth it. Why do you think their narratives have been so successful, or is it it's more of the lack of legislation that has been successful? But I feel that their narratives that they've used, like I would like to talk about some of the narratives they've used to purge votes. For example, voter fraud. How has that been successful for them? And please talk to me about what actually exists when it comes to voter fraud.
Will do. Part of the beauty of the language of voter fraud is that it is short and succinct, right? Voters fraud. Voters commit fraud, right? And then so let me do the history of this.
Right, please.
Where we really saw the language of voter fraud really take hold in this modern era was in the 2000 election. And what that did was, we often think of the 2000 election, that Bush-Gore presidential election, as Florida.
Right.
But it was Missouri. Missouri is where the St. Louis Board of Elections illegally purged nearly 50,000 voters from the rolls. And so these folks show up to vote, not having any idea that they have been wiped from the rolls illegally. And their names aren't on any poll books anywhere. So the poll workers send them downtown. Thousands of people cramming into the Board of Elections downtown, trying to get back on the rolls on the same day so that they can go vote in a key presidential. The Democrats, as hours are clicking by, the Democrats sue to keep the polls open for a few more hours so that folks can vote, because the polls are getting ready to close.
Right.
Because it's almost 7 o'clock.
Right.
The Republicans come in right after that ruling. Excuse me.
Bless you. Bless you. bless you. I honestly, I have my allergies are so bad today, and honestly, I'm surprised because my eyes are a little itchy. So I'm actually surprised I haven't been sneezing this whole time.
I'm sitting here, I got my water, and I was like, need one more clear.
Continue,
the Republicans came in right in after that.
Right.
And they got another judge to overturn the 3-hour extension so that the polls closed at 7:45. Now, folks had been illegally purged. Now, the rationale that the Republicans used was that those folks in St. Louis, in that city, were trying to steal the election. They had dogs on the rolls. They had dead people on the rolls. They had used addresses from all of these vacant lots. So they would go into one polling place using one address and then put on a baseball cap, use another address and go in and vote again. These are folks stealing our democracy. Now, that language then gets embedded into federal law in terms of, okay, how do we stop this? Right. Oh, and the use and the language is to make possible voter ID. So this is where even the broad thing of voter ID comes from. It's from the 2000 election. That is based on a lie. And what I mean based on a lie, so I'm going to deal with the St. Louis lie, and then I'm going to deal with the larger lie, because it's a lie. The St. Louis lie. Somebody thought it'd be really cute to register their dog to vote. The dog's name was Ritzy Meckler. That was the one that Senator Kit Bond then pulls up saying, see, we got a dog on the roll. But there's no evidence that Lassie, Rin Tin Tin, Fido, or Ritzy voted. Okay.
Right. Yeah.
2, all of those vacant lots, they weren't vacant.
Right.
In fact, most of them, at least 82% of them, had homes built on them. It's just that the city hadn't updated its books.
Right.
So there was a dead man on the rolls, a former alderman, no evidence that he voted. So, and I'm thinking, so let me see if I get this right. St. Louis can wipe off 50 doggone thousand folk, but they leave on a dog and a dead man? Really?
Right,
but
right.
I digress. But the St. Louis, the St. Louis Post-Dispatch, that's why I love local journalism. They went in there and they investigated every one of Senator Bond's claims and found it didn't hold water. At best, out of over 3 million votes, there were 4 cases of something, 3 million, 4 cases of something awry, but nothing, those 4 cases could not have been handled by voter ID.
Right, right.
Okay, so Justin Levitt, a law professor out of California, hearing all of these claims about voter fraud, looked and he said from 2000 to 2014, he counted up all of the votes in elections in the United States. There were 1 billion votes. Out of those 1 billion votes, he found 31 cases of voter impersonation fraud. 31 out of 1 billion
Mhm.
over the span of 15 years.
Yeah.
This is the foundation of massive, rampant voter fraud.
Mm.
It's based on a lie, but why it works is that the Republicans, and I'm not going to do a both sidesism here, because
Yeah,
the kind of mess we're seeing now is really Republican driven. And it's
Right.
driven by the Republicans because the demographics in America are changing.
Mhm.
And when the Republicans wooed in the Southern Democrats in the late 1960s as part of the Southern strategy,
Right.
they wooed in the toxin of pure, uncut white supremacy. They thought they could handle it. Instead, the white supremacists drove the moderate Republicans out, just made the toxin of white supremacy so virulent that that becomes the base. And so nobody trying to run in a national election can get through the primary unless they too are ultra right wing. So
Right.
the Republicans' policies just don't resonate with the majority of Americans. So you got two options: reform or suppress. They decided to suppress.
And they really decided to suppress in Georgia. My dad lives in Georgia. My brother lives in Georgia. I'm a former Georgia peach, and I was really heartbroken to see suppressed the vote, which I thought Brave New Films did a wonderful job, and it was
Great.
wonderful. Yes, yes, your contribution was wonderful, and except that it was completely heartbreaking, right? Because the way that Kemp was able to suppress the vote, I'm going to say was maniacal, because he did it in such a way that I can't even think of a fictional evil superhero that would do it in that way, right? So I want you to just, because I'm talking about even when he kept people from adding them from the voting rolls. I mean, I would like you to explain, because it's so, I can't comprehend it. So I need you to explain it.
Yes, I will. I'll try. Brian Kemp. I wrote a piece in the New York Times called "Brian Kemp, Enemy of Democracy."
Very succinct.
Yes.
And true.
So Brian Kemp was the Secretary of State. As the Secretary of State, he was responsible for managing the elections. What he began to do early on, and so I'm going to walk through several of those pieces.
Sure.
Is one, he had a great concern because the demographics in Georgia are really changing. We have a large African-American population, a large Hispanic population, and a large Asian American population, growing Asian American population. So he went straight early on into straight voter intimidation. So organizations that were registering African Americans and Asian Americans to vote, he charged them with voter fraud and opened up these big investigations. You know, there's something wrong here. They're registering all of these minorities. We know there's voter fraud. All we have to do is look at the way that he went after the Quitman 10 down in Quitman, Georgia, which were basically a group of Black women who organized, registered folks to vote, worked on absentee ballots for folks so people got the education they needed, the civics education they needed on how to use absentee ballots. And in doing that work, it began to change. There were African Americans who won seats on like the school board. From that, Brian Kemp comes down to Quitman with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation and charges these folks with committing voter fraud, basically stealing the election. So one of the questions you asked is, Why does this work so well? It's because voter fraud is often linked with African Americans, Hispanics, and Asian Americans. It's linked with minority communities, and it becomes relatively easy then in the kind of psychological narratives that America has to link cities, minorities, crime.
Right.
And so just saying, well, you know, in Philadelphia, well, you know, in Milwaukee, well, you know, in St. Louis, it becomes like, well, yeah. So that is what Brian Kemp did in Quitman. In every one of the voter intimidation cases that he's done, no one was ever convicted. So the point was to get folks to back off. There's a recording of Kemp talking to some of his Republican buddies. And he says, well, you know, they're out here registering all these minorities to vote. And I mean, and if they show up at the polls in November,
yeah,
we're out of it, right? I mean, so
and that was a recorded conversation.
Yes.
He was busted with that. Wow.
Wow. Yes. So you get the sense that the Secretary of State does not want all of these minorities to vote. Wow.
Yeah. So
from voter intimidation to voter roll purges, in 2018, he purged over 10% of registered voters from the rolls. In 2018, when he's now running for governor. And those purges often didn't deal with the fact that, and again, it's nice cover, didn't deal with the fact that people had moved, people had died. And when I mean moved out of the district.
Right.
It was that they hadn't voted regularly. What we know are that young people don't vote regularly. We know that minorities don't vote regularly and poor people don't vote regularly. And so it is a way to remove from the voter rolls folks that you believe will not vote for you. Then we have the poll closures. Kemp will tell you, well, I didn't shut down the polls. He didn't stop it either. And in fact, one of his consultants in 2018, somebody that his office had approved, had been going around to some of these counties where there are sizable Black populations and working with their boards of election to recommend poll closures. He got caught in Randolph County. In Randolph County, which is over 60% Black, he had recommended that 7 of the 9 polling places be closed for fiscal reasons.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, 7 of the 9. And it would have slid right on through, except there was a retired government worker, I forget his name now, and he's reading the paper. It reminds me of my daddy. Daddy used to read the paper from the beginning all the way to and so this man is going through and he's reading the legal notices. The legal note, he's reading and he sees this little fine print. It was like, he's like, what? Oh no. Right?
Wow.
And he raises the alarm. And that's what blew the lid off it. Over 200 polling places already, though, have been closed in Georgia since the U.S. Supreme Court gutted the Voting Rights Act that has John Lewis's blood all over it. What we know is that for every 1/10 of a mile that a polling place is moved from the Black community, Black voter turnout goes down by 0.5%. It deals with access, transportation, accessibility. So if you move a polling place up to 4 miles away, Black voter turnout will go down by about 20%.
Right.
Yes.
Unbelievable.
Yes. So when you yeah.
Oh, I don't want you to lose that train of thought, but I just want to say that This is something that obviously Republicans know, that they have also studied, that they know. So this is part of it. This is not an unconscious thing. This is purposeful. They know that they just need to move it here or close it there. But I'm sorry, please continue.
Yes. I mean, and we'll see this since the Shelby County v. Holder decision in 2013. Almost 1,700 polling places have shut down. The majority of them in those states that had been under what they call the pre-clearance provision of the Voting Rights Act. And those were states that had a demonstrated history of violating the voting rights of their citizens, of their African Americans, and in terms of what they call language minorities, right? So if you had a certain percentage of those who spoke Spanish or who spoke Chinese or who spoke Japanese or who spoke Korean, and you didn't have your election system set up to embrace the diversity of your electorate, then you're coming under the Voting Rights Act. Since the Shelby County v. Holder, wow, actually the number was 1,688 polling places had been shut down.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So Kemp in Georgia, over 200, about 212. Kemp also then has this thing called exact match. Now, exact match is about stopping voter fraud. So it says that your voter registration card has to match up exactly with the information that's either in the Social Security database or in Georgia's Department of Driver Services, the DMV, the Department of Motor Vehicles. Well, the thing is, if you have a hyphen, you write your name with a hyphen, Garcia Marquez, but the state's database doesn't have a hyphen, then your voter registration is kicked off into electoral limbo. If you write your name Renee with an accent over the E, but the state's database doesn't have the accent, kicked off. Now, why this is important is that when Kemp was running this program out of his office, he was sued because of racial discrimination embedded in exact match because it privileges anglicized names.
Yes.
Yeah. And lost the lawsuit. So Kemp doesn't go, darn. Kemp then runs to the Georgia legislature, which is built on hyper extreme partisan gerrymandered districts, and gets that legislature to then codify and make law the exact match program. So, and it looks exactly or close to the one that the judge knocked down. That's what Kemp was running in 2018. So in October of 2018, because statistically he and Stacey Abrams are tied.
Right.
Yes. When you look at the polls, they are tied. Kemp's like, you could almost feel, oh, what am I going to do? And so he pulls 53,000 voter registrations from the electorate because of exact match. 70% of those that he pulled were African American. Fewer than 10% were white. Stacey Abrams lost the election by about 55,000 votes.
And the number you mentioned earlier of how many were purged in relation to 55,000.
Yes. And so you see all of this coming together. It's like you shave off some here, you shave off some there. What we have to understand about voter suppression in this modern era is that it mimics voter suppression at the rise of Jim Crow and through the Jim Crow era, where you
Right.
have the Constitution that says, the 15th Amendment, the state shall not abridge the right to vote on account of race, color, or previous condition of servitude. So you can't write a law saying, we don't want Black folk to vote.
Right.
That's just a little too obvious. So what Mississippi did in the Mississippi Plan of 1890 is to say, we will look at the legacies of slavery and make those conditions as the access to the ballot box. So we have systematically denied wages for hundreds of years to Black folk. And so we're going to make the lack of wealth access to the ballot box with a poll tax. And we're going to make it sound reasonable. It's expensive. We're going to do the same thing with literacy. And so when you think about where we are right now, so you'll take a state like Alabama. So Alabama, because of voter fraud, passes an ID law saying you have to have a government issued photo ID, but then does not have on there public housing ID.
Right. Wow.
71% of those in public housing in Alabama are African American. What the NAACP Legal Defense Fund found was that for the majority of them, that was the only ID they had.
Right.
So you knock out the only government issued photo ID that many poor African Americans have. How am I doing so far?
Yeah.
Right. And then, then what you do is Governor Bentley then shuts down the Department of Motor Vehicles in the Black Belt counties. So that now it's going to be about 50 miles. Folks are going to have to go 50 miles to get a driver's license so that they can be able to vote. But here's the thing. If you don't drive, and you don't have a driver's license, and you don't have public transportation, Alabama was ranked 48th in the nation in terms of public transportation. How are you supposed to go 50 miles to get the driver's license that you need? You can't. Right. I mean, so what you do is you create the obstacle, voter ID, and then you create the obstacle to the obstacle.
Well, this is one of the reasons why I'm so happy to be talking to you, is because, and I believe it was a judge in North Carolina that said that Republicans had targeted Black communities with a precision, right? And it was surgical precision, and we're seeing that happen everywhere. But I want to know now, what are we thinking for 2020? Bless you. In 99 days, we're going to be voting. Of course, we're voting beforehand, right? Some states you have 45 days early, some days it's 30. Some states, and I believe it's Alabama, there's no early voting. I don't know. It's a mess, right? But I want to ask about Georgia right now, because Kemp is the governor, asterisk, okay, there. What do you think with COVID? Has COVID already been used as an excuse to close down polling stations? What has been conversations among Georgians about this coming election? I want to know everything about the conversations that you all are having about this upcoming election, because I know folks are worried, and I'm worried about Lucy McBath, and I want to make sure that she is reelected. And so that's a letter from her right there on my wall, right there. I want to make sure. So please give me the gossip. Give me the tea. What is happening in Georgia? I need to know.
Lots of battles.
Okay.
And lots of organizing. And thinking through how to organize in the middle of a pandemic. And so let me go back to our primary.
Okay. Right.
So our primary got shut down and moved by 60 days because of the pandemic. Because we had a governor Governor Asterisk. I'm just going to Governor Asterisk.
Yeah, Asterisk. That's what we're called. Yeah.
Who is really Trumpian in refusing to acknowledge the how lethal this thing is, and made these false binaries of like, I'm not going to hurt the economy. So
outrageous. Yeah.
Yeah.
You take a breath. Take a breath. This is it's a lot. It is a lot
It is
what is
a
happening
lot.
right now. It's hard to process, to fathom it. You just don't want to think that anyone is this intentionally cruel. I think when you have your own instincts of wanting to share information and to be compassionate, and then you know that the complete opposite is in charge of the elections of what's going on. I mean, he's part of it's hard to wrap my head around. So anything that you can say about it, I get.
So Brad Raffensperger, who is the new Secretary of State, right?
Right.
So he says that he is going to send out absentee ballot applications to all active voters. Okay. Ralston, who is the Speaker of the House, Republican Speaker of the House, is outraged. He goes on, I think it was a radio show or a TV show or something, and he's like, this is absurd. If every registered voter gets an absentee ballot, then they're going to vote. And the turnout will be high. That's going to be devastating for the Republicans. And so I just need you to frame this right now. If voters vote, that's going to be devastating for the Republicans, because that is exactly what that said. And so that is the frame.
Yeah.
That is the frame under which we are operating. This is why, and you have this, it is how to mess stuff up 101. What you do is you make it appear that there are all of these various different jurisdictions and over which you have no control, until one of those jurisdictions is like, oh yeah, we got this. And then you step in and go, no. So what happened in Athens Clarke County was Athens Clarke looked up and said, "Ooh, by the pricking of my thumb, something wicked this way comes," and decided that what they were going to do was to really beef up their mail-in ballot process and really not do in person, because one of the problems they had was that the new machines, voting machines that Georgia bought, that all of the experts told them not to buy because it doesn't have an auditable trail, paper trail, and that the screens are so big that secret ballots no longer can happen, because it's almost like being on a jumbotron and everybody can see. Yeah, I mean, it's just, there's so many problems with this thing, right?
Right.
And so when Athens Clarke just went, and they take up so much power that the precincts were having to rewire their entire buildings in order to, I mean, just all of this was foreseen and predictable, and the Republicans forged ahead anyway. So when Athens Clarke says, nah, then Raffensperger comes down almost like the wrath of God, and beats Athens Clarke into submission. So they're like, okay, fine. But these places weren't ready. So here in Atlanta and areas in Fulton County, 4 and 5 hour waits because machines weren't working. People hadn't received their absentee ballots. What Raffensperger said was, well, it's not our fault. It's up to each one of the counties. There's 159 counties in Georgia. So when you diffuse and disperse responsibility like that, it allows you to know that you've got a crap show in the middle of a pandemic getting ready to happen, but you could say, like that old song from Shaggy, hey, it wasn't me.
Yeah, exactly. Pass the buck. Exactly. Oh, wow.
and And then I'm going to add on another layer. Then when you have President Asterisk talking about mail-in ballots are just full of fraud. It's nothing but voter fraud. As a way to undermine the legitimacy and the validity of mail-in ballots, which also give us an auditable paper trail. And which have been done, I won't say seamlessly, nothing is seamless, but very well in Oregon, Washington, Utah, and Colorado.
Right.
Those are 4 states that are heavy on the mail-in ballots. And they don't have this massive rampant voter fraud that President Asterisk is talking about and that his attorney general is talking about. But it is a way to and Lord, and added onto that, because what's happening in these states like Georgia, like Kentucky, like Wisconsin, is that in the middle of a pandemic where you have folks with integrity who are running these elections saying voters should not have to choose between their right to vote and their right to health. Right. So they should be able to vote safely from home. And so you're getting these kind of exponential requests for mail-in ballots that without the resources coming in from the federal level to provide the staffing that they need, these states need in order to process all of these new requests. And then you have President Asterisk, who put his boy in charge of the post office with a guiding memo to slow down delivery. So sabotage all over the place. And again, it is what Brian Kemp said. We've got all of these minorities registering to vote. If they show up in November, right? So the fear of American citizens voting, that was what was driving this new realm of voter suppression after Barack Obama's election. Because
continue.
Okay. Because one of the things we hear, we remember earlier in our conversation, we talked about, we passed the racial Rubicon. Look at us crossing. No, we have overcome. And that becomes part of the kind of narrative that this nation tells itself. And what that meant was the majority of whites who voted cannot be racist because they voted to put a Black man in the White House. Well, actually, the majority of whites who vote have not voted for a Democratic candidate for president since 1964, since Lyndon Johnson signed the Civil Rights Act. And in 65, we get the Voting Rights Act. Since that moment, the majority of whites have not voted for a Democratic candidate for president. And that includes Sons of the South, Jimmy Carter out of Georgia and Bill Clinton out of Arkansas. They did not get the majority of white voters.
No,
Neither
that's
did
right.
Barack Obama. So how did he get there? That incredible ground game, organizing, registering folks to vote, right? And millions of new voters came to the polls, overwhelmingly African American, Hispanic, Asian American, young, and poor. That is the hit list for voter suppression in 2020.
Absolutely. And I want to ask this because we only have about 5 minutes left. I could talk to you for another 6 hours, but I only got 5 minutes left. I would love to know your thoughts. You are working right now. You joined the Guardian US to do like a year-long discussion on voter suppression. And it's excellent, by the way. I've really enjoyed it. what would you like to see? I was so thankful to see that type of reporting on voter suppression, but I'm not really seeing it in other parts of the media right now. One of the reasons I wanted to do this was because I wasn't seeing an inclusive conversation about voter suppression and the many obstacles. So what would you like to see over these next 14 weeks, 99 days, from the media specifically about voter suppression, about this election?
About this election, I would like to see really good reporting about, for instance, the barriers that are up. I am so sick and doggone tired of analyses that say, well, in 2016, Black folks just didn't show up because they just weren't feeling Hillary. Right. Because in 2016, there was a 7% drop in Black voter turnout, but that was the first presidential election without the protection of the Voting Rights Act.
Right.
And so when you get analyses that consistently misses that key element, then it goes awry. And like, so how do we, so we get, well, there's really not enthusiasm. I don't want to hear horse race reporting on this election. I want us to think through, why are folks having to knock on the doors in Kentucky to vote? Why do we have 5 and 6 hour lines at the polls in Georgia and in Nevada? Why are absentee ballots, are we getting a spoil rate that is so high that we are refusing to count the ballots of American citizens? What is going on, and how do we get this tight? And as long as we're doing horse race reporting as if we are not in the middle of a crisis in American democracy.
Agreed.
And what I really believe that we're also, Trump and his minions have done everything they can to degrade and debase our institutions of democracy. From the suppression of the vote to the debasement of the Senate, where they won't even look at evidence or hear witnesses.
Right. Yeah.
To stuffing the judiciary with right-wing ideologues who, more of them have been found to be unqualified by the American Bar Association than ever before. I mean, all of these kinds of debasements, but what has not been debased and degraded have been the American people. Right. When you think about how folks are in the street, when you think about begging on the doors to vote, let me in, when you think about folks going, I'm not leaving this line, and other folks bringing pizza and chairs.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
We are willing to fight for this democracy. And that's what we also need to not lose sight of. And we also need to call out the folks like Mitch McConnell, who is sitting there with fully formed bills on his desk. And he can't even bother in the midst of, so it feels so Brian Kemp. Yeah,
it's true.
If all of these folks can vote.
Exactly. It's outrageous. Exactly. It's outrageous. And I just want to say, it's really been an honor to speak to you. I've seen some of your lectures online, and your energy is so wonderful and it's so needed because you so recognize the seriousness of this moment, and you're like, I'm going to bring this energy to this seriousness right now because y'all need this. Okay. I need you all to get up. Let's do this, So I so appreciate it. I'm going to be thinking Georgia will be on my mind.
This election. When I knew why Ray Charles was singing.
Yeah, he was thinking about this moment. Georgia is on our mind right now. And I am going to post a couple of the articles from The Guardian so people can see it. But really, it's funny to me, the people that are so epically wonderful are the ones that are the most humble and sweet and generous, and that is you. So I really thank you. No, I really do appreciate your time, Dr. Anderson. And this is really a resource. And I'm having people saying, thank you, Dr. Anderson. I just have one. Most of the people are like, I'm so frustrated. I was like, I know. Wow, I didn't know that about Missouri voting. So you really helped people today. So thank you so much.
And please just tell them to check their registration. And if they're not registered, register to vote. Check online, make sure that they don't kick you off.
Absolutely.
And then if you can vote early, do so to avoid the long lines in the middle of a pandemic.
Yes, that is a perfect advice. All right, Dr. Anderson, I will see you on the internet. And I'm hoping when all of this COVID is taken care of, that I can, when I visit my father in Georgia, I can come by and have a cup of coffee or tea at your office. Because I would love just to spend 5 minutes in person with you would be wonderful. So
thank you,
Maya.
Thank you.
No, thank you, Dr. Anderson. I will see you on the internet.
Bye-bye.
Bye. So you all just got a treat. Do you understand that? Do you guys get it? That was gold. She just gave you a bunch of gold for free. You know, I provided the platform. She gave the gold. Okay. So I'm going to, I see Mia, almost Dr. Mia Brett saying thank you. This interview was fantastic. You're very welcome. Shawnee, thank you. Just Information, thank you. Shelly, thank you. Darrell, thank you. Thank you all. I am seeing your comments. I want to give my attention to the guests, so sometimes I'm a little late on the comments. We will have another guest soon. I will be taking a break again for just 3 minutes. And during that time, I am going to show another video. I apologize that they are not great. When I'm showing you these videos through Zoom, it's not really fabulous, but I'm going to show you this video and I'm going to join you shortly before it ends. Okay. Here it is. This is about ballot design, and check it out, and I'll be right back with you.
This is a sample of the ballot in Broward County, Florida, the heart of the controversy over the razor-thin Senate race. It looks like a pretty standard layout, but take a look at this right here. The Senate candidates are listed under the instructions, and experts say that might have caused thousands of people to accidentally skip voting in the contentious Senate race.
So imagine you're in a small voting booth, and this is hanging off the end, because they're often quite small, and you look at it and you see there's instructions here, and then you think, okay, I know how to vote, I get it, and you move right over to the first place where you see something to vote for, and you start voting, and you maybe your hand's on top of it, and you keep voting. And you turn the page, because this was a 5-page ballot, right? So you had a lot to get through, there's a lot of pressure to get on, and you just missed this.
Quisenberry works for the Center for Civic Design, studying the impact of ballot design and the effects they can have in places like Broward County, where more than 30,000 people, 3.7%, skipped voting for U.S. Senator. That might not sound like a lot of voters, but the candidates in that race, Republican Rick Scott and Democrat Bill Nelson, are separated by just over 12,500 votes statewide. By moving these boxes to the top of the second column and leaving blank space below the instruction section, Quisenberry says voters are less likely to accidentally skip part of the ballot.
Well, here's a really simple example. This is from Ohio in 2008. They left the rest of the column blank. Right? So you see here, you see there's nothing going on here, and you jump up to the top. And you might think, well, I mean, there's a lot of things to fit on the ballot. We want to have everything on a page. And I can see that argument if this was a one-sided ballot. But this was five sheets, 8, 9, 10 pages. There was a lot of space to make a difference here.
Quisenberry says tight budgets and aging technology makes it harder for election officials to make design changes, and each state has their own election laws that can make clean design difficult. Let's talk about these over here, because I look at those and I'm like, what? There's so much on here. It's intimidating to me. So can you tell me about these ballots?
Okay, so this is New York State. These are ballots from 2010. So here's a New York City one. This is also old, and their ballots have gotten better since this. They are working on it. The problem is that the law says that all of the contests must be on the same page. And so what they did was add a perforation. So that it's technically on the same page, and then it has to be ripped apart.
It's folded, right?
Right. And so if you have a ballot and it's folded like this, you come in and you vote this side, and then you vote this side. And maybe you never even see the stuff in between.
You know, you look at this and you say, there's got to be a better way to do this. So many people must be aware that this is a confusing layout for this ballot. Why is it so hard to get them changed?
It's partly the inertia of the status quo, right? We all got elected on the status quo. We know how the status quo works. We know how to campaign in the status quo. What will happen if something changes?
Quisenberry says electronic ballot marking is one of the best ways to ensure voters don't end up accidentally skipping votes or overvoting in elections. In this system, voters use a computer screen to mark their ballots, which are then printed on paper before being cast.
And the advantage of doing that is that you have all of the protection. You get, if you try to overvote, it tells you so. If you skip a contest, it'll tell you so.
So what is the biggest piece of advice that you give to people who are in charge of designing ballots?
Test, and test, and test. Check things, Well, test and test and test. If you can't change it and you know there's a problem, then you have an opportunity to do voter education. So I think you can use voter education, you can use procedures to back up problems. I don't know what you do when you have an open primary and you get 34 candidates. I mean, it's democracy at work. I mean, but it's democracy at work that's causing us to have to rethink how we lay out ballots. That's just truth. And so making sure that we have good overvote protection so that people get warned if they're making a mistake.
All right, so let me stop this and stop this. I hope you enjoyed that. Oh, hold on 1 second and admit. I believe we have our next guest on. And I'm so excited. Oh my gosh, look at that gorgeous background. You're connecting to the audio, so I'm gonna wait for you to connect to the audio. Let's see, I can help out here too. More, okay. So in a moment, you'll be able to hear our guest. I see we have the microphone off. I can tell, hi, how are you? I'm gonna turn your mic on. Let's see. Okay, you've got it. How are you?
Hi, thanks so much for having me.
Oh, I'm so happy to see you. And this background is gorgeous. You're in Arizona, correct?
No, I'm in California right now, but I'm usually working out of Boulder, but I'm in California right now.
Okay. Well, wow, it's really beautiful. I think the viewer's going to appreciate this setting that you brought to us. So thank you.
Actually just hiding out from my kids. That's the big.
Oh, that's okay. And if your kids run out, we don't have a problem with kids coming into interviews. It's all good.
Good.
Well, so I want to thank you so much for joining. Would you mind telling us your name and your association? And then I will tell them what we're talking about after you do.
Sure. My name is Jacqueline DeLeon. I'm a staff attorney with the Native American Rights Fund.
Okay. And one of the reasons I'm so thrilled to talk to you is that you all just did probably the most comprehensive study I've ever seen, I'm sure anyone's ever seen, about Native American voting obstacles. It's entitled Obstacles at Every Turn, Barriers to Political Participation Faced by Native American Voters. I did not get to read all 178 pages of it. I did get through quite a bit of it. It was enlightening and depressing all at the same time, but absolutely essential. So if you could tell me, when did you all decide to commission this report? What was behind it and why this year? Was it because of the year?
No, it was good timing in that regard, but it wasn't the impetus. So NARF is the nation's largest and oldest nonprofit dedicated to advancing the rights of Native Americans. And we see voter engagement as a core a tenet of what we try to do, which is, promoting sovereignty, tribal sovereignty, and civic engagement. And so we, as an organization, asked the question, why is it that Native Americans are voting at such disproportionately low rates? And we saw there wasn't much out there in terms of research. And so in 2015, NARF created the Native American Voting Rights Coalition, which is a group of organizations, like-minded organizations dedicated to advancing the rights of Native Americans. So NCAI, the National Congress of American Indians, is a member. We also have regional organizations dedicated to get out the vote. Other national organizations like ACLU, Lawyers Committee, that are full of litigators, academics, really just anybody that was dedicated to this field in some capacity, to sort of ask those questions. Why is it that Native Americans aren't voting, and what can we do about it? And so in 2017, the coalition conducted the largest survey that had ever been conducted, asking voter questions. So to tribal members in New Mexico, South Dakota, Nevada, and Arizona, why is it that you're not voting? And we got kind of a preliminary preview into what these barriers were, but we didn't think it was enough. And so I joined NARF in 2017 and co-led a series of 9 field hearings through Indian country to ask this question, why is it that Native Americans aren't voting? And we had over 125 witnesses. We had, really just in-depth answers from across the country, and then spent after those 2 years of field hearings, spent a year writing that report. And then it came out about, what's the date is it today? 2 months ago.
27th, yes.
Yes, it finally came out about 2 months ago, and just in time for the elections. But really, I think has been a long, deep-rooted effort.
So you talk about in the findings of the report, I want to get into, it says in there, and I quote, says Native Americans face a wide variety of first-generation barriers. What are some of those first-generation barriers, and what do you mean by that terminology?
Yeah, so I think we think of voting suppression these days as kind of this sophisticated effort that has to do with redistricting, or has to do with the way that, people are placed into different districts and that sort of thing. I'm talking about access to the ballot box. So right now we have problems with it just being inaccessible for people to go and vote, right? So it's just unreasonably far to travel to the ballot box on a dirt road in November, meaning that people just can't get there. The limited hours of these polling locations that are available on Indian lands, if they are at all, compared to off-reservation sites, just means that Native Americans have a narrow and difficult window to physically cast their ballot, not to mention all the problems, which is a whole other topic, in vote by mail, which is physically impossible for many Native Americans to do as well. So Native Americans still have trouble exercising their right to vote because it's very hard to do so.
Well, I will say this, I'm from New Mexico, from Albuquerque, so I know dirt roads. People don't know what dirt roads are. They exist. And so I'm glad you discussed that. So I also, could you just, before I go to the next question, would you please explain the addresses? Why is it difficult to mail ballots to addresses, or lack thereof?
Yeah, so I think this has to do with the fact that when you're thinking about Indian country, it's got to be an entirely different lens that you're looking at this. So you got to take your own experiences and kind of, if you're not from a native area, and throw them out the window, and realize that this is an incredibly rural area, meaning houses don't have addresses on them, or if they are if they do have an address, they may not be marked on the home. So, a clerk might say, oh yeah, we've addressed all those houses out there. And then they'll say, well, has anybody told the people that live out there? Well, no. And then do they have any mail delivery? Does the post office or the emergency services interact with those addresses at all? No. So, people say, well, then what do you do when you call 911? How do they get to your house? Well, exactly. There's a disparity in those services. And there's a disparity in the way that Native Americans are, accessing, I think, mail, which I think is the big takeaway for elections. So since they're not getting mail delivered to their home, they're not going to have this safe COVID option of voting safely from your home and just putting that piece of mail out in your mailbox and having it whisked away to the clerk's office. That's not going to exist for Native Americans. So they're going to have to travel to a post office that's 40 miles away, again, on these dirt roads, that's open from 9 to 12 on a Tuesday because it's a rural post office. And then when they actually have to pick up the ballot, they also have to make that trip to drop off the ballot, right? So the same kind of burdens are amplified. They're going to have to probably interact with somebody in the post office if they don't have a key to get in there. And then those post office boxes are limited in number, so 10 to 15 people are sharing them, meaning that mail gets lost all the time because 10 to 15 people are picking up mail at a time out of one location. And so it's just a really precarious situation to vote by mail. Addressing makes it hard. And then it also makes it hard to register to vote if you don't have a consistent address that you can pull on just to fill out that form. Instead, you have to sort of describe your house in a little map, which some states make it really difficult to exercise this option, even though it's mandatory to have that map option. It's still kind of difficult to access. And so people have a hard time filling out, where they actually live. And then they have a hard time getting processed in the system. So they're more likely to get purged from the voter rolls. So it's just issue upon issue that keeps Native Americans from voting.
But I want people to understand these obstacles because COVID does bring in new challenges. Has there been discussions, have you heard, for what's going to happen in 99 days for the election? Is there early voting? What options have been discussed? Are there any solutions, or is it just, this is going to be really tough, this is what we're doing? We're driving 40 to 50 miles. This is the only option.
So it's a bit of a nightmare out there. I'm not gonna lie. It's a scary time. It's scary because we right now are kind of doing this really big push against, and sometimes this gets the defensiveness of some progressive allies, right? People that care about getting out to vote. A lot of times say, well, let's just move to vote by mail. Let's move to vote by mail. Vote by mail increases voter turnout. And we have to say, wait. It doesn't work full stop in Native communities. And so we can't move to, we are all for increased vote by mail. If you want to exercise that option, if you can exercise that option, you absolutely should be able to do, no excuse, everything, right? But we can't have it be the only option because it's just not possible in many Native American communities. So we have to maintain that in-person voting option so that people can drive if they want to and exercise their right to vote on election day. And the battle we thought we were going to be having before COVID world was getting those physical polling locations closer into like a more just place, and now we're just fighting to keep those polling places open. And so that's kind of the battle that we're at right now, is trying to make sure that Native Americans will have the ability, no matter how difficult it is, to cast their ballot.
I had spoken to Rebecca Coakley earlier. She's a disability activist. You're kind of paralleling some things that she says. I think people are looking for simple solutions. So when for the disability community, when people say we should just have voting be a national holiday, it actually harms disability communities financially to do that. There's also less access because you're going to have bus drivers that have the day off. You have this. So thank you for talking about why this one solution does not fit all. And I think this is going to be new information for people. I want to get into a little bit of history with Native voting and Native rights. I would love to know what was the 1924 Indian Citizenship Act? What did it do and not do in the way of voting rights for Native Americans?
Sure. So, you know, a lot of times you hear, you know, the 19th Amendment, rights to vote, and, you know, the idea of like expansion and all of these kind of rights that existed before the 1924 Citizenship Act. They all didn't apply to Native Americans, right? 14th Amendment, 19th Amendment, none of this applied. 15th Amendment, none of it applied to Native Americans. Because Native Americans weren't considered citizens until the 1924 Citizenship Act. And so at that point, you know, citizenship was conferred universally upon Native Americans. And so in theory, right, at that point, Native Americans should have joined the body politic. Everybody should have had the right to vote. And, you know, you would have been integrated into American society as American citizens. We did not see that happen. And the reason is that states, just like all of our, you know, friends, African Americans, other minority groups were kept from the ballot box through state actions, right? So states likewise kept Native Americans from accessing the ballot box, either through language requirements or literacy tests. All those kind of things hurt Native Americans. But then there were also pointed state actions designed to keep Native Americans from accessing the ballot box. So, for example, it's kind of a weird thing, but the construct of Native American law is derived from these old cases from the Supreme Court. And in one of those cases, one of the justices likened the relationship between tribes and the United States as the federal government as a ward to its guardian, right? So the federal government was thought of as the guardian to these Native American nations, right? And so in that way, Native Americans retained sovereignty, right? But the federal government basically is what was still had this, you know, guardianship role over Native Americans. And states used that language to say that Native Americans were incompetent to vote, right? So that's like an incredibly offensive interpretation, right? I mean, not just it's degrading, dehumanizing, all of those things, right? So you would go as a Native American to go cast your vote, and somebody would say, well, you're incompetent. You're not human enough to vote. And, or, you know, your diminished mental state makes you incompetent to vote. And they even went a step farther in some states, like, for example, North Dakota had in its constitution that you had to be civilized to vote. And so, you know, in response to that, Native Americans, for example, would have to renounce their tribal citizenship in order to vote, say that they were civilized in order to vote. And those kind of attitudes, you know, maintained and states maintained those through the 50s. And so that kind of, you know, 40s and 50s, they still had those types of attitudes towards Native Americans and fought against the inclusion of Native Americans. And so all of those attitudes are very much alive in the consciousness of our elders who say, don't participate in that system. That system, you know, is antithetical to Native American sovereignty. It's not, right? It's not, because Native Americans, the best way to protect your sovereignty is to get the political power that you're due and, you know, vote the type of people in that recognize Native American sovereignty. You know, in the same way that states can be sovereign and also part of the American system, tribes can be sovereign and be part of the American system. And so, you know, if you vote people in that understand that paradigm, then you're protecting Native American sovereignty. But through no fault, I think, of our elders, they've been indoctrinated to think that there's a conflict there.
I'm glad you brought that up. That's a thought that goes through Black communities as well, that the government doesn't serve our interests well, that they've harmed us, and so we might as well just not vote. And Colin Kaepernick, I admire what he's done in civil rights, but he didn't vote last time. And so, and it's because there is a mindset that this is antithetical to moving forward. But I'm very glad that you said that, because I agree, this is a part of how we're going to have protections, how we're going to expand rights. One of the things that the report talked about, and I talked about it earlier today with Julie Lee, who specializes in language provisions, and she talked about it with the AAPI community, which is also part Indigenous, right? But I want to talk about Section 203 and the Voting Rights Act as it pertains to Native Americans voting. If you could talk to us a little bit about how that provision impacted Native voters and what still needs to happen.
Yeah, so Section 203 is a critical provision of the Voting Rights Act that says, you know, if there are certain percentages of non-English proficient speakers in a certain area, then you have to provide language access, which, you know, is a pretty comprehensive requirement, right? You have to have poll workers that are able to explain ballot materials. Ballot materials have to be translated, and those types of, you know, so basically somebody has to be able to show up and have the ballot explained to them in terms that they can understand. Right. And Native American communities have significant language minority speakers, which, you know, is news to them, as obviously they've been speaking these languages for millennia on, you know, Native land. And so it makes sense that Native Americans should be able to access the ballot box with language in a language that they understand. And so there are certain states and certain counties that are obligated to provide this assistance. And that extends pretty extensively to some Native American areas. So, you know, in Arizona, in Alaska, some parts of South Dakota. There are spots all over the country. There used to be more, but honestly, a whole different conversation for a different day is that the Native Americans have been undercounted in the census. And therefore, you know, some of their designations, Section 203 designations went away, even though there are significant language pockets out there of people that should still have access under, you know, 203's provisions. But in any event, today, these language provisions are necessary for people to be able to go in and cast their ballot. And again, during COVID times, it's especially true that the written materials become translated and are translated, and that all costs money. Oh, and I should also say that there are some Native languages that cannot be written, and those people have to, you know, employ those areas have to employ Native speakers to be available by phone or in person to make those translations.
So one thing that Julie Lee Marseth said, and I didn't know this, that there's a certain amount of people that need to be to speak a language for it to be under that. So you did touch on that a little bit, that they lost some of their designation. This seems cruel to me. So where do you want to see improvements on that? Obviously, the current administration is not interested in that. That is not the kind of conversation that they want to have. If there is a different administration, what would you want to see implemented or expanded about the language provision?
Well, I think consultation with communities is key, right? I mean, I think that there are requirements under the Language 203 Act, and then there's the ability for people to provide translations regardless of any formal designation, right? Serving your constituency should be the foremost goal of any election official. And so understanding the community that you're serving also means taking into account what language they're speaking. So, you know, I think that it should be any goal of any administration to stress to the people on the ground that they have an obligation to include language access as part of their efforts.
You listed a host of ways in the report. There's a list of a host of ways of how Native voters are subject to voter suppression, and one of them is something that usually happens to Black voters. It happens to Latinx voters as well, and that's packing and cracking. Would you mind explaining that terminology? I have put it on Twitter for people to understand that might be new for them, but how is it working in Native communities?
Yeah, so packing and cracking is just tools used by legislators to shape their districts in ways that benefit them or their political party. And it's a way of taking either minority or majority communities and manipulating them so that they don't have political power, or minimizing their political power. So you say that, we saw, for example, in San Juan County, Utah, Nevada, or excuse me, not Nevada, the Navajo Nation in San Juan County made up 51% of the county there. And yet, out of the county commission, they had 3 seats, and only one of them was Navajo, because all of them were packed into one district, right? So you stuck all the Native voters in one district, and then you had 2 non-Native districts, which meant that the deciding vote was always the non-Native, despite the fact that Natives had 51% of the population, right? And, after some litigation by the Navajo Nation there, which was fought tooth and nail by San Juan County, the court ended up having to redraw those districts. And just this last year, they ended up voting to make it a majority Navajo County commission, which has significant impacts for the allocation of resources, significant impacts for example, the Bears Ears National Monument is in that county, or part of it is in that county. And prior to the Navajo Nation members having a control of the commission had come out against the Bears Ears National Monument. Then the county commission ended up reversing course and being supportive of the monument. And so these kind of power, all make a difference in the everyday lives of community members. And so that's packing. The other one is cracking. And we saw that in the Yakama Nation, where, individual, you have a certain population and you crack them so that, instead of amassing enough power to make, to have your own district or have something where you would be able to vote in a member, half of your members are off in another district that has the majority of a different type of composition of people versus and the other half is in a different group. And so your political power is diluted and you never have a representative that represents you. And there we had some really disheartening testimony about how, a Native member ran for office and people from outside of the district, that had been cracked were writing in his name into their ballots because they wanted to vote for him and didn't understand that they had been cracked, and so that their community wasn't cohesive and that they weren't able to vote for him.
Yes, that is very painful to hear, and it's frustrating because one of the things when I was reading the report, I realized that this is a conversation I'm not seeing in the news.
Yeah,
I'm telling you that I look for these type of conversations and I'm not seeing them. The only time that I saw some reporting on Native communities and voting was Rachel Maddow, and I think it was because there was one polling location that was getting moved so far out of town that it was controversial. But other than that, I'm not seeing that.
Yeah.
Why do you think the media is not grasping to have these type of conversations? Because we know that Native communities, like Black communities, are being disproportionately impacted by COVID, and they're going to be hurt also by the voting structure. Does your law group get asked to do interviews? Where are you seeing, why are these voices not being represented in media?
Well, I think it's a vicious cycle, right? Obviously, I think political power begets attention in a lot of ways, right? We have this year, there was the election of Sharice Davids and Deb Haaland, the first 2 Native American congresswomen, which led to an avalanche of attention by virtue of the fact that they were able to be elected. Now imagine the type of attention you would have if we actually had proportionate representation, right? They would be able to elevate their issues, and have kind of those kind of conversations. On the national scale, I think that it is a little frustrating, obviously, that, we aren't getting the kind of sustained attention that I think our issues deserve. But I will say that this is a area ripe for attention, even if you don't care about Native Americans. And the reason is that Native Americans are cusp voters in many critical states across the nation. So if you care about the outcome of the election in Wisconsin, or the outcome of the election in Michigan, or the outcome of the election in Nevada or Arizona, Native Americans compose enough voters to push that election either direction. And, I'm from the Native American Rights Fund. I don't really care how people vote. I care about them having their voice and pushing that election in a way that gets them attention, resources, and political power. And so, at the end of the day, those votes are sitting out there. They're sitting out there. They are not having the opportunity to be fairly cast. And if they did, they would have the ability to change the outcome of many elections across the country.
And I've said this a couple of times today, that voting rights should be a nonpartisan issue. It shouldn't be something, and so to me, it is also frustrating that I've seen a lack of outreach on both sides. I'm not a both-siderism type of person. I know that there's one side that's disproportionately harming other people, they're not, but I'm also seeing a lack of engagement as well. So two last questions. You've been wonderful. I love talking to you. I could pick your brain all day long. One, I want to know, what else in this report would you want people to know about that you'd like to bring attention to? Again, I'm going to post a link for it on my Twitter page so people can peruse it, because it is so detailed of what you all found. And even in the report, it said, we were shocked to find, right? So it was like, this was also news to you all.
I think the depth and breadth of these issues was shocking. And really quick, before we pivot away from both sides, right? So again,
Sure.
I don't care about both sides. I just want to make that clear. But I will say, like you say, Democrats for a lot of times say, we don't have these issues. I've talked to a lot of Democrats in different states, and they don't conduct voter registration drives on Indian lands. A lot of times because they are intimidated, they don't know the right person to talk to. They don't know the right person to contact. NARF can be an intermediary to, if there's a Democrat or Republican that wants to do a voter registration, get out the vote drive, contact NARF, contact NCAI. We can be those bridges to the community to make so that you can put your resources into those community if you want to get those votes out. So that's one thing I want to say, because I just want advocates to know on any side of the aisle that it can be intimidating dealing with Indian country. You can call and you're not going to get your call returned. You can, Native Americans have distrust of outsiders for very good reasons. And so, we're here to try and facilitate those relationships as much as possible so that we can, get resources onto reservations. So if you're interested in that, please reach out to NARF or NCAI. We can help with that.
I will post that as well. I will post that. So thank you for saying that. Please continue. Yeah. Yes.
The other thing that I want people to know, I think in Indian country, which was not shocking to those of us that know Indians and know Indian country, but that racism is alive and well. It's alive and well in, I think, very overt and casual ways. So there are people that don't realize, the truth is that the way our electoral system is set up is that county officials are the ones that are often the ones that have this enormous power over the way that your election is going to be conducted, right? The way that you're going to get your ballot is in the hands of a county individual. That county individual is usually a local person that is, in the case of Native Americans, a descendant of a settler that lives in a border town to a reservation, and they have deep, casual, entrenched racism towards Native Americans. We heard officials make really casual remarks. We even heard sort of this benign racism where, for example, an elderly poll worker with good intentions, the nicest, sweetest old lady went to go talk to try and conduct the election, be a poll worker, and said, where can I sit to be safe? I don't want to be around the drunk Indians. Where can I, where can I be safe during this whole thing. And, you know, she was saying this to a Native American who was, you know, in the community. It was like, well, and these kind of attitudes mean that the interaction that Native Americans are having when they're casting their ballot is often hostile. And that's where you, a local person that cares about get out the vote, can make a difference. If you're poll watching anyway, think about the way that you're presenting to Native Americans, you know, be that voice that's welcoming as opposed to the voice that is, you know, we saw people stop and stare and just, you know, when people came in to cast their ballot. And then we saw also the state use resources. So we had a lot of reports of police intimidating Native American voters. We had a poll location that was inside of a sheriff's office. We had another, you know, a police patrol car on the reservation. The one road between the reservation and the polling location has a police car on election day checking plates as everybody goes by, right? And those kind of things make it just really difficult for people to actually engage in the political system. So there are overt racist acts that keep Native Americans from voting alive and well today.
So that is horrifying. I had never even thought you could put a polling station inside a police. That's wild. Okay, so I will say this as one of my last question is we have 99 days before the election. I want people to start thinking about policy and voting rights as policy. How can non-Native people help bring attention to these issues without the savor, you know, like being like you know, I'm coming, you know, I'm speaking for you. We don't want any of that. How can we be bringing attention to some of these issues during COVID? I love that you said that about poll workers. I think that's a wonderful concrete idea that people can wrap their heads around. Yeah. I would love to know any other suggestions. And is NARF also for people to call if they're a Native voter and they're having issues and they need, okay, all right. So I want to make
so
sure
vote at
sure
narf.org. You can email vote@narf.org at any time if you're facing discrimination. Or if you observe discrimination, please email vote@narf.org. We will look at that email. There's also, I think, specific legislation. There's the Native American Voting Rights Act in Congress that I think, you know, we would love to see passed. It mandates polling locations on the reservation. It mandates registration opportunities on the reservation. It mandates, you know, equal access to early voting. The other thing is just having equitable or advocating for equitable access to early voting and voting opportunities on Native lands is something that, you know, somebody could please do. The other thing is, I think it's becoming increasingly popular to sort of prohibit ballot collection. So saying there's these new ballot collection laws that are popping up. Those are devastating to Indian country because we have to travel vast distances to pick up and drop off our ballots. And so we oppose ballot collection bans all over. I think the term that they try to say is ballot harvesting. We're just trying to overcome, you know, distances. So ballot collection bans are really troublesome. So if you see those pop up in your legislatures, please fight against those tooth and nail. And then just making sure that if your state is considering absentee balloting, keep in mind that that does not work in Native communities and that you need to maintain in-person voting options. So fight not just for in-person, not just for voting access, but for absentee voting, but also for in-person early voting and same-day voting opportunities on Native American lands.
Okay, well, that was all excellent advice, and it's interesting to see just how our communities all cross over on so many issues. Because the disability community, there needs to be an aspect of in-person voting. For a lot of Black communities, they don't trust, we don't necessarily trust our vote's going to be counted. So we want to have the option to go vote in person. Exactly, you know what I mean? So there's a joint collective action here. So I thank you so much for giving us this information. I'm going to share this report. I'm going to share the, and you're not really on social media either, are you?
No, I should be.
No, I find
what's your handle. I'm like, I don't know what that is.
Well, it's one of those things. Busy people sometimes just don't have to. No, listen, I feel that I'm busy, but I live on social media, okay? But I want them to know that they can follow your organization online. I believe I started following. I didn't know I wasn't already following you all, Nurse.
Right.
So I'll make sure to send people to the social media page. It's really been a pleasure speaking to you. You're a wealth of knowledge. Thank you all for commissioning such an amazing, comprehensive report. I really hope I'm followed by like Ali Veshi and all these MSNBC reporters. So I got to tell them, why don't you all read the report and invite Jacqueline on and let's talk about this, because you're like ready to go. You're show business ready. You're ready to discuss these issues. No, I mean it. We need to have more of these conversations immediately. And I hope I shamed them all today because we need to have these conversations, especially in the next 99 days. So I really appreciate your time. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much for bringing attention and for being so inclusive. I think it's amazing. And, everybody go vote. That's what it is. It's, if you're Native, it doesn't mean you're anti-sovereignty. It means that you're seizing your political power. So go vote.
I love that. I'm gonna. You're like so quotable. I'm bringing all these quotes today on Twitter from you.
Great.
Thank you so much. I wish you well. I know it's going to be a tough next 99 days, but I wish you strength during this time to make sure as many Native votes are counted. And I appreciate your work. So
thank you so much. Appreciate you too. Take care.
Bye.
Bye.
So again, gold. I just gave you all gold. Look at how much gold I'm giving you today. My husband's laughing at me because I might be a little bit loopy right now. And we're basically at the halfway point, but I do want to share a little bit of this report I'm with you that Jacqueline was talking about. I'm going to share my screen. And then I'm going to take probably about a 10-minute break just to eat a little bit of food. I definitely appreciate you all that you've been here. I appreciate all of the comments that you've been giving me. I think it's really beautiful. Thank you so much. Keep sharing with your friends today. So let me bring up this report that Jacqueline was talking about that her organization commissioned. Okay, it's not that, it's not that, it's not that, it's right here. Okay, so I'm going to send this, I'm going to show you all this right now, the share screen. Okay. Here it is. There it is. Okay, so this is it right now, and you all can find this. Oh, thank you, Shani. I appreciate that. Thank you for the compliment. I want you all to kind of see, this is obstacles at every turn, barriers to political participation faced by Native American voters. This is the conversation I just had. This is the report I was just talking to Jacqueline with. It's online. If you just Google the name of it, this is what it is. I just want to show you really quickly some of the table of contents in it. And you can see how extensive it is. It's 176 pages of this report. It is incredibly intensive. You can see the amount of obstacles Native voters are facing. I was really thrilled to hear some of the concrete actions that Jacqueline gave you all. If you're living in New Mexico or Nevada or Arizona or Oklahoma and you're living by Native communities, you should see if you can be a poll worker. I'm talking only to the people that are not racist. Racist need not apply. I'm talking about people that want to make sure that Native Americans have the right to have their vote and to be honored. I'm gonna take off my jacket because it's gotten really warm in here. It's 99 degrees in New York today. So you can again see of some of this, some of the barriers that are existing right here. Okay. So yeah, please take a look at it online. I'm going to take a break for a few minutes. I'm going to probably play another video. And again, I apologize if the sound doesn't work very well. I'm going to, I will be back with you. And I will say this, stop sharing. I have Bernard Alfraga coming on in about 15 minutes. I'm really excited about Bernard's work. It's absolutely fabulous because the work that he's done with the turnout gap is really something else. And by the way, the work that Bernard Alfraga has done with the turnout gap should be read by every single Democratic strategist and every single organizer who is wanting to be inclusive of their voting base. That's what I'll say. And then when I will have Bernard explain further what that means and what that looks like. So yes, so I'm going to play a video. Oh, thank you, Mia. So nice. My work wife, she's so nice. And my husband has been amazing all day. So I'm going to play a video for you all, maybe 2 or 3, just so that I can take a few minute break. But then I will be back. During that break, I'm also going to tweet out some links that for you all that are resources and tools. Okay. So let me get to this video and then take a break for a few minutes. Let's see. Back to the top. There we go. All right. I think I'm going to give you all the one I have already played. And then I will have another video for you as well. But I'm going to do the Step Up and Vote one again, just because. Just because. Okay. And share screen. And here. And share. Oh, yep. Okay. And here. And I will be back with you all in a few minutes. Okay.
Black women have been called the most reliable progressive voting bloc for decades. We're organizers, we're influencers, we're politically savvy. It's time for more political power. We want you to vote us into office. We show up ready to cast our votes. We're not monolithic in ideology, but most of us want policy that ends systemic racism and misogyny and policy that protects us and our right to vote. We know after an election, many of the policy issues we support get deprioritized as our influence goes overlooked and support taken for granted. Our votes are actively suppressed as Black, Afro-Latina, disabled, and LGBT women. Approximately 34% of all women run the risk of being turned away at the polls due to name changes in marriage or divorce or in the trans community. More than half of the women affected are women of color. In some strict voter ID states like Alabama, DMV offices were shut down in Black communities, ensuring we wouldn't be able to get the required ID to vote. On Election Day 2016, there were 868 fewer polling places in Arizona, Texas, and North Carolina, all of which have a long history of voter discrimination. In 2018 and 2020, we are putting our foot down. We're asking you to join us in asking our lawmakers to step up and pass automatic voter registration and stop voter disenfranchisement. We're asking you to step up, support, and vote for the over 500 Black female candidates currently running for office in 2018. No matter what your first priority is, your second better be voting for candidates who understand our priorities. Join us, step up, and vote.
Okay, I'm still not back. I will still be back in 5 minutes. I'm human. I need a little food, okay? So I'm gonna just play one more video for you. And I really would like to play the ballot one again because I think it's incredibly useful. So I'm gonna play that and then I shall be back. Okay? Thank you.
This is a sample of the ballot in Broward County, Florida, the heart of the controversy over the razor-thin Senate race. It looks like a pretty standard layout, but take a look at this right here. The Senate candidates are listed under the instructions, and experts say that might have caused thousands of people to accidentally skip voting in the contentious Senate race.
So imagine you're in a small voting booth, and this is hanging off the end, because they're often quite small. And you look at it, and you see there's instructions here, and then you think, okay, I know how to vote, I get it, and you move right over to the first place where you see something to vote for, and you start voting, and maybe your hand's on top of it, and you keep voting. And you turn the page, because this was a 5-page ballot, right? So you had a lot to get through, there's a lot of pressure to get on, and you just missed this.
Quisenberry works for the Center for Civic Design, studying the impact of ballot design and the effects they can have in places like Broward County, where more than 30,000 people, 3.7%, skipped voting for U.S. Senator. That might not sound like a lot of voters, but the candidates in that race, Republican Rick Scott and Democrat Bill Nelson, are separated by just over 12,500 votes statewide. By moving these boxes to the top of the second column and leaving blank space below the instruction section, Quisenberry says voters are less likely to accidentally skip part of the ballot.
Well, here's a really simple example. This is from Ohio in 2008. They left the rest of the column blank. Right? So you see here, you see there's nothing going on here, and you jump up to the top. And you might think, well, I mean, there's a lot of things to fit on the ballot. We want to have everything on a page. And I can see that argument if this was a one-sided ballot. But this was five sheets, 8, 9, 10 pages. There was a lot of space to make a difference here.
Quisenberry says tight budgets and aging technology makes it harder for election officials to make design changes, and each state has their own election laws that can make clean design difficult. Let's talk about these over here, because I look at those and I'm like, what? There's so much on here. It's intimidating to me. So can you tell me about these ballots?
Okay, so this is New York State. These are ballots from 2010. So here's a New York City one. This is also old, and their ballots have gotten better since this. They are working on it. The problem is that the law says that all of the contests must be on the same page. And so what they did was add a perforation. Okay. So that it's technically on the same page, and then it has to be ripped apart.
It's folded, right?
Right. And so if you have a ballot and it's folded like this, you come in and you vote this side, and then you vote this side. And maybe you never even see the stuff in between.
You know, you look at this and you say, there's got to be a better way to do this. So many people must be aware that this is a confusing layout for this ballot. Why is it so hard to get them changed?
It's partly the inertia of the status quo, right? We all got elected on the status quo. We know how the status quo works. We know how to campaign in the status quo. What will happen if something changes?
Quisenberry says electronic ballot marking is one of the best ways to ensure voters don't end up accidentally skipping votes or overvoting in elections. In this system, voters use a computer screen to mark their ballots, which are then printed on paper before being cast.
And the advantage of doing that is that you have all of the protection. You get, if you try to overvote, it tells you so. If you skip a contest, it'll tell you so.
So what is the biggest piece of advice that you give to people who are in charge of designing ballots?
Test, and test. Check things, well, test and test and test. If you can't change it and you know there's a problem, then you have an opportunity to do voter education. So I think you can use voter education, you can use procedures to back up problems. I don't know what you do when you have an open primary and you get 34 candidates. I mean, it's democracy at work. I mean, but it's democracy at work that's causing us to have to rethink how we lay out ballots. That's just truth. And so making sure that we have good overvote protection so that people get warned if they're making a mistake.
Well, you get me some if you're going out. Hello, I'm back. Well, you need to stop this quickly. Oh my, we almost had a Fox News break. That would have been terrible. So I'm excited about our next guest, Perry. I'm also going to do one of the things. Robert Craze, my love, would you mind turning up this fan? Because it's warm, but I'm okay. I'm gonna keep my jacket on. That's okay. If you could just put it right here. Huh? I know, that's what I'm saying. Bernard Alfraga is coming up next. Oh. And I'm very excited about it. Okay, so my husband just turned up my fan, which is fabulous. So let me just discuss really fast. I want to give you a little bit of background about Bernard Alfraga, who will be joining us shortly. He wrote a wonderful book that I love very much, and to be honest, for myself, I was surprised with the findings, and I can't wait for him to explain his book, The Turnout Gap. But first, I want you to know just a little bit about him. He is a political scientist who studies American elections, focusing on racial and ethnic politics, voter turnout, the impact of election laws on voters and politicians. He's an associate professor in the Department of Political Science at Indiana University. And again, formally, because he has just moved to Atlanta, and he will be at Emory University. He'll actually be joining Dr. Carol Anderson. I should have mentioned that to Dr. Anderson earlier. He has a wonderful book, The Turnout Gap, which I can't wait to discuss with you. I'm also going to post some of the links and the conversations that I had while I have the opportunity at this moment. Let's see here. One of the things that we were talking about was packing and cracking. We had talked about some of that terminology of what that means, and I want to make sure that you all have those definitions. So I'm going to put them down. You can see that I had started putting a couple of voter definitions at the bottom. And also when Perry joins me later tonight, Perry Grossman, after Bernard Alfraga, Perry is a voting rights lawyer. So he'll be able to kind of go into those, a little bit of those definitions if you need further clarification. There's just so many ways to suppress a vote, and all of them have their own specific name. And I think that you've seen that today. It's not fun. It says now, Maya, eating's not allowed. It is allowed. I am eating. I just had some chips and some cashews. They were delicious. So right now I'm posting a couple of, during this transition right now. And actually I'm going to start Instagram live. Just, my friend Ben just said, stop apologizing. I didn't think I was apologizing that much, but so I'm just going to do a quick live at the same time, just to let people know on Instagram that I am streaming as well. Let me turn this around. There we go. Hello, people on Instagram. You're also joining me for this moment. If you're on Instagram and you pop into this room and you see me, you probably see me sideways. I am doing I'm right now, I'm in the middle of doing Myathon on Twitter, Facebook. I can't really do it on Instagram because it's very strange the way the layout is on Instagram, but I hope you all will join me. So right now on Twitter, I'm giving some of the definitions for voter suppression and the types of voter suppression. As I just said, there's just so many ways to suppress the vote. And so I want you all to understand what those definitions are and what they mean. So when you're talking to family members or coworkers, you know in which the ways the vote is being suppressed. So there we go, we're gonna save it. And I will be, of course, discussing some of these bits of terminology tonight. One of them that I talked about, packing, cracking, and stacking, sounds fancy, is a way of diluting the power of a minority voter. I don't like to say the word minority, but it is a definition, and it's a definition that's actually used in our laws. So I will use that. It's just like when I talked to Rebecca Coakley when she talks about disability language, she says, use the word disabled. Don't use the word differently abled, because differently abled is not protected by policy or the Constitution. Just use the word. There's something wrong with the word disabled. Something wrong with being disabled. So just use the word, okay? So today, I want to give you some definitions to go. Some people are saying hi guys, hi. If you are on Instagram and you're watching me at this moment, you should come over to my Twitter page. It's the same handle as Instagram, which is at Maya T. Contreras. Okay. So also we'll have a special guest tonight. I can't tell you who it is, but it will be a special guest later this evening. Robin says hi. Hi, Robin. So during tonight, I might have 15 minutes, and during those 15 minutes of my break on Twitter, I will get more into putting up the definitions for you to see, so you can see how the different various ways that voters are being suppressed through either disinformation, legal means of it, or I'd say not really legal, but they find a loophole in voter suppression. So these are the conversations that I'm going to be having tonight. Hello, Tanya Abernathy. Why don't you join me on Twitter? Join me on Twitter, girl. Alma, join me on Twitter. All of y'all are so crazy. You should just join me on Twitter. Or you can join me on Facebook as well. I'm also on Twitch. I know that's usually used for gamers, but I'm also on Twitch doing this live stream as well. Okay. So we should be joined shortly by Bernard, probably in the next 5 minutes. For those who are just tuning in right now, just to give a little bit of recap, I just talked for an hour about voting Native rights. I talked with Jacqueline DeLeon with Native, she's a Native rights attorney, and with NARF, N-A-R-F. And she just talked about all the ways in which Native voters have their votes suppressed and how it's going to be even more so during the election. She did give some concrete solutions to that. And so some of the things that I'll be talking about tonight, towards the end of the evening, I'm going to go over some of the solutions. I'll probably be quite delirious at that point, but I will do my best. So I'm going to be having a conversation with Bernard Alfraga. I'll leave on my Instagram, but if you're watching me on Instagram, you're only going to see me and not my guest. So you might as well come to Facebook, or you might as well come to Twitter when I'm having a conversation, okay? Hey, we're about to be joined by Bernard Alfraga. I'm so excited. Here we go. Hello, how are you? I think I have your mic off. Let's see, did I do that?
I did that.
Yeah, yes, okay.
How you doing?
I'm good, Bernard. How are you?
I'm doing great, and I'm really, really happy to be here today and be part of this awesome day of thinking about, what's to come in the next 100 days.
Absolutely. And I've been talking about your book with my guests all day long, because to me, it's really exciting to see a different way of looking at elections and voter turnout. And so I'm just thrilled to talk to you about this. I believe that every political strategist should have a copy of your book and read it. I really believe that. And when I was talking to Julie about that today, she said, yeah, you always hope that your book leaves just beyond the academic realm, that it makes it into other hands. So I highly recommend this book. So I want to talk to you about your book, The Turnout Gap. I actually want to know how you even started thinking about writing this book. Was this the original book that you were going to write?
Well, it's funny you asked that. I don't know, maybe you had some inside information about, the way that I was planning this. But, I've been studying voter turnout for a long time. It's something that I worked on in graduate school, thought a lot about, thought about the legacy of people like John Lewis. May he rest in power, and, thinking about, all that he did, but thinking about the interconnectedness of the struggles of different racial and ethnic minority groups. And I was also thinking a lot about, as I was finishing graduate school, the kind of the triumphant tone that many people were taking with Obama's reelection, and then the Shelby v. Holder decision in 2013, Supreme Court saying, all these problems are behind us. Black turnout now exceeds white turnout, is what they said, in the South, in, the very places that were the worst areas, even continuing today for voter suppression. They said, we don't need the Voting Rights Act anymore. It's all solved. And so when I was writing the book, it was before 2016, and I was thinking, I was already starting to think, this narrative is wrong. There's something else going on here. Not just voter ID laws, cuts to early voting, Shelby v. Holder, obviously, people saying there's nothing wrong here, but even just the way the parties were trying to mobilize and in some ways failing to mobilize, especially Latino and Asian American voters. And so, before 2016, when I started writing the book, I thought this is going to be framed as, there's been some successes, African American turnout's up, but still a lot more work to do with Latino and Asian turnout. And I think that after 2016, obviously the narrative shifted to talk a lot more about, the fact that a candidate who ran effectively a white nationalist campaign, ignoring minority voters in a way that even far exceeded Romney, McCain, any Republican up to that point, really said that's not what he was interested in. That he was going to mobilize this kind of rabid, white racist base, could win, against a candidate who, was at least attempting to carry the legacy of Obama. To me, that was a puzzle that needed answers. And so I think the book transformed into something that was, much more saying, we thought we had this problem solved. Campaigns thought they didn't need to invest in, especially African American voters anymore. Well, they do, and they still do. And I think, going forward, they need to in 2020 as well.
I agree. And I really want to get into that. But first, you mentioned John Lewis, and your book opens with a quote by him. And I just want you to see I have my paper with John on the top. So I also want to read the quote you wrote. So in your book, you discuss the interconnectedness of voting rights, which I absolutely love. And all my discussions today show you that that is absolutely true. And the quote you say is, we have come too far. We have made too much progress, and we're not going back. We're going forward. That's why we all must go to the polls in November and vote like we never have ever before. So before we get into the minutia of your book, I would love to know what John's work meant to you. And now you're in Atlanta. Am I allowed to say that? You're in Atlanta now.
Almost in Atlanta. We're moving this week.
Okay, I was in Atlanta. I would love to know what his work meant to you and how it impacted your work.
So as I just mentioned, I'm about to move to Atlanta. It's a move that we planned over a year ago, and I'll just say I was very excited. As I mentioned, I think some of you saw on Twitter, very excited to be John Lewis's constituent, to live in his district. And at that time, we all knew that there might not be much time left with his cancer. But that was something that I was, hoping to have the honor of doing. And, it was just a couple of weeks too late. But, I'll say that, growing up in school as a teenager, learning U.S. history, even growing up here in Indiana, you learn about the civil rights movement, you learn about Dr. King. And, that really resonated, as someone who identifies as Chicano. I think, I saw the interconnectedness of struggles there and really said the civil rights struggle is about all of us. But, it wasn't that long after. It was pretty early, late in high school, early in college when, the names like, Dr. King were joined by people like John Lewis, also Fannie Lou Hamer, of course, but also thinking about the voting rights struggle as being, inherent, especially, later in the years of, Dr. King's work, he really saw the vote as empowering, sharing, equal for all. And I think, you know, John Lewis, hopefully you can hear me here, but, you know, John Lewis was, you know, a champion in that struggle. And so, you know, things like Selma, Edmund Pettus Bridge, Bloody Sunday were images that I really, you know, learned about at an early age and learned about that struggle. So when I was writing the book, you know, it was very easy for me to say, you know, this is the person that I want, you know, to start the book with. And that struggle is the struggle that leads to the gains and the work that we still have today. So, you know, his legacy, you know, as really a servant of the people, a servant of God as well, but a servant of the people, I think resonates with all of us and inspires us to do more.
I agree. And thank you. Those were lovely words that you just said about John Lewis. I will say with your book, there are so many entry points into it. So I was trying to distill, like, what would be the first entry point? And I think one of the main entry points is talking about this minority white turnout gap. So I want you to kind of give context to what that means, because it seems to be like the crux of your books. So yes, please explain away.
Sure. So, you know, my book, the title, The Turnout Gap, you know, implies differences in rates of voter turnout. Now, as I'm sure you know, and many of your viewers know, every election cycle, there's always a headline. And it's New York Times, Reuters, AP, whatever it is, and it says record number of, you know, Latino or Latinx voters this year, record number. Now, the Latinx population in the US is growing, right? It's been growing for a long time. So every year is going to be a record in terms of the number of voters, but the gaps that I'm discussing are gaps in the rate of voter turnout. That's the percent of people who could vote versus the percent of people who actually vote, right? So it's a difference in the rate of voter turnout. And the minority white turnout gap that I discuss is the difference in the rate of turnout for communities of color, people of color, given that they're eligible. So citizens who are of voting age, who are 18 or over. Sometimes, you know, we talk about felon disenfranchisement. After accounting for all those things, right? The percent of, you know, people of color who vote, given that they could, is lower than the percent of non-Hispanic whites who vote, given that they could. And what I find is that that minority white turnout gap has been growing over time. Some of that has to do with demographic change, but is now to the point where we're talking 10, 20, for some groups, even 30 percentage point difference in the rate of turnout for whites versus those racial and ethnic minority groups. And that disparity in who votes, right? Not the number, but the rate of voting leads to these tremendous political consequences, disproportionately hurts Democrats, but undermines the political power that racial and ethnic minority groups as a growing portion of the US population should have.
Right, and that blew me away, because to me, we cannot have a conversation about voter suppression without talking about the fact that there is a turnout gap. Yeah. And to me, it fills out what was missing. And that is why I was so excited about it. To go further into the minority white turnout gap, you say, would election outcomes change if there was no minority white turnout gap? You did just touch on that for a moment, but I would love for you to expand on that.
Sure. So one of the things that I do in the book is I say, look, we see differences in voter turnout. Does it matter? Would it change anything? Right? Would it matter if, you know, turnout for Latinx population, for Asian Americans, for African Americans was equal to that of whites?
Right.
And, you know, some research that's out there from 10, 20 years ago says, no, doesn't matter. Yeah, this is a problem in terms of equality, but at the end of the day, election outcomes would be the same. What I did was I looked at survey data and looked at the preferences of people who didn't vote. So I said, what if the turnout rate was equal for African Americans, the Latinx population, Asian Americans, and for whites, just equal. And all the people who didn't vote actually voted. And they voted the way that they said they would have voted if they showed up to vote, because now we have advanced survey data that can show that. National survey data. And what you find is that, not surprisingly, Democrats do better, but the magnitude of the difference. So in 2016, Hillary Clinton would have won in a landslide against Donald Trump, not just in the popular vote, but also in the Electoral College.
Right.
But also in the Senate. If you look at the last few midterm and presidential elections, the Senate races, been a lot of close ones, North Carolina, Florida even, other states. And what you see is a pattern that results in Democrats, if turnout was equal across racial and ethnic groups, there were no disparities, Democrats would have held on to the Senate continuously since 2006. So they would have held the presidency and the Senate continuously. Talk about, could Clinton have enacted her agenda? How much was Obama hampered in the later years of his presidency by Mitch McConnell and Republicans in the Senate, blocking everything he was doing, blocking his Supreme Court nomination, right? Well, all that would have gone away if turnout was equal between racial and ethnic groups. No one's preferences had to change. Doesn't mean a big growth in the minority population, just if everyone voted at the same rate, at an equal rate, we would have seen that big difference. So I think that tells us that these disparities in turnout matter, not just for equality between racial and ethnic groups, but also in terms of the representation that all of us, white, Black, Latinx, Asian, enjoy.
Absolutely. And I want people to understand that you're not ignoring voter suppression. You're saying there is another aspect of it here.
Yes.
And so I want people to really understand that. You also wrote that white overrepresentation is growing. Again, you touched on that just a little bit, but you said it's not declining over time, such that the political preferences of whites continue to drive elections to a degree greater than that would be dictated by demographics alone. I mean, this is a stunning assertion. And I think people need to know that, because to me, that means there's an incentive on both the Republican and the Democratic side to just then pursue white voters. But I would love for you to explain further of what that white overrepresentation is and how it kind of came to be.
Yeah, so I mean, first, you're absolutely right. I think that when we think about the parties, so let me start there, just following on what you said. Parties want to win. So they're going to go after the voters that they think will lead them to victory. And they're going to go after the voters that are a large share, I find, of the potential electorate, people who they think are going to be decisive in an election, right? Now, 9 times out of 10, almost everywhere, that's white voters. But because of the dynamics of voter turnout, which are in some ways impacted by who gets mobilized, also voter suppression, right? White voters make up a larger share of the voting population than of the population that could vote. And because of the growth of, the Latinx and Asian American population in the US, what you see is that white voters are now overrepresented. That is, they're a larger share of voters versus eligible to a degree that is bigger, right? That overrepresentation is larger than it was back in the 1960s, right? Even when African-American voters in the South were completely disenfranchised. So as the minority population's grown larger, white voters have basically held on to power, right? And exacerbated how much power they have. Of course, there's more minority voters than there were in the 1960s. So minority voters make more of an impact, but it's like, it's like the way we talk about the Electoral College. It's like the system is set up in a way to make sure that white voters get just a little bit more of an advantage every time than they should. And I think that's the pattern that we really have to talk about when discussing voter suppression, because it shifts the incentives of parties to mobilize and run campaigns in a very particular way. It means they're going to focus on white voters. It means they're going to say, these are the voters that have even more of an impact. And it means that the populations that lose disproportionately, that are on the losing side, are communities of color.
And I think anybody who's paid attention to politics over the last forever has noticed that has been what the motivation is. Last election, it was about, the disaffected white voter, the white voter of the South. How do we get the white voter back in the fold? And when I read the turnout gap, I said, oh my gosh, it's not about that. I mean, that's what they're doing, but what they could do is this. And that's why, and I want to touch on, I have another question for you, but first I want you to touch on what you said about Obama. Now, you did mention that he would have more of a mandate, but you even mentioned about when he won, he could have won at an even greater rate. So you mentioned something about that in your book. I would love my listeners to hear what you said about that. For I think the 2008 election, you said he could have won a state that he didn't win. I forgot what the name of the state was.
I think
but
it was Missouri. So,
right.
you know, we forget about these swing states, right? So we focus so much on these swing states, and because of 2016, you know, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, you know, we because they flipped over, like now the map has changed. But before 2016, you know, there was a blue wall, and the idea was, well, Florida, maybe Arizona, but states like Ohio, Iowa, those were swing states, right? Everything's changed now. But, you know, Obama won, you know, North Carolina once, right? And but he almost won Missouri. And it's interesting to think about, like, no one thinks of Missouri as a swing state, but with a relatively large African-American population. And, you know, Obama won Indiana too, which no one thinks of as a swing state, at least no one here anymore. You know, so I think it also shows that, you know, if minority turnout was equal to white turnout, the understandings of, you know, which states are in play would shift as well. And we're seeing a little bit of that with the idea that, like, Texas turning blue is dependent, at least in part, at least one path, probably the easier path to victory, is about mobilizing Latinx voters, right? Who face really disproportionate voter suppression in a state like Texas, right? Historically have not, you know, surprisingly enough, even by the Democrats, have not done the groundwork to mobilize that community. And I think that's what's important to note from the book, is that it's not just a story about voter ID laws or about Republicans suppressing votes. It's also the incentives of the Democratic Party to, like you said, focus on white voters, on those white rural voters, on the white working class, right? That is causing a lot of these disparities in turnout too. So I think that when we, you know, when we look at things like even the Obama years, which we think about, you know, especially now, and say, wow, I wish we were back to the way things were back then. You know, there were a lot of problems then too, and elections could have looked really different if the turnout gap didn't exist.
I agree, and something that is probably one of my favorite parts of the book, and I think one of the most important aspects, and it's not something that I'd really thought of before your book, was you talked about the perception of one's vote mattering, of feeling that one's vote matters. And because I think that every election year you hear the stump speeches just saying, just come on out. So broad-based, it's not specific, it's not targeted, they're not really actually going into these communities. I also always find it a little insulting that they'll have someone come out and say something very poorly in Spanish and then think that they've done the work, you know? So to me, I thought it was really wonderful that you talked about this idea about one's vote mattering. So if you could talk a little bit about that.
So, you know, when I was starting to write the book, I was looking for answers. I was trying to figure out why these disparities persisted. You know, there's obviously, you know, voter ID laws, you know, cuts to early voting, Shelby v. Holder decision, undermining the Voting Rights Act. You know, we know that there are problems, but look, compared to what John Lewis was having to do, right? The rampant, you know, like just, you know, beating people on the, you know, doorstep of the courthouse kind of stuff that was going on, the fire hoses that we saw in Birmingham and other cities in the South, you know, it's not to that degree, right? And I think that's important to say. And even someone like John Lewis, and certainly President Obama, I have a quote from him saying, you know, it's difficult to vote, but not as difficult as it was. So, you know, we should be able to overcome that. He was speaking to African-American voters. And, you know, I looked at that and I said, well, you know, this matters, you know, on the margins. And because these laws are basically racist by design, and courts have said they're racist by design, we should stop them. But there's a bigger problem here. There's a bigger problem, and it's about thinking about why we vote. And first, you know, one of the things that I've observed in political science research, I think, points to this, is we vote because we're asked to. You know, voting takes time. It's costly. And it's hard for us to imagine those who are really connected to politics, you know, where voting is like an obligation that we have a really strong sense of duty about. But for most people, especially people who don't vote, they say, look, I've got other things I have to do. And it's difficult to register. And I need help doing that, or getting to the polls, or figuring out who to vote for, or what issues I care about. And that's where I feel like mobilization has to come in. And when people mobilize you to vote, the message is your vote counts. Your vote matters. So I tried to extend that in the book and say, look, where do we see pockets of high minority voter turnout, high Black turnout, high Latinx voter turnout, high Asian American voter turnout? And it's in exactly the places where, relative to the white population, campaigns pay a lot of attention to minority voters. It's places like John Lewis's district in Georgia, which is heavily African American, where the voters there say, you know what, Black voters matter here. In states of the South, strangely enough, where suppression is rampant, that's where we also see high Black voter turnout. Where do we not see high Black voter turnout? States like New York, states like Michigan, states like Wisconsin, right? States like Pennsylvania. Those states where, despite voter suppression maybe not being as much of, not talked about quite as much as in the South, the incentives to mobilize are much lower. That's where the message is not getting out to minority communities that your vote matters. And white politicians pay lip service to minority communities, but aren't doing the groundwork in between elections to say, you matter, I want your vote, but more than that, I want to represent you in politics.
One of the things too that I talked to Jacqueline and Jackie today was about language provision, about 203 in the VRA. So when you talk about voting being better now than it was then, that is absolutely true, right? Because the language provision didn't exist before 75. So we know that there are some improvements and there's still so much more to go. One of the things I want to talk about is that actually ends up being part of a solution-oriented aspect to some problems that you get into in the book. So you said that there were 2 measures that boost participation. I would love to know what those are specifically.
Sure. Yeah, so, in the book, I identify a lot of problems. The solutions are harder to come by. Because a lot of solutions are things like change who campaigns talk to, shift the incentives for campaigns to mobilize. And I think we do that. And I think what you're doing right now is an attempt to do that as well. And so we need to keep, talking about, organizations like, Black Voters Matter and other groups that are on the ground. Jolt Texas is doing excellent work in Texas. Very, very important. But in terms of policy solutions, I find, voter ID laws, obviously, designed with racist intent. They're not doing anything to solve the very, very tiny amount of voter fraud, if it exists. They're not combating that effectively, and they're disenfranchising minority voters. But, the policies that I think could really help, one of them is, as you mentioned, the language provisions of the Voting Rights Act. So English is not the official constitutionally or otherwise mandated language of the United States. If your first language is not English and you're a citizen and eligible to vote, you should have the right to vote in the language that you're most comfortable with. So I think for Latinx and Asian American voters, being able to vote, but especially register to vote and navigate the very complex laws and regulations for where to vote, how to register, what you need in your native language is very important for increasing turnout for those groups. And I have some studies that show that. But the other policy I want to talk about relates to registration is automatic or automated voter registration, AVR, right? A couple of years ago, a lot of people were saying, why aren't Democrats doing this? In all the states where they have a trifecta, where they control the governorship and state legislatures, make it easier to vote, make it easier to register to vote, and register everybody who's eligible. Just do it. They have records. Government knows where you live. Just register and make it easier for people to transfer that registration when they move too. And I think that has the potential to shape, not just make it easier to vote, but also to shift the incentives for campaigns. Because if you're not registered to vote, it's hard for them to see you.
Right.
It's hard for them to know that you're a potential voter that could get registered. Once you get on that registration list, campaigns have a lot easier time of contacting you and sending you mail or having someone go to your door and say, you need to make sure your registration is updated. Do you have what you need to vote? Here's why your vote matters. So that AVR, I think, is a really interesting policy because it not only makes it easier at the individual level, as a voter level, but also makes it easier for the campaigns to do that mobilization work.
Right. I agree. It befuddles me that that they didn't make that. When you say that, it makes me wonder why governors didn't make that a priority when they have the chance to. You know, it's our governor here in New York, Andrew Cuomo. You know, he's gotten a lot of praise how he's handled the pandemic here, and I agree with that. But voting rights was a big struggle here in New York State. It's been a long slog to move forward. Now, this is what I wonder. What advice would you give to local campaigns or even federal campaigns of how to engage communities? I will say this, when I was talking to Jacqueline again with NARF about reaching out to Native voters, she said she feels that some people are intimidated about moving into another culture that is outside of their own. Doesn't seem like a good enough excuse for people not to connect, but I was wondering what advice that you would give.
You know, it's really funny. I get this question a lot, sometimes from, you know, white political consultants, which is kind of the point and leads to the comment I'll make, which is just hire people of color.
There you go!
To work on your campaign. Like, you know, like if you are saying, wow, it's really, you know, we don't have anyone who can do like a, you know, Spanish language ad communication or canvassing, or knows, you know, when a bilingual mailer might be better or actually worse sometimes for Latinx voter turnout and mobilization than something else. You know, we don't really know what to do. It's like, well, talk to people who do know what to do. You know, think about reaching out and, you know, to the organizations that are on the ground doing this work. And, you know, there's always some, like, don't get me wrong, I don't want to disparage any campaigns running in 2020 for the Democratic Party specifically, but I will say that, you know, the resources that are spent on, for example, TV and some digital versus the amount that's going to the actual grassroots community organizing based between elections work, right, is really pretty astounding. You know, I'm thinking about things like, you know, Jolt Texas, I mentioned before, the excellent work that they're doing, where, you know, I was talking to someone from Jolt doing voter mobilization at quinceañeras in Texas. You know, the you know, the young woman doing the quinceañera girl, you know, isn't old enough to vote yet, 15, right? But you know, mobilizing her family and saying how important the vote is. You know, that's the kind of culturally competent messaging that political scientists have known for a long time is much more effective, right? Than bringing in that campaign consultant who says, I have the new, you know, randomized controlled trial experiment that says this gets a 1% boost, right? That's good work, right? We need to do that, and we need to do a lot more of that. But I think it has to be paired with the culturally competent and conscious approach that frankly requires ceding power to communities of color, to people of color, to women of color, who are the backbone of the Democratic Party, and saying, what do we need to do? And what resources do we need to give you to do the work that we know you know how to do already? So I would say, you know, when I think about the lessons of 2016, that's a big one, especially in northern states like Michigan and Wisconsin. You know, Hillary Clinton and the campaign knew that Black voters were important, but it was about giving the resources to the people on the ground who had been in those communities, who were entrenched in those communities, not for 6 months, not for a year, but for a very long time, and making sure that they had what they needed. And that's what I'm hoping campaigns do, you know, across the political spectrum in 2020.
I hope they do too. I can say that I know some are not, but I do hope that when I send some of them this, that I'm gonna like clip what you just said and just send it to all of them so they understand. I don't think a lot of them have ever been to a quinceañera. I can't tell you how many I went to. I didn't have one, but I'm just saying, you know, I grew up in Albuquerque, New Mexico, so I was at bat mitzvahs and bar mitzvahs and quinceañeras, and I was at all, you know, so I guess sometimes it's out of my purview that someone would have an intimidation, but you said it perfectly. I know that you have to pack, so I want to ask you one more question.
Sure.
I want to know I want to know what your next project is. I know you must be working on something. Now, I know you're getting ready to go to Emory, I believe, correct?
Yes.
And you're going to be there with Dr. Carol Anderson.
Yes,
Are you going
that's
to meet
right.
there?
Yes,
I
we
just was
haven't.
talking to her today.
I know, she's amazing. We haven't met yet. I'm hoping we meet soon. When I got
Yes.
recruited to Emory, that was a big incentive to move, was that
Yes.
she's there. And even though,
Yeah.
she has been at the forefront of really understanding voter suppression, and something that I talk about in my book and say, we need to combat voter suppression and do this work that we just talked about of doing the mobilization on the ground. It's a two-pronged solution. I'm hoping we can
Absolutely.
work together. That's not the next project. I won't, call
Yeah, I
her out
will.
on that, but I am hoping
No,
that
I
comes
know.
to
I will
fruition
say
too.
this. No, I know that she would love that. I mean, just having a conversation with her today, she wants solutions. She wants that, and so I feel like you're going to be the closest of friends. So I look forward to seeing that friendship bloom.
Yeah.
But I also want to know about your next project as well.
Yeah. So I had a piece that came out in the Washington Post a few weeks ago that talked about the rise in the number of candidates of color that are running for office in congressional primaries, that are winning primaries, that are going to be on the ballot in November, and that are probably going to win. Building on 2018, which saw a growth in the number of women and minority candidates winning and running, right? 2020, this is like a spoiler alert. I think we're going to see a big jump, especially if there's a Democratic wave in the representation of, I hope so, right, of communities of color that's going to change Congress. And that's the next project, is really understanding that change, really understanding, where are the places where candidates of color are running now and winning now that people thought they could never win and run in before? How do things like party play into that? And it's not just the Democrats. I mean, we have to talk about candidates like Mia Love, who won in a heavily white district in Utah, right? Republican, conservative Republican.
Right.
She lost in a subsequent election to a white Democrat, right, in Utah. But, her success really says that the electorate might be willing to vote for minority candidates as long as they share their party. And I think that lesson is kind of obvious when we're thinking about the Democrats. Maybe it's there for Republicans too, because we're also seeing a growth of minority Republicans. But I want to know about, what does this mean for Congress, and especially for the House of Representatives, where the kind of the way, the Senate has this issue with the states and every state getting two, but the House might really be, representative of the people in a way it never has been before. So I want to try and understand that and think about, what this is going to mean for the policies that are getting passed. Hopefully, John Lewis Voting Rights Act, right? If we get a Democratic president, and if the Democrats win the Senate, I think that will happen. But really thinking about what this means for the future of representation of our communities that for so long have, again, been put, kind of on the back, been behind the scenes, and been subject to, under the Trump administration, really a terrible slew of policies. So, yeah.
Absolutely. Well, the books, that new project sounds thrilling, and I look forward to reading it once you get it. I just want to say thank you so much for taking the time to talk to me today. I really admire your work, and I'm excited for the students at Emory, and also I'm excited for you because I lived in Atlanta and I love Atlanta. I'm going to introduce you to some friends when you get there.
Oh, great.
You probably won't have much time because of how busy you'll be, but I will say this, the food, Bernard, you're going to be so happy. It's so good everywhere. So I hope you and your family stay safe while you're traveling there. And thank you so much. Really, I appreciate this interview. I will talk to you on the internet. Of course. And I hope once you get settled, we can talk again before the election happens.
Yes, that would be perfect. I'd love to.
Okay, excellent.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Bye.
Take care.
Did you see that? Again, gold. I'm giving you all gold today, okay? My husband's laughing because I'm saying that. But I will say this. I'm just giving a platform to brilliant people who are giving you gold. And one of the reasons why I wanted to do this one of the reasons why I wanted to do this, this long marathon, why I wanted to talk for 12 hours today, is I think I kind of wanted to prove something as well. I wanted to prove that you can have an incredibly inclusive group of speakers talk about the issues that are affecting voters across the United States. And I'm telling you right now that I'm not seeing that in the news. I'm not seeing that on television. I'm not seeing this represented in our, I'm not seeing this represented in legacy media. So I'm just going to tell you right now that I am really thrilled that you all have been joining me today. We have some more really exciting guests. I'm excited for you to chat and to continue to chat with me. Oh, thank you. Great discussion. Thank you, Blessed for Life. I appreciate you. Hello, Robin. Thank you. I want you all to not only demand voting rights, okay, but I also want you to demand that the media cancel, delete. I'm sorry, I'm saving this video. I also want you to demand that the media be more inclusive, because if I can put together this Myathon, okay, and I don't know, how many weeks did it take for me to do this? 3? It took me 3 weeks by myself to put this together. If I can do that with no resources, then we can demand that our media do the same thing, okay? We can demand that they have, and first of all, let me just say this. Bernard Alfraga is brilliant. I love what he just said. He said that white strategists contact him. That's my ball I'm sitting on a ball. Bernard Alfraga said that he's been consulted by white strategists that have asked him, like, you know, how do we reach out to these different communities? What do you do? I want to echo what he said, which is just hire BIPOC people, just hire Black consultants, just hire Native consultants, just hire Latinx consultants. Why have to be the bridge there? And I want to say that to some campaigns. And so to me, it is incredibly frustrating that the campaigns that we support are having people that are not culturally competent, that our media is not culturally competent. Again, I said this at the beginning of the hour, which is that I am cheering for the media. I do not want people to think that I don't believe in good journalism, because there is some good journalism. And later tonight, when I have a little bit more of a break, I'm going to add some of those journalists that I think you should follow, and some of the journalists that and I'll actually add those shortly, because I think I'm actually going to take like a 15-minute break. If that's okay with you all, I'll probably take a 15-minute break. So I just want you all to recognize that, yes, it's not easy to do this for 15 hours. I mean, 15 hours, sorry, it's just I saw 15. It's not easy to do this for 12 hours, but at the same time, if I had my own television show, right, and I had the resources and a booking agent, this is the type of thing you'd get every single time, okay? Just putting that out there. But until then, I'm asking for other people on MSNBC, and I would ask you all to say that to the media, to say we need to have more diversity and more inclusion, okay? So I'm going to take a 15-minute break, and during those 15 minutes, I am going to stream a little bit of Suppressed the Vote. You won't be able to watch all of it. I'm just going to put it on for about 15 minutes until I join you all again. Okay. So let me get that up for you. And again, thank you all for joining me again. Okay. Suppressed the vote. This is a film that I did a discussion with Perry, by the way, Perry, who's going to be speaking next at 6 p.m. I did a panel about voting rights with him, and this is the film that we streamed. You can see it on YouTube. I'm just going to be streaming 15 minutes of it for you all to see right now. Hopefully, let me just make sure there's not a commercial before okay, good, it's ready to go, because there's like a Trump commercial on every, I don't want to show that, okay? So I'm going to share my screen. I will be back in 15 minutes, and I will put that online right now, okay?
Georgia's tight race for governor is getting national attention.
Brian Kemp is not only the Republican gubernatorial nominee, he's Georgia's Secretary of State.
Stacey Abrams looking to make history by becoming the nation's first female African-American governor.
Volunteers are picking up phones and knocking on doors across the state. Come in and register to vote.
We are very excited to register as many people as we possibly can.
What do we want?
Register to vote!
When do we want it?
Today!
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. That's my bad on my part. My hand hit this. I'm going to reshare it again. I apologize. Let me get back to it.
Georgia's Secretary of State.
Stacey Abrams looking to make history by becoming the nation's first female African-American governor.
Volunteers are picking up phones and knocking on doors across the state. Come in and register to vote.
We are very excited to register as many people as we possibly can.
What do we want?
Register to vote!
When do we want it?
Today!
I come as one, but I stand as 10,000.
Pull back that veneer. And you see something really rotten happening. It's almost like termites coming in. They're in the wood. They're eating the wood away. And you don't even realize your house is getting ready to collapse until it's almost too late.
We have a historic decision today, striking down a key part of the Voting Rights Act, a civil rights law passed back in 1965.
The Supreme Court essentially said racism is over, and these communities don't need to pre-clear these changes anymore.
This decision leaves virtually unprotected minority voters in communities all over this country.
We are witnessing a tidal wave of voter suppression around the country.
If you look at Alabama,
Arkansas,
North Carolina,
Ohio,
Kansas,
North Dakota,
Michigan,
Wisconsin, and Georgia, which is becoming ground zero.
We've got to understand, this isn't a Klan cross burning. This stuff is very bureaucratic, it's very mundane, it's very routine, but it is lethal.
For spacious skies, for amber waves of grain, for purple mountain majesty above the fruited plain.
My name is Bobby Jenkins. I live in Cuthbert, Georgia. The county is Randolph County. I spent about almost 35 years in education. I was superintendent of schools.
My name is Loretta Brown. I live in Morgan, Georgia, and I grew up in Randolph County. I am the state advisor for the Georgia NAACP Youth and College Division.
My name is Lewis Brooks. I live in Thomaston, Georgia, Upson County, and I've been living here my whole 89 years, except the 2 years I spent in service in Korea. In I believe it was 55 or 56, that's when they started to letting black people vote in Upson County. When I went to register to vote, it was tough. They asked me all kind of questions to try to keep me from registering. I passed the test. Once I got my voting right, I decided I wasn't going to let anything stop me from voting. Because I used to walk. You go up the street here, across the next street over there, I walk over there and walk back and vote. And I didn't miss a voting, except when they closed the poll. I'm a citizen. It's my right to vote and speak my opinion.
I saw this ad saying that there was a proposal to close 7 of the 9 precincts in Randolph County. I said, what?
Then they put it in the papers that they was closing polls, costing them too much money.
First of all, Randolph is a poor county. Just to give you an example of what it would mean, there's a community benevolence a little north of town. Had that precinct been closed, some of those individuals would have to go 30 miles round trip in order to vote. It would have been a terrible hardship on our poor, on our elderly, and on those who are least able to afford transportation.
No, I got disabled and I couldn't do no driving. I know I couldn't afford to go that far to vote. This was on a black neighborhood. It made me feel like they would close it down to keep the black people from voting, because most black people vote Democrat. They only closed one white voting place. Everybody from out here in the black side had to go clean over there to the white section to vote. We're human, and we have our rights to vote just like anybody else.
Voters in Randolph County, Georgia are outraged.
Randolph County residents expressed their concerns with the Board of Elections.
Our citizens turned out in full force. They were behind us 100%, trying to keep those polling places open.
Convenience of the voter. You all are not considering that at all.
There's no disenfranchisement for the African Americans.
I went to the meeting, find out that they were trying to close 7 of the precincts.
Got to stand up. You cannot allow this to continue.
They gave a couple of reasons, saying it would save money. The other one was that several of the polling places were not ADA compliant. The thing that was so ironic is we voted that way in May. You know, they weren't any worse in November than they were in May.
It will be impossible for rural voters without vehicles to vote on Election Day. It will be impossible for them. They will have to walk 3.5 hours just to get from one of these polling places to Cuthbert and Shellman.
We did petition to keep it open. Pressure from the residents, civil rights organization, speaking up, speaking out.
They called the meeting to order, and they only had one motion. They voted to keep them open.
The news of what was happening here in Randolph County went worldwide.
The incident that we experienced threw the spotlight on everything else that had been going on. You know, we find out that in the state of Georgia, there were over 200 other polling places had been closed.
If you move a poll 4 miles, it is the equivalent of a 20% drop in black voter turnout. That's what shutting down these polls mean.
With 2 months to go, the race is heating up in Georgia.
Stacey Abrams' campaign feel they have the momentum behind them, and many of the polls we've seen so far support that.
You know, the Democrats are working hard, registering all these minority voters, and if they can do that, they can win these elections in November.
There's no law in Georgia that requires the Secretary of State to process voter registration forms on a particular timeline.
Kemp withheld putting the names of thousands on the voter registration list until after the election.
80% were African Americans, Latinos, and Asian Americans.
Keep your eyes on the prize. Hold on.
This is Fulton County.
Money for the good bay.
Linda Marshall is my name.
On the prize. Hold on.
Most of my professional career has been in public service of one kind or another, as a teacher, as a government worker. I moved here in August of this year, but because of my emphasis on always being registered and always having the ability to vote, I did that almost immediately when I got here. Of course, I also knew the importance of the upcoming election, and I wanted to be a part of that history.
Keep your eyes on.
It got closer and closer and closer to the election, and I was getting a little bit concerned, so I called the Secretary of State's office. My name is not on the roll. They can't tell me where it is. So all of that paperwork that I sent in, I don't know where it is. I'm 65, and for the first time, I did not get a chance to vote in a very close election of historic importance and proportion. Welcome to Georgia.
Hold on. Hold on. Keep your eyes on the prize. Hold on.
The midterm election in Georgia is only 29 days away.
Civil rights leaders say Kemp is illegally removing people from Georgia's voters list.
Republican Brian Kemp has already gotten the backing of our current president.
Thousands are purged from Georgia's voting rolls.
Purged from Georgia's voting rolls. 890 had no idea they could vote.
Other states use the same tactic over who's been removed from the voter roll.
There has been instance after instance of unlawful voter purging. States are removing voters, many of whom have actually been found to have been eligible but were unlawfully removed from the rolls.
I received the purge notice. So I open it up and I read the first sentence. I, along with 380,000 Georgians, received the same notice.
That's an especially pernicious way to prevent people from voting, because once you register to vote, you would think that you should be able to remain on the rolls. And once you're removed from the rolls, you cannot vote.
I went out and got the mail, and there were 2 letters in there. They looked official. You're hereby notified that the City of Thunderbolt has challenged your right to vote. The City of Thunderbolt states that you no longer reside within the municipality. My license is valid, my address is valid, I own this home. Why are you questioning my right to vote?
You know, the purges, they've been going on for decades, maybe over a century in this state.
If you haven't voted in the last few elections, they'll purge you as if you must not be in the state anymore. If you move within the same county, they'll purge you, assuming you're not living in Georgia anymore. If you don't return a postcard from the Secretary of State, they'll purge you, because to them it means you're not a resident at this address. All of these tactics specifically and disproportionately target people of color, poor people, the elderly, all of whom tend to vote for Democrats.
Brian Kemp is notorious for erasing the polls and purging people right before the election deadline.
You have a candidate at the top of the ticket who is responsible for maintaining the integrity of the election.
He needed to have his hands on the levers.
You have an umpire who is also playing in the game.
Less than 20 days away from the midterms now.
The race for Georgia's governorship is a toss-up.
Literally is a dead heat.
This governor's race is already one for the history books, but it's also seeing record numbers of requests for absentee ballots, especially from African-American voters.
At a time where we're seeing roughly almost half of the people who've turned in an absentee ballot are people of color, that's a really, really good sign for Stacey Abrams.
We caught them off guard by running such a large-scale program and mailed 1.6 million African Americans an absentee ballot application.
In this midterm election, the absentee ballot requests are even outperforming presidential years. So that is startling and eye-popping and something that we need to dig in on to see what's going on there.
Hello, everyone. I'm about to introduce Perry Grossman. I'm just going to stop sharing my screen. Let's see here. For some reason, my computer wants to keep sharing. Okay. I'm really excited to introduce Perry Grossman right now. Perry is an amazing lawyer. And the type of work that he does is incredibly valuable. So I'm really thrilled that he's joining us today. So I can't wait for you all to right now meet Perry Grossman. He will be joining me soon as his volume is connected. Hi, Perry.
Hi, Maya. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, I'm in an unholy mess, but happy to see you.
That seems to be the mood for everybody, but especially the line of work you're in. It just comes with the territory, right? I mean, honestly, I can't even imagine you're sleeping at all right now. Do you sleep as a voting rights lawyer? Do you get sleep right now?
I do. You can see the indentation in my desk where my face usually plants into it. So it's getting quite comfy. It's got a nice soft spot for my nose.
I know. I told everyone yesterday, I did a little intro about you, and I said, you know, you're a great lawyer when you still have a sense of humor, and you do still, because especially, you know, we're up against so much right now. And I know that lawsuits are already flying and they're about to fly. So I'm glad you're spending the time with me because I want people to have a better understanding about this and what is going on. And I really want to talk about this election, about what's happening. Because what's especially happening in Florida is incredibly confusing. We know that before 2018, if you were arrested and convicted and went to prison, you lost your right to vote. And there are still a few states that have that. Most states have gotten better about that, but we still have a few states that do that, right? We have Kentucky, we have Virginia, we have Iowa. Is there another state that I'm missing?
No, I think there was a fourth. For some reason, it's not coming to mind. But at least in Kentucky and Virginia, the governors have gone out of their way to restore voting rights to people formerly convicted of felonies. I believe there was some effort to relieve that as well in Iowa. I can't remember if it was gubernatorial action or legislative action, but I think the places that are permanently disenfranchising people is really smaller than ever before. I think people are starting to realize just how awful it is to alienate somebody from the political process permanently because they may have made a mistake, even a bad mistake at some point in their life. To exclude somebody from the body politic is really not just a big deal, but it's incredibly counterproductive. If you want to reintegrate people and make them productive, bring them all the way back in, make them, include them as much as possible.
Right, absolutely. So in Florida, a lot of Florida voters felt the same way. And they said, we want to make sure that people, the reentrants, the formerly incarcerated, they're coming back in, and we want to give them the right to vote again. And then immediately you saw a backlash to that in the form of a basic poll tax. For people that haven't been able to keep up with this story, could you explain a little bit about what Amendment 4 was and where they are now about giving reentrants their rights to vote? We did see LeBron James the other day saying he would throw down about $100,000. I don't know if that's going to cover it, but I would like to hear.
It will not, but everything's a start, right? So first you have to consider, right, Amendment 4 was a constitutional amendment to the Constitution of the state of California, right? Not only do we have the federal constitution, but every state has its own constitution. And it was an amendment passed by an enormous bipartisan majority, a 65% margin, agreeing that people who've been convicted of felonies should be able to have their right to vote restored. And that I believe touched about 1.4 million or so Florida voters. And Republicans did not like the idea of an expanding electorate. They've been opposed to the idea of an expanding electorate everywhere. At some point, you and I will talk about voting by mail and why their refusal or their effort to shrink the electorate might be counterproductive for them. But right on Amendment 4, so what they try to do is to when the people of the state of Florida vote to amend the Constitution to expand the electorate, Republicans in the state legislature and the governor pass a law to require everybody who has been convicted of a felony, they can't have their right to vote restored until they've paid all of their fines and fees. This can get to be a lot of money for some people. And not just that it's a lot of money, but you are conditioning the right to vote on someone's ability to pay money. And in a lot of cases, not just to pay money, but to pay an amount of money that even the state can't determine. And so a number of different groups, the ACLU, the NAACP Legal Defense and Education Fund, the Brennan Center for Justice, I believe Campaign Legal Center, I could cover them all day, sued the state of Florida and won a judgment at the district court recognizing that this was in fact a poll tax. Unfortunately, Judge Hinkle did not realize or didn't find that this is also deeply racially discriminatory, right? Voter disenfranchisement laws absolutely have their roots in Jim Crow. And we have seen a frustrating retreat in the courts from recognizing what discrimination on the basis of race is. That's another topic we could spend easily an entire session on. But Judge Hinkle did recognize that this is a poll tax, that if you have two people charged with the same crimes, owing the same fines, their only difference in terms of their access to their right to vote is their ability to pay. That is a distinction on the basis of wealth. It is a poll tax. It is repugnant to the 24th Amendment of the Constitution. So that district court order was appealed to the 11th Circuit. The 11th Circuit stayed the order pending appeal. So that case still needs to get argued. Unfortunately, the Supreme Court did not lift the stay, but we still expect that the case is going to get argued and hopefully decided in time for people to be able to vote in this election.
And I want people to understand that when you said trying to figure out what is owed is very difficult. So I feel like this is a tactic in itself, right? We're not going to be able to figure out what's owed, so we don't know how to restore their rights. I do want to go ahead and touch on vote by mail since you mentioned it, because we have seen this being said, we're not going to expand the right it's so bizarrely counterproductive, as you said, because Republicans have trained their base for many decades to vote by mail. So what is going on with the lawsuits with voting by mail and expanding absentee ballot access? I know that's like, you can't answer that one sentence because there's so many, but just a little bit so people can kind of wrap their heads about what's happening with that right now.
Sure. There's been a flurry of lawsuits all over the country, most of them offensive, trying to get more voters the right to vote by mail in order to preserve public health so we can prevent scenes like the ones we saw in Milwaukee in April with 5 polling places and lines down the block and COVID cases popping up in the aftermath, to make sure that more people have the ability to vote from home, and to really spare voters, poll workers, their families, all of that additional exposure to the virus. We've also seen lawsuits brought by Republicans against states like California that are working to make vote by mail more available to try and shrink that. So, you know, the offensive lawsuits by groups like the ACLU have had, you know, mixed success. Some places courts have found a voter entitlement to absentee ballots, or at least they've alleviated some of the requirements, right? So there are some states that require an absentee voter to have a witness sign their ballot as well. That's a condition that's been alleviated in some places. But, you know, some courts have been reluctant to expand the right to vote. Texas is probably the most prominent example, which is really unfortunate because right now, Texas is, along with Florida, the COVID hotspot of the world. But, you know, but also in California, you know, the Republicans' lawsuit was shot down. They dismissed it. And so the battle is very ongoing to see who's going to have access to vote by mail for public health purposes. But, you know, we are seeing some states expand it legislatively. New York actually just passed a law. We're waiting for the governor to sign it that would give everybody access to vote by mail in November. So that's good. Hopefully that alleviates some of the problems that we saw in June, where folks had trouble getting their ballots on time. And, you know, it's difficult to scale up a system that's designed to have people vote in person and transition it to vote by mail overnight. I know a lot of people think, well, you just stick a bunch of things in the mail, then you mail them back. What's so complicated about that? But
money, paper, cost.
But it is complicated. It does take a lot of effort, and it takes a lot of public education as well. You know, there's a bunch of states where absentee ballots typically make up less than 10% of all votes, and those states, some of those states at least, like my state here in New York, you know, we're switching from like 5% absentee to like 50 to 75% absentee. Wisconsin's doing the same thing in April. So that kind of big transition can be very difficult to manage. And, you know, we need to work to try and get absentee ballots out sooner, get those applications in, make sure they're fulfilled, you know, keep our boards of election, keep their feet to the fire to make sure that they're paying attention to requests as they get them, and you know, checking up on our friends and family, see if they've gotten their ballots yet. If not, making sure that there's arrangements available.
Agreed. And I got my ballot, even though I asked for it the moment I could. I got mine like 2 days before. I got it in, so it was fine. But that was really frustrating. And I talked to a lot of New Yorkers that just didn't get it at all. You did mention polling locations. What did you say?
Oh, I said you're talking to one right now.
Exactly. Oh my gosh. I mean, it really was frustrating because I was just like, well, maybe I'm not going to have to go to my polling place. Speaking of polling locations, a lot of people are going to have a lot of fears around polling locations, if they're going to have polling locations available, if they don't get their ballot, they're going to want to go to be able to vote in person. Obviously, we know we don't have any sort of centralized voting in America. Everybody makes different decisions. Some states can move around polling places. Some states can't do it the same way. How are people, what happens if there is, once again, like we saw in Wisconsin, a disproportionate amount of polling places closing? Is there legal recourse for that? What can be done about that? And when will we kind of know how many polling places we're going to have? Can they close them up until almost the election day? Is there, there's no uniform way of knowing this.
Yeah, it's one of the reasons I miss Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act so much.
Right.
So voting is actually, and things like polling places are for the most part county level decisions, because we have a really, really decentralized election system, as you pointed out. And so, a lot of the consolidation of polling places is due to the fact that there's a shortage of poll workers, and poll sites can, it may be more difficult in some places to retain poll sites, particularly where there's been a lot of viral spread because they're reluctant to let people in.
Right.
So, just on the front end, one of the ways you can help alleviate the issue of, or address the issue of polling place consolidation is to become a poll worker. It's a worthwhile experience. Help your fellow Americans vote, and make sure that there's an adequate supply so that we can staff all of the polling places we need to make sure everyone gets to cast a ballot in a really timely way. Are there causes of action if there's polling place consolidation? The answer is yes. If there is, if there's evidence that the consolidation has occurred in a way that disproportionately, impacts minorities, that's what Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act is for. And so, pay attention to where polling places are closing. Are they disproportionately occurring in minority neighborhoods? Are public transportation routes available? I mean, what are all of the ways in which people could access voting in person? How is that changed? So be cognizant of that. But even if there isn't necessarily a racially disparate impact, you still have a fundamental right to vote under the United States Constitution, and that will protect you against polling place consolidation in some instances. But you raised a really good point, which is we might not know until the very last minute. So, there are generally laws that require the boards of elections, that require secretaries of state, counties, whoever it is that's administering polling places, to publish them 45 days, 60 days, 90 days before an election. Sometimes they blow through that. Sometimes they change their polling places at the last minute. So stay on them, keep calling, make sure you're finding out where your polling place is. And I know there's this temptation. I mean, I feel it all the time. I'm sure everybody else does too, that you want to do the big thing, the thing that really saves the election, make sure lots of people are able to vote. But really start with you. Make sure that you know where your polling place is. Make sure you've checked your registration record. I know people who are incredibly conscientious voters who can't imagine showing up to a poll and not finding their name in the poll book. And all of a sudden they're screwed out of a vote because they were mistakenly purged. It could happen to you. So make sure you're checking your registration well in advance. Check on your friends, check on your family members. That's where it all starts. Relational organizing is a powerful thing. So even if you're just talking to your circle and they're talking to their circle, you're still having a real impact.
So
one other thing
continue. No, continue.
Oh, sure. I mentioned before state constitutions. We're really just starting to find out now how powerful state constitutional rights to vote can be, right? So if you read the United States Constitution, you will not find an express right to vote in there, right? There's no amendment that says, Congress shall make no law restricting the franchise or something like that. But if you look in your state constitution, there is probably a law out there, a provision of the Constitution, which gives you an affirmative right to vote. Right here in New York, it's Article 2, Section 1. So I strongly encourage you to read your state constitution and find your right to vote. That may be another opportunity for voting rights lawyers to sue to protect people over things like polling place consolidations, misinformation, other things that may hinder people getting to the polls. to the right poll at the right time on election day.
And I'm going to post on Twitter after this interview. There's a list of all the Board of Elections, their phone numbers, and their websites. So it's on one page. So you guys can go there and go to your state and see who is in charge of that. So speaking of voting purges, what a complicated, terrible thing, right? We know there's an aspect that is correct. People die. Some people actually move out of the state, not just the county. So we know there is a part that's legitimate, but we also know that there is some that is not. And I would like you to, I was reading about John, I can't say his name, Husted. You know this case very well. Yeah, Houston. See, yes. It's funny if I don't like somebody, I can't say their name. It's a personality flaw, like John, the guy that did all the terrible stuff in Ohio. Yeah. So if you could explain that lawsuit and how it's connected to voter purging, I would like people to know a little bit about that before we get into other aspects of voter purging.
Sure. I'll try to get the details right, but it's been a little bit since I've thought about the facts of Houston specifically. But what happens under the National Voter Registration Act is if election officials send you a piece of mail and it bounces back to them, that might get you listed as inactive. And in some states, if you're inactive, they will remove you from the poll books. Right. And that can be a problem, because if you're not at the poll books, you may end up casting a provisional ballot. Your provisional ballot is more likely to be rejected than if you cast a regular ballot. And so, it's going to take me a second, but in Ohio, I think it was one notice that was sent out, and then if you didn't vote in subsequent elections, they were able to purge you at that point. And the idea that inactivity alone should lead to, well, I guess inactivity plus this one notice, but still it's ultimately inactivity, should purge you from the rolls is a very serious problem, because obviously you have a perfectly good right not to vote. Voter purging invariably disproportionately, unfortunately, affects minorities, with generally lower rates of registration and voting. It's a serious issue. We need to really make sure that we're doing the organizing necessary to help bring up everyone's political participation and equalize it. But so in places that have been really aggressive about voter purging, Georgia, obviously, very famously so, there's litigation now in Wisconsin. The people who get stricken, again, disproportionately minorities, disproportionately Democratic voters. And so, but it even happened here in New York City with 200,000 voters in Brooklyn. So, these things can happen anywhere. So it's really, really important to make sure that you are looking after your own voter registration record, that you're looking out for others. If you're a really diligent voter and you find that your registration is missing, you should be concerned, because it's probably not unique to you. It may be indicative of a larger problem. So let somebody know if you've checked your registration record and it's missing.
So what happens if I've checked my voter registration 31 days before the election? Then the next day is the cutoff for voter registration. And then I check it just for fun 15 days after that, and now my name's not there. Is there anything that I'm able to do about that?
So it depends where you are, right? In some states, so one of the nice things about Wisconsin election law is that, I don't know why I'm coming to Wisconsin a lot, it's just very top of mind, is that they have same day and election day voter registration. So even if you were purged from the rolls, if you go to a Wisconsin polling place on election day and they said, well, you're not in the poll book, but here, register and cast a ballot, you're good to go. In New York, we have a 25-day registration cutoff, and your record is missing, you're out of luck. I talked to a young woman who registered to vote for the first time before the 2016 election, cast a ballot in the 2016 election, cast a ballot in the 2018 election, was looking forward to voting in the primary, a moment of very, very serious political activity this year in June, right? Obviously, the streets are filled with protests for racial justice and police accountability. You know, and she wants to get her absentee ballot. She checks 15 days before the election, and they're like, "Oh, your registration record's gone. We can't send you an absentee ballot. You can re-register, but by the way, you won't be able to vote in this election," right? So that sort of unfortunate thing can happen. Is there a recourse above and beyond that? Yeah, look, if you can collect all of your evidence of your prior voting and prove to an election judge that you are in fact registered to vote, and this is clearly the error of the Board of Elections, you know, you might be able to find a way to get that that affidavit ballot counted or get that registration restored. But that's a very tricky process, and I wouldn't wish it on anybody. But I admire the folks who are diligent enough to pursue it when it comes up.
Now, I will say a little game theory. This is not something that we think is going to actually happen this election, that after the cutoffs, after the voter registration cutoffs, this is not something that would typically happen, correct? Like, these are people that have already voted in the previous election. This is not, this would be egregious, right? If this is something that happened after the registration cutoff. So because I don't want to panic people, because I don't believe that's a regular thing. And that's like you, I want to encourage people to check it now before registration ends.
Yeah, you know? That is an entirely sensible recommendation, right? I mean, look, is it possible that, you know, deeply devious things could occur after the registration deadline? You know, I wouldn't put it past anybody ever, but it is unlikely. What's more likely is that purging has occurred sometime in the recent past. You, a very active voter who couldn't possibly imagine seeing their registration purged, hasn't checked it in a while, because you know, you've been able to vote without any problems. So you know, check it now. You know, just pop onto your state website and just make sure that you're registered, and that you're registered at your current address, right? Maybe you've moved around a little bit. You just want to make sure that everything's accurate.
So I want to talk about ballot design, because it was I saw a tweet the other day, and somebody said, okay, I know that Joe Biden's up by 15 points in Florida. I don't want to hear anything about it until I look at the ballot design of Florida. And so we know that there's ballot design issues. We know about 2000 and the Hanging Chad issue. And then we also know the issue with just happened in 2018, that we had the senators listed under the instructions. I've been showing a little bit of a ballot video today so people can understand ballot design, and that there's people that specialize in this area. But are deceptive practices, is there a legal recourse for that if there's deceptive practices on the ballot?
There is, and there are. Again, you've got a fundamental right to vote in the United States Constitution, and all of the different ways you can conceive of to try and block people from casting a ballot, whether it's through physical intimidation and force, through misinformation, consolidating polling places, you know, bad ballot design, right? I mean, you know, let's say they decided to put the entire ballot in like 1.3 point font. You know, like that would not be okay.
Right.
You know, is it possible? It's happened that ballots have been so badly designed as to rise to the level of you know, constitutional or statutory violation. Sure. So you know, be cognizant. I tell you, certainly lawyers are going to pay attention to ballot design. You know, I don't know that everyone's going to catch everything, but they're going to do the best they can. And certainly, voting rights lawyers have been very, very active this year. There's been a lot of lawsuits. But, you know, not everybody catches every conceivable thing. But you, as a citizen activist, you know, you can pay attention to these things. You can watch your Board of Elections commissioners meetings. You know, you can call up the Secretary of State if you're in a state with the Secretary of State. And ask these questions, right? These are your public servants. You are entitled to ask them lots and lots of questions. You can call your state legislators and demand better of them. So, you know, I want people to understand the real power they have as individual activists. Your state legislator gets so few calls, right? If you and 5 of your friends call, you're probably moving an issue for a day, So whether it's about ballot design, whether it's about polling places, whatever it is, just be active, stay on top of it, and don't be afraid to let your elected officials and your civil servants know that these are things they need to pay attention to also.
I agree. And as someone who's on their community board, there's like 5 people that ever come to those meetings at the most. So you can make a big difference by seriously calling or attending. I want to touch on the census for a moment because something bonkers happened this week. Bonkers or racist. Let's go with racist happened this week. But it was bonkers racist, exactly. So this week, Trump sent out a memo saying he wants to leave out unauthorized immigrants. His words, from the constitutionally mandated count of every person living in the United States. We all know that this allocates representation in Congress and funding. Is this legal? How would that be legal? I don't even know how it would be possible to do that. But if you could explain, I'd love to know.
Sure. So it's definitely illegal, and I signed a complaint on Friday suing Donald Trump over it. So
yay!
I'm one of many. There have been lawsuits filed by Common Cause. I don't know if the Lawyers Committee is filing today or tomorrow, but there's MALDEF is working on this. There's a lot of lawsuits going on over this. We were part of. I was part of the team that won the citizenship question lawsuit, and we're going to be back in front of the same judge on the same issue. So the sort of quick and dirty on this memo is, yes, it's horribly illegal. Right? The Constitution is very clear. You count the whole number of persons, It doesn't say, oh, but not undocumented immigrants.
Right.
Right. And the practice of the Census Bureau has been, we count everybody. So this is a radical departure. It is clearly contrary to the plain text of the Constitution. But you also raise a really good point that it's actually not possible to do, right? Yeah. We do not have, there's no number readily available of the undocumented immigrants in each state. For good reasons, we do not have a citizenship question on the census. And by the way, a citizenship question would not tell you about immigration status.
Right.
You would just know citizens and non-citizens.
Right.
But it's important to count everybody because undocumented people are absolutely, of course, people. Even more so, they are Americans. They are entitled to rights and they pay taxes and they have services they avail themselves of. They are important members of our community and they deserve every bit to be counted as anybody else. So there's a number of laws that the president is breaking by threatening to do this. And I think we're going to beat him in court.
That's wonderful. I love to hear that. So let's say in 99 days, well, we know with voting by mail, it may not be 99 days, but it gets determined, right? But let's say there's a sea change in 99 days and we have a different administration. What voting rights acts would you like to see? What would you like to see implemented in those first 100 days of a different administration? We know that this administration is hostile to voting rights, but what would you like to see implemented right away while there's opportunity?
Yeah, I'd like to see the crown jewel of the Voting Rights Act restored. I'd like to see pre-clearance back in place. It's fitting to be talking about this as we're memorializing Congressman Lewis, one of the greatest champions of voting rights in U.S. history. That was the most effective civil rights law in the history of the United States. And you can see what's happened without it, right? The moment Shelby County comes down, North Carolina, Texas, they start putting back strict voter ID laws. They start rolling back early voting, really going out of their way to try and disenfranchise minority voters. And so, I'd like to see pre-clearance not only back in place, but I'd like to see it expanded because obviously there are more places where we are seeing racial discrimination in voting. So I think that's immensely important. I had the I can't say I was like a good friend of Congressman Lewis, although he certainly went out of his way to make everybody feel like a friend. But I did have the good fortune to speak to him a number of times, including we were at the Supreme Court together for Shelby County, and we had the opportunity to speak in the hall afterwards, after oral argument, after Justice Scalia called the Voting Rights Act a racial entitlement. And I can't imagine anything more absurd and offensive than that. And you know, a really kind and gentle guy. Boy, was Congressman Lewis pissed about that. So I would very much like to see him win out in the end with pre-clearance restored, with a new coverage formula that really starts to get at the discrimination that still exists in this country. So, yeah.
That would be great. And would you also like to see, I know that you're a proponent of wanting New York State to have its own Voting Rights Act. Would you like to see this type of proliferation happen as well on the state levels as well, kind of expand their own voting rights?
I'd say I really would. I mean, I think people don't understand just how powerful their state and local governments can be, just how much is imbued in that state constitutional right to vote, and passing state voting rights laws that go above and beyond, that are more protective and that are more tailored to the environment in your particular state. So I think there's a lot to be done at the state level and at the local level in order to facilitate the exercise of the right to vote. So I am a very big proponent of the New York Voting Rights Act. I think it's got an opportunity to be sort of a model for other states. You know, it takes voter suppression and vote dilution to task. It expands language access, right? We don't have very, very strong protections for language minorities in federal law. You know, we have such great language diversity in this country, and we should be doing everything possible to incorporating, you know, eligible voters of all sorts of different language backgrounds in. So I think that's a valuable thing to do. And it includes a pre-clearance provision for New York. And I think pre-clearance is not just good at stopping discrimination. It certainly is, but it's also good at making states better at running elections, because it's a way for jurisdictions to think about, well, as I'm making this change, as I'm moving a polling place from one Main Street to two Main Street, is this going to make anybody worse off? Is this going to make minority voters worse off? If you are, you know, changing the ballot design, if you're doing anything to mess around with the election laws, it gives states a framework in which to be cognizant of the impact of the changes they make to the law, so that they're being inclusive, that they are respecting diversity and political participation.
That's excellent. And I'm glad you just discussed the language provision. It's been the topic we've had all day with different groups. With Bernard Alfraga, we talked about it. And I talked about it with Narf, a lawyer who was discussing it with Native voters, and how thankful that it exists, but it doesn't go far enough and it needs to be expanded. And, you know.
It wasn't Natalie, was it?
What?
It wasn't Natalie, was it? Okay.
No, I spoke to Jacqueline DeLeon today, and she was fabulous. And because they just came out with that new report about Native voting obstacles. It's about 176 pages. I admitted to her I only got through about 25 before I talked to her, but it was extensive, and it really talks about the language provision. So I'm glad that you brought that up again. It's so important. And today I saw that a bunch of people chatted with me saying they didn't even know about language provisions, and they didn't know how much it affected the election. So we need to expand, especially in New York State, we need to expand that. So I have two last questions for you, because you know, Perry, I could talk to you all day long. You know this.
It's
you know this. I love talking to you. I'm talking to Shannon Watts next, but I need to know two things from you. I need to know, what would you like the general public to know before the fall election regarding voting rights or voter suppression? And I'd like to know what you might see as something positive happening about this fall, or something that worries you. You can go either way. I'm fine with either way. So those are two I would like to know.
Okay. I will say, as a survivor of gun violence, please give my biggest thanks to Shannon Watts, who really is such a
Wow.
advocate.
I will tell her.
So in terms of what can people do, there's so much. You can be such a great fighter against voter suppression by first starting with yourself, making sure you're registered and that you're going to go vote. Do that relational organizing. Make sure your family and friends and neighbors are registered and voting. It's such an easy thing to do, but it's such a powerful thing to do. So that's great. Become an activist. Recognize just how powerful you are. Call up a state legislator. Call up a city council member. Just test it out. Test it out how it feels to be an advocate for better policies. Whatever it is that your particular neighborhood needs, that your county needs. Try it out. I think you're going to find that you're really just powerful beyond measure. And when I think about in terms of things I'm optimistic about, I am just floored all the time by the incredible young activists out there. I had an opportunity to be on a panel not that long ago with young man Sadamer, who started an organization called Plus One Vote, and two young women, Chelsea Miller from Freedom March NYC, and I'm trying to remember the young lady's name, Chelsea, who was at the student chapter of the NAACP, and Congressman Jeffries. And, they were I'm just like overwhelmed by how incredibly successful and competent and energetic and aggressive, but like in the best possible way. They are as champions on the issues, champions for voting and political participation. So I'm hoping to see, us really crack that barrier of youth turnout.
Yes.
So that's what I'm optimistic about.
I think those are perfect parting words, because I hope the same. I think that with all the Black Lives Matter protests, I do know and see these advocates and activists connecting the policies and the vote to what they're caring about. So, and I really hope that I see that reflected too in the voting booth or voting by mail this fall. So, Perry, it's so awesome to talk to you. And I'm going to want to talk to you at least one more time before the election, because I'm sure about 12 more bonkers things is going to happen between now and then, and people are going to want to have a conversation. So I hope that you'll have a little bit more time for me again in the next 99 days. So
I always have time for you, Maya. Thanks so much for doing this.
Thank you, Perry. Of course. Invaluable. I appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of your day. Try to get sleep at some point in the next 99 days if you can. I recommend it. Okay.
You take care.
Thank you too. Bye. So that was wonderful. You guys got some information about this fall's vote. Robert Crace, did you learn some things about this fall's vote? Bobby Crace learned a lot. Crystal says, thank you for doing this. Thank you for watching. I am going to take another, I'm going to take another like 10-minute break. I need a cup of tea at this hour. I'm not going to drink more coffee. I'm going to just go with tea. And then Shannon Watts is going to be joining me about 5 minutes after 7 p.m. or right at 7 p.m. And I might have a special guest a little bit later tonight as well. I will keep you all posted on that. So I'm going to put back on Suppressed the Vote right where y'all left off, because it was good. It's an excellent film, and I hope that you all take the time to watch it on your own, especially when it's better quality, not just streaming on my internet. So I will be back with you all quite soon. But here's a video until I jump back on. Okay, so I'm gonna share my screen. There we go. Yeah.
My name is Norman Broderick, and I'm in Powder Springs, Georgia, Cobb County. I did 24 years in the military, deployed to Iraq twice, Bosnia, Saudi Arabia, I voted absentee before when I was deployed. When I was in Iraq the first time, I voted absentee, and when I was in Iraq the second time, I voted absentee. The absentee ballot is a very important tool that exists to allow people, not only just the military, but anybody who happens to be away from their voting station, to be able to cast their vote.
My name is Peggy Shu. I'm from Johns Creek, Georgia. I left Georgia for DC in the beginning of October, and before I left, I mailed out my absentee ballot application so that our registrar would send an absentee ballot to my new DC address.
I work at U.S. Army Central, which is located at Shaw Air Force Base in Sumter, South Carolina. I'm away from home during the week. I knew I wasn't going to be able to get back to Georgia to vote. I could only do this absentee. I filled out everything I was supposed to fill out. I sent their documents in. I got confirmation that it was received. And to my surprise, I did not receive my absentee ballot.
I checked my mailbox every day. It was like nearing the end of the month. And so I started calling the voter protection hotline. I called my registrar. I sent emails, and it was really getting close to the election date. And I never received my ballot. The election day came and went, and I wasn't able to vote in the end.
When I contacted my wife and asked her about it, I think it was a couple of days before the election, it came here. And I tried contacting the Georgia Elections Board. I was told they did receive my absentee ballot request. Everything was filled out correctly, but that they mailed it to the wrong address. She admitted that yes, they did mess up, it was their fault, but there was nothing I could do about it. It's too late, it's over with, and my vote will not be counted during this election.
It was probably one of the most frustrating things I've ever experienced. After having spent, my entire college career very invested in the political process, it was, I don't know, like a punch to the gut.
It still pisses me off to this day. Being in Baghdad, voting absentee was easier than being 4 hours away trying to vote absentee in South Carolina.
I took to Facebook, and like the millennial activist that I am, I recounted my experience in a Facebook post. I wrote, "This is what happened. I wasn't able to vote, and if you had a similar experience, let me know." And my friend from high school, she reached out to me and she said, "I also had struggles trying to get my ballot in, voting absentee."
So I submitted an absentee ballot. It came 2 days right before Election Day.
Over the course of 48 hours, we had 40 people. So many people in our immediate Facebook circle knew somebody who had a similar experience to us.
People have requested it like far in advance. Some people just didn't get their vote in.
That was when we really realized that this was not an isolated incident. It was a much bigger issue and a much more deeper rooted sort of phenomenon that was going on statewide.
I did speak with the Board of Elections, and he just dismissed it as like a hiccup. And he's like, "Oh, like, no, you don't really know what you're talking about." 40 cases not really a hiccup. It's more of like a wake-up call.
Today, we've worked to get answers about the claim that thousands of voters never got the absentee ballots they requested.
Great Tuesday morning, Election Day.
The race between Abrams and Kemp is literally neck and neck.
Their fate is now in the hands of voters.
The day is finally upon us.
The midterm elections are happening.
Voters head to the polls in one of the most intensely fought midterm elections.
The race for Georgia's governorship is a toss-up.
I live in the South. I'm always worried about Election Day.
Have a great morning and go vote.
Oh yeah, gotta go vote today.
Voting started here in Georgia this morning, and if you think hitting the polls early will keep you from getting stuck on long lines, think again.
Voter Protection Hotline, how can I help you?
Voter Protection Hotline, how can I help you?
I've never seen one.
The line hasn't moved in over an hour. The line is running out.
I really thought I was going to be able to run in and run out like I usually do.
The first thing I saw was just people everywhere. So we stood there for a while without moving. And then we would inch up. And then we wouldn't move. We had a lot of people with children there, pregnant mothers, elderly people. Some people have medical issues.
took my son to school that morning, and then I went to vote at Ferguson Elementary, where I vote every election. The line just keeps getting longer. The line was so long through the school and wrapped around the building. The lines was crazy everywhere, all over the county. It was real long. I was in line for 2 hours. I got to the door, that's when they was checking your ID before you go in, and she couldn't find my name. She directed me to go downtown Gwinnett, and I was like, I'm not gonna vote. And it was this older lady, she came over and she like held my hand and was like, please go do it. We need this. And I looked in her eyes and said, I will.
Registered somewhere else and they pulled it up in the system. Don't hit my eye.
About 8 or 9, we started getting the calls about the long lines.
Long lines at the polling stations lead to low voter turnout. The research is just crystal clear on that.
Everyone in the world knew we were going to vote today. And in my neighborhood, there are no power cords. All these dedicated people waiting to vote. This is what we call voter suppression.
People were like upset and angry. I started calling the Secretary of State's office. I was either hung up on, placed on hold. They want people to go home and not vote. I ain't going nowhere. I'ma be right here.
The reason they sent me from Ferguson to the downtown Gwinnett was for the provisional vote. So I drove 25 minutes, and then when I got there, it was crowded in there. I waited 45 minutes to find out that's not where I needed to be. She told me that this was the wrong place and that I can go back to Ferguson. I had to call back and redo my schedule. So now the voting not only cut on my time, cut on my money.
When we went in, filled out all the paperwork, had the ID, took it up to the lady. I had mine in my hand. One hand had hers in the other, because she's legally blind. So we go give it to the lady, and she goes to scan Barbara's ID.
Wow.
So she looked up at Barbara. She said, well, Miss Barbara, when was the last time you voted? My sister got strong. I've been voting since I was 18 years old, and I'm 82.
I was disappointed.
She was a little upset. My girl wanted to vote, and they were trying to keep her from voting.
Hello, everybody. You heard some phone calls. I apologize for that. So I hope that you know that I'm about to have a special guest right now. And so I want to announce her right now. I'm going to put her in the room in 1 second. Yeah, I am.
So Maya's trying to get her on.
I have a special guest for you all right now, and it is Sabrina Fulton, and I'm waiting for her audio to connect. Hello, Sabrina, how are you?
I'm good, how are you?
Very good. I'm so thrilled that you are joining me. I just wanted to tell this group was like, wait, what? She's happening right now. So I just want to say that you're with me right now. So I'm going to tell them, I want to hear everything about how your campaign is going. I'm just going to tell them. So please tell me, how hot, first of all, is Florida right now? And then tell me how your campaign is going. I can see by your face right now how hot Florida is.
You mean as far as the weather, or do you mean as far as the coronavirus is concerned?
Oh my gosh. Well, we know what's happening, right? It's we have bad leadership, and this is why we want you to be in office, and you have an election coming up, and we need more leaders like you. I'm going to say is with me right now. Please tell me how how you have been handling this time, especially when trying to get out the vote right now and communicate with potential constituents that you're having to deal with COVID, a governor that is antithetical to trying to being helpful about the coronavirus. Please tell me everything. I want to know how your campaign is going.
Okay, first of all, I'm going to say that I am doing well. I'm a little edgy. I'm a little concerned about other people. I have been, I think one of the mistakes a lot of people make is they listen to just local news. And if you listen to just local news, they spoon feed you what they want you to know, and they make you think that everything is okay. But it's not, because I'm listening to national news. I'm listening to world news. I want to know exactly what's going on because it's killing so many people. So it's definitely serious. You know, I know a lot of controversy with people saying that they don't want to wear masks and masks are more dangerous. Well, I'm gonna try to practice safe, you know, be safe, and I want to try to be as healthy as possible. And so I you know, I've always washed my hands. I've always taken vitamins, but I'm taking even more vitamins now. I'm taking ginger tea and lemon. I'm doing lemon steam. I also shower with the peppermint so that I can clear my sinuses. I mean, everything, you know. And so I'm keeping myself safe. I stay home for the most part. This is my house. Yeah, I'm at home, and I do most of my work. I do most of my calls. I do most of my virtual town hall right here at home on my computer. Every now and then, I do go out, but I definitely wear a mask. I definitely wear a mask. I do notice a lot of people that don't. I'm not gonna say they're careless, but I don't think they really understand the severity of this virus.
Absolutely.
Florida is number one. It was on MSNBC this morning. Florida is number one.
And this is not the thing you want to be number one at. I mean, to pass New York, to pass California.
Yes, New York.
Unbelievable.
It's terrible. And they're still having parties. People are having parties. People are having get-togethers, and there are no masks. They're posting the pictures. It's, you know, and I know everybody is going to do their own thing. They have their own mind, their own thoughts, but we need leaders to lead, and we need leaders to try to keep us as safe as possible. I posted this morning that Florida superseded what New York's record was, you know, and I said, why is everything open? Everything is open here. It's practically, I can go anywhere I want to go and eat whatever I want to eat and have a drink wherever I want and shop and do whatever.
That's crazy.
That's the environment here. And that's because we have people that are not taking charge and saying, okay, I know the economy is doing terrible, but let me keep people as safe as possible.
Absolutely.
We don't have people that are saying that. We don't have people that are saying, let me put people over profit.
Absolutely.
We don't have people that are saying that and are actually concerned about the welfare of people, just people.
Absolutely. So you are campaigning right now. Please tell our audience what seat you're seeking, and you have an election coming up August 18th, I believe. Tell me how campaigning's been going. Tell me about the seat that you're running for, and also tell us how we can support your campaign.
I was actually looking forward to meeting a lot more people than I have been meeting. I have been doing virtual town hall meetings, and I have been putting on my mask and going to like different stores. And also I have a campaign office here in the district, and I go to that office and I have people to meet me up there. But of course we're social distancing. Of course I wear a mask, and we limit the time that we're there. So I do have canvassers that are out there. I put out door hangers. You know, we try to have contact with as many people as possible. So it's kind of difficult during this time to actually connect with people. I believe people know who I am. I believe people believe in me to do what's right. One of the things and one of the reasons why I decided to run was because I wasn't satisfied with what I was seeing. I wasn't satisfied with people putting profit over people. I wasn't satisfied.
Right.
And so I felt like, okay, let me run. I can definitely do a better job. I can definitely put people over profit. I can definitely give that seat back to residents, concerned residents. I can listen to what residents are saying. I can analyze what they're saying, do research, and then come back and make a decision about what's best. And a lot of people, they're making it harder and harder to trust politicians. And I definitely want to put the trust not only back in politicians, but once I get in that seat, I'm going to put the trust back in police officers as well. My father was a City of Miami police officer, and I want people, those are people we're supposed to trust. Those are people we're supposed to believe in to protect us, to serve us, to do what's right, and all of those things. So why do we not trust them right now?
Right.
And so I want to put that trust back in. I worked for Miami-Dade County for 24 years until my son was shot and killed. That's the only reason why I left. I had a good county job. I tell people all the time, it supported me and my kids. I bought a house, I bought a car, saved money, went on vacation, fixed my credit, all of those things on my salary working for the county. And so I've always been a service-oriented person. My last tenure with Miami-Dade County was in the housing agency. I used to be the hearing officer for public housing in Section 8. I used to write policies and procedures. I used to work with the residents in order for them to become more self-sufficient so that they can discontinue public housing in Section 8 if that's their desire.
Right.
And I also used to work solid waste. I did dispatch, then I did code enforcement for 11 years. So I was used to explaining things to people and just the right way to do things. You know, it's always a right way to do things. I see myself as a people person, and I just believe in the future of Miami-Dade County. Now, I believe, Maya, that definitely I'm a national figure, but my passion is right here in Miami-Dade County. I live here. So of course it's natural that I'm going to want to fix where I live. And so all the different things that I hear about politicians and big businesses, I don't believe in all of that. I think we can change. I think if we change mindset, we change people that we elect into office, we can definitely make a change in our very own community. And that's what I'm about.
I agree. And I love everything you're saying. And by the way, I have been discussing today putting people over profit. So it's absolutely perfect that you are here discussing that, because I've said it too. And we also need more elected representatives like yourself that are personal, that you've turned your pain and grief into wanting to actually give back to your community and to uplift them as well. I see a picture of Trayvon behind you right now. How is your other son? I think I see a picture of him behind you as well.
Yeah. My other son, actually people don't know this much, but he's very laid back. He's mostly quiet, but he speaks his mind when he has to. You know, you can't push him around. He definitely will speak his mind when he has to. He graduated from FIU. He has an IT degree. No kids.
Yeah.
So and he's doing well. He's working. He's saving his money. He's doing well. He has his own place.
That's good.
Yeah.
Excellent.
He's very proud of me, but I'm very proud of him.
Oh, that's wonderful. So Shannon Watts is about to join me in a moment, but I want to ask, how can we support your campaign? I really want people to know right now, what can we do to help support your campaign? And this, about a little less than a month before this election, what can we do?
I think I have 22 more days left. Not that I know. Yes, I know. That they can do. They can go on my social media. I'm on Twitter. I'm on Facebook. I'm on Instagram. Look up some of the things that I've been doing. I do have the website TrayvonMartinFoundation.org. Those are some of the things that I was doing prior to me campaigning. Since the campaign started, I haven't been doing much. We had a summer camp. It's over. They had a bunch of trips. They had a really good time, and that's what we wanted. We made sure we cut down on the amount of kids that were there because we needed to be able to control. They had to have their temperature taken every day. They had to, and they learned a lot of different things. It was a STEM program, and they received drones and how to build a drone and how to work the drone. So I was very proud of that this summer. But ways that they can help, they can go to SabrinaFulton.com, SYBRINAFULTON.com. And if they want to donate, there's a donate button there. They can give any amount. Don't worry, any amount is too small. Don't worry about it. We appreciate everything that we receive. And if they want to volunteer or they want a yard sign, just send a message. Just go ahead and email a message to us and we'll get that to you. Anybody can donate, but you do have to live in District 1 in order to vote for me.
Okay, that's very good to know. Do you want to say hi to Shannon or do you have to pop out?
No.
You want to say hi? Okay, so let's say hi to Shannon real fast. Shannon Watts, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Sabrina just wanted to say hi before she left.
Sabrina,
she's here.
Hi. You're my hero. So wonderful.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you for all you do.
Thank you. Yes. I really appreciate everything. I see everything. I see a lot of things, but we don't always get a chance to sit down and talk. So I'm glad we had this moment right here.
Oh, me too.
So
I'm uniting people.
Yeah, we got to keep fighting. It's really bad, and we got to keep fighting for one another. We can't just look at the color of the skin. We just got to keep going. We got to stay motivated. We can't give up. When you see somebody is trying to give up, just put a little bug in their ear. And hopefully when they see you looking weary, that they put a little bug in your ear. So we just got to keep lifting each other up. That's really what it's about.
And we need women like you in office.
I'm trying my hardest to get there. You know, I'm just gonna say this before I leave. You know, it's so many people that's probably interested in running, but if they know what I've learned, you have to be resilient, you have to be strong, and you have to have tough skin. And so a lot of women, you know, they shy away from it because they want to do more. But it's such a dirty game, you know. But I think if they knew about it before they get involved, then they'll strengthen up and they'll toughen up and say, okay, this is what I need to expect. Because I was thrown in the water of sharks, but it's okay because I came out fighting, and that's what we have to do. We have to fight. We have to fight like women. We have to continue to fight, and win, lose, or draw. I would never give up. Never, ever give up. And so I just want to fight, and I want to be the voice for the people.
Absolutely.
And that's it.
And thank you, Sabrina. And I'm going to make sure all your links are up and everything that you said. And thank you for joining me. And I'm so glad you got to say hi to Shannon. But I'm going to promote you tonight, especially at 9 o'clock tonight, about Black women voting and Black women running for office. So you'll be featured prominently tonight. Thank you, Sabrina, so much.
Thank you, Sabrina.
Bye-bye.
Well, that was wonderful.
Oh my gosh,
and
that was so great.
I said, you don't want to say hi to Shannon, do you? She's like, of course I do. Okay.
Oh, what an honor.
Oh, I'm so excited to have two just badass women back to back. So thank you so much, Shannon. I really appreciate you.
I'm so thrilled to be here.
It's so good to see you again. I wish I was in person again, but with COVID, this will be the second best. I am so excited to speak to you tonight. I want to talk to you about your book. I know it came out last year, but I want you to talk about this book, what it was like to even write that book, and how Moms Demand has grown. Because, and I said this a little bit earlier about you. I said, I'm so incredibly impressed by you because you have truly taken grief and turned it into action and expanded it in a generous way that is incredibly brave, because I see what you go through on a regular basis for just wanting children and people to be safe. You are battling for people to be safe, and it's so unbelievable what you go through. So please share to me what it's been like these last few years and this book that you've written, Fight Like a Mother. I would like to hear about it.
Thank you. You know, it really is, I think, the heroism of people like Sabrina, who are gun violence survivors, and who are able to turn their pain into purpose and into action. And I so admire that. You know, I am a white suburban mom who, after the Sandy Hook school tragedy, was afraid for my kids' safety in their schools, not realizing that I was living in a bubble, right? That over 100 Americans are shot and killed every day in this country. And school shootings, mass shootings, are about 1% of the gun violence in this country. We have to care about all of it. We have to address all of it. And look, if I can be a part of helping women get off the sidelines, especially white women who frankly are late to this fight. I was late to this fight. But it is so important that we play a role in the activism in this country. And as we saw, you know, 53% of white women voted for Donald Trump. And I hope that we see a change in that formula this election, because I do think so many women have woken up and are looking at issues across the country differently. You know, I wrote Fight Like a Mother as sort of a prescriptive way that women in particular can either start their own organization, whether it's just in their neighborhood or in their state or even nationwide, like Moms Demand Action. And also that it would be sort of a manifesto in that I want women to move from not just shaping policy, but to making it. Because as the saying goes, if you don't have a seat at the table, you are probably on the menu. And we are seeing that over and over again in the last few years.
Absolutely. And I had touched a little bit about the kind of threats that really anyone who's against gun violence gets from the NRA. When you're advocating for policies to reduce gun violence, the NRA has taken that as a threat to their profit, and they weaponize the language of the Second Amendment, right? Because you have never said, we're taking all the guns, we're doing all this. That has never been ever said. You know, I'm sure you know gun owners, I know gun owners that are safe and they want background checks, and we know that's the majority. So how do we in the public counter this? I mean, it would feel like we wouldn't have to kind of counter this narrative, especially after Sandy Hook and Las Vegas and Parkland, but yet here we are and we're still having to counter that narrative.
Well, I mean, to your point, I really do think that the vast majority of Americans support common sense gun laws, whether it's, you know, people who are gun owners. About 80% of gun owners support stronger gun laws. We know 74% of NRA members, 90% of Americans. We are not against the Second Amendment. Many of our volunteers are gun owners or their partners are, right? There's 400 million guns in America. This is just about returning the responsibilities that used to go along with gun rights, or that should go along with gun rights. And you do that through stronger gun laws. And look, we're going up against the wealthiest, most powerful special interest that's ever existed. And you don't win overnight. You know, we were very much the David to the NRA's Goliath. Now we're winning. Now we're beating them in every election cycle. And, you know, we have an incredible track record against them in state houses and boardrooms. And I really do think it's just a matter of time, if the election goes well, that we will have those laws at a federal level.
Absolutely. And I want to draw some contrast from, you know, a little bit of what might have happened during the Obama administration to what has has not happened under a Trump administration regarding gun sense. So after Sandy Hook, what was some legislation that was being reviewed or taken seriously at that time? And what's the contrast between those two administrations?
Well, President Obama only had a couple of years with a Democratic Congress, right? So he spent a lot of his political capital on getting Obamacare through. And I understand that. But after that happened, there were horrible shooting tragedies in this country. But again, right, 100 Americans are shot and killed every day. The Obama administration, when he talks about this issue, he says it's his greatest regret, that he was not able to pass stronger gun laws. And what's interesting is that Donald Trump has taken $30 million from the NRA. He had a Republican Congress for 2 years, and he was not able to pass a single piece of the NRA's priority legislation because by that time we had gotten so good at playing defense, right? And so the NRA made a huge bet on Donald Trump. They've lost. They are underwater reputationally and financially. And this is the best time to keep our foot on their necks, right? If we can get Joe Biden and gun sense candidates like you and so many others elected, then we can make sure they never have the same power or wealth they once had.
Mm-hmm. And you brought up the fact that the majority of Americans do support gun sense legislation. They support background checks for sure. How has this become a partisan issue? Is this just because the NRA has been funding Republican candidates? Because it's not really a partisan issue with the public. Is this just a congressional issue that it's a partisan issue?
So, when you think about the NRA's history, they've had 30 years of really writing our nation's gun laws at a state and federal level. And for so long, both Republicans and Democrats were afraid of them. If you think about the Manchin-Toomey bill, that was the bill that would have closed the background check loophole right after the Sandy Hook school shooting tragedy. It failed by a handful of votes in the Senate, including Democratic senators who voted against it. Well, what did the NRA do? They went right back in and they helped elect the opponents of the Democrats who voted with them, right? So Mark Pryor in Arkansas, the NRA went in and supported Tom Cotton, even though Mark Pryor had done their bidding. And it really taught, I think, the Democratic Party a valuable lesson, which was, with friends like the NRA, who needs enemies? They're never going to support you. They're always going to work to unelect you. And so finally, it really gave Democrats permission to vote their hearts on this issue, right? And to do the right thing. And our grassroots movement has given them the ability to do the right thing and still keep their job, right? Our motto is, you do the right thing, we'll have your back. You do the wrong thing, we'll have your job. And we've shown that election cycle after election cycle. So it really is about this being a marathon, not a sprint. It's going to take several election cycles.
Well, I agree. And it's good to hear it that way, because I said earlier today that something that Republicans have been very good at is long-term strategy and long-term planning. And I'm glad that you said that, because I think that people that want gun sense legislation, and that's usually Democrats, unfortunately right now that they don't have partners across the aisle, they also need to do some long-term strategizing as well. In Jonathan Metzl's book, Dying of Whiteness, he discusses the growing suicide rate amongst white males, especially white males after 50. If they have a gun available in their house, have been prone to suicide. While those families are suffering grief from the loss of those families, they were still hesitant in his book to blame gun access. So how do we have those conversations without stigmatizing mental illness? I know that's not an easy question to answer, but I want to know how we approach those conversations.
It is really important to remember that people with mental illness are much more likely to be victims of violent crime than perpetrators. And that we actually have the same rates of mental illness as other high-income countries. We also have similar rates of suicide attempts. What we have that's different is a method that is incredibly fatal, right? It's usually over 90% fatal when you attempt suicide with a gun. And as a result, we have this very high rate of gun suicide compared to any other high income country where they don't have easy access to gun. And the other thing that's interesting is that when you talk to people who've attempted suicide and failed, they almost never try it again, right? They regret that initial attempt. They get counseling, they get help, they get support, they get to live. In America, we don't have that second chance. And as you mentioned, 2/3 of the 40,000 Americans who are shot and killed in this country every year are dying by gun suicide. And it's typically a white male over the age of 50. And that is also happens to be the gun lobby's demographic. And so what we know from data is that if you buy a gun, that gun is much more likely to be used against you or someone in your home. And that is data that the NRA doesn't want discussed because that impacts their ability to market guns as a weapon of self-defense when we know that having a gun doesn't necessarily make you safer.
I agree. And right now, what we're also battling is a lot of disinformation coming out of the media, out of gun rights advocates. How would you like to see this countered? I mean, we're not only just dealing with disinformation, but we're dealing with like conspiracy theories.
Yes.
So how can we battle some of this disinformation about gun right advocates that are promoting?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think again we're letting this very vocal minority of gun extremists write our nation's gun laws and shape our views about guns. And it's really important that everyone is educated about the facts. Moms Demand Action is the grassroots arm of Everytown for Gun Safety. So if you go to everytown.org, you can find all the data you would ever need to understand this issue in a way that you can have conversations with other people about it and be an advocate. If you go to gunsensevoter.org, you can learn about which candidates have our gun sense candidate distinction, unlike the NRA's A through F rating.
Right.
But it is important also to push back on social media. This is a conversation I have a lot with people. Just like Sabrina was saying, women are often scared to get in the arena and run for office. I also think women are scared about getting on social media because you do get blowback and you will have trolls and there may be threats, but it is on all of us to correct that misinformation ourselves.
Now, I want to ask this question. You don't have to answer it, but how does your husband, your partner, deal with the fact that you're a public figure and you do get threats? Is it something that has to be tough, right? Because
it's so funny. I get asked that a lot because the threats started as soon as I put my Facebook page up, right? In December of 2012, because all my information was public. I never imagined I'd be a public figure. And so I was getting calls and texts and emails and even people coming to my home and sending me letters. And I honestly think if my husband had voiced concern, it would have been much harder for me to do this.
Okay.
But he never has. He's kind of always been like, okay, you go, this is your thing and you do it and we're here to support you. And my kids have been like that too. And so I've never had to make that choice. And I think it also makes me less afraid because I feel like, everyone's just sort of calm, cool and collected. And this is what comes with the territory when you get involved in an issue that can be, it's not even polarizing because again, we're talking about this small vocal minority of gun extremists.
So I'm just going to go ahead and clap for your husband and your children really fast because that's great to hear. So we have an election in 99 days. And one of the reasons I wanted to talk to you is because this is on the ballot, talking about talking about keeping us safe from gun violence is on the ballot, right? And I would like to see what you think. What would you like to see? Just one policy that you would like to see out of the change of administration if this happens in 99 days?
Well, it's important to remember that after we flipped the House in 2018 and elected a gun sense majority, including Lucy McBath, who is now a congresswoman from Georgia and was a Moms Demand Action spokeswoman, she helped pass really good gun bills through the House, right? They're all sitting on Mitch McConnell's desk, whether it's closing the background check loophole, closing something called the Charleston loophole, which allows guns to be sold after 3 days without a background check. I'm sure we could pass, a red flag law and reauthorizing VAWA, the Violence Against Women Act. It includes a provision for the first time that would prohibit stalkers and dating partners from having easy access to guns. It's why Mitch McConnell won't allow it to go through. So there are all these bills that could be signed, as soon as January. And that is what I'm really eager for. And look, background checks is the low hanging fruit, right? It's the foundation of all gun safety laws. We've got to have those at a federal level.
And I'm glad you mentioned Lucy McBath. I got a letter from her right there. That's right there on the wall. I love Lucy McBath, and I want people to be aware that she is also in a big fight in Georgia to
Yes.
maintain her seat, and we definitely need her. So the last question I'll ask, and I just wanted to say I really appreciate your time. I know how busy you are, so I just so appreciate
I'm thrilled
that you
to be
took
here.
the time. Thank you. So I would like to say the last thing, how do you advise us? You told, how do we advocate for gun sense policies every day? Now, I know one of them you said is pushing back a little bit, but what are a couple of other things that we could also do so that we can be advocates for gun sense policies?
So, we are going to be spending a lot of money in the November elections all across the country. And it is so important for us to use those dollars to get out the vote. And so if people text the word ready to 64433, again, ready 64433, we will immediately get you involved in making calls, in using technology to reach out to your peers, and holding events, and really just diving in so that we make sure that we elect a gun sense president, flip the Senate, hold the House, and then elect candidates like you up and down the ballot all across the country. And when that's really what we've got to do, is have a seat at the table, and you only do that by getting involved in the election process.
Well, that is amazing. Thank you so much, Shannon. It's always a pleasure to see you. I always just think you kick so much ass out there in the world that you're really making change happen. You can't say that about a ton of people. You really are. So thank you so much for all the work that you do. And
you're telling people how we can support you, right?
Well, I mean, right now, just being on this with me is what's supporting me right now. But yes, I'm going to do a whole thread tonight.
Okay,
Shannon. So thank you so much. We will talk soon. I hope, at least we will on Twitter.
Yes.
Okay. Well,
Thank
good
you.
night to you. Of course, I got a couple more hours of this marathon, and then, but I'm going to post some links that you just discussed about Mom's Demand and everything. Okay. Well, have a good night.
You too.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, everybody. Let's just say this. We have 2.5 hours left of Myathon. That's right. That's exciting. But 3.5, okay. So what I want to tell you right now is that I will be doing, I will be starting at 8 o'clock. I'm going to be with Reese, Black Women Views, right? Huh? Oh, yes, Ashley. I will be with the beautiful Ashley at 8 o'clock. Pardon me, I need water. And then I will be with Black Women Views. So I am going to take a small dinner break. You'll still see some streaming. And once again, I'm going to just have you guys finish the rest of Suppress the Vote while this is streaming. And then I'll be back on. Yeah. So I'll be back on as soon as the rest of this film is done. I really thanks for all of you hanging tough. And at the end of the night, I'm going to wrap up by posting all the links that we talked about today. I'm going to post all the rest of the vocabulary that we've been talking about, the resources. I told you all that I was going to post all of the Board of Elections. I want you all to know about everything you can that you can share. So I'm going to be posting those links throughout the day, but I am going to take a break to eat a little bit of dinner. So right now I'm going to post Suppress the Vote right now, so you guys can see the rest of that. And if you have any questions for me, feel free, but I will be back soon. Okay.
She was a little upset. My girl wanted to vote, and they were trying to keep her from voting.
Since I became a citizen, I have not missed an election. I showed up, and a very nice lady, she looked at my ID and said, "No, you're not registered." And I said, no, wait a second. Here's my registration card, and showed them that I was registered. And they said, yeah, but your name is Del Rio with a space.
but your voter ID says Del Rio one word, and therefore it doesn't match.
In the voter registration, my name shows as Del Rio with a space.
My ID is Del Rio, no space.
That was a non-match.
I said, this is not legal and I need to be allowed to vote. After much discussion, they said to me, this time we'll allow you to vote, but it's a little bit like they're doing me a favor. The right to vote should be something that we should make easier rather than more difficult.
Latinos and Asian Americans are 6 times more likely than white Georgians to be cut from the voter rolls because of exact match, and Black Americans are 8 times more likely to be cut because of exact match.
I have voted in every election, and all of a sudden I'm not there.
Controversy surrounds the state's exact match law that put the registrations of 53,000 voters, most of them African Americans, on hold because of discrepancies in the way their names are spelled in state databases.
People of color have names that are a little bit less typical, and that's where the errors are at their highest. Brian Kemp knows this.
A group of students will not have their voices heard at the polls, at least not in Georgia.
They're turning a bunch of students away over here.
We're showing up here and at the Booker T. Washington location, and their names were not on the actual roll.
The students was being turned away. I talked to over 50 students that morning.
First, they told me I was at the wrong polling station.
They said, you didn't get registered. I was like, what do you mean?
And there was only about 4 voting ballot booths.
They didn't process my registration didn't go through. I walked back to my dorm and said, I guess I just won't vote.
Just before I went to vote, I had been in an African American history class where we were actually talking about voter suppression, about what was it like for people that were going to vote. I filled out a little slip of paper, gave it to the poll workers. They looked up at me and they said, it's coming up in our system as though you're not a citizen of the United States. I just sort of looked at them like they had 2 heads. Like, I'm sorry, I was born in New York, what?
When I got to the front of the line, they informed me that I was registered to vote, but not in Dougherty County. They were telling me that I was registered back home in Winter Robins, where I was from, and I've never voted there. I've never even been registered there.
The thing was that I had brought proof that I was a U.S. citizen. I had with me my driver's license, my passport card, and my Emory student ID, but they would not look at the passport card whatsoever to prove that I was a citizen. I walked out crying. What I learned in history class just hours before, this happened to me in 2018.
I had been through and participated in voter registration drive on campus, within a community. It was just like, wow, after all of this, I'm not gonna be able to vote myself.
Like when I was growing up, voting was a thing. It was an event. And so little me is trailing behind my parents watching them vote.
My parents would take me to the voting polls every time when I was little. I would go in and I would help them fill out the bubbles.
I get a chance to vote, and then you get there and the experience is just terrible, and you have to call your mom and be like, why is it so hard? You never told me it would be this hard.
This was huge for us because Stacey Abrams was actually a Spelman alum. History would have been made, and it would have been made by my Spelman sister.
If there is no one who gets to 50% tonight, Robin, there will be a runoff in December.
We'll find out as the day and evening goes on.
Voter Protection Hotline, how can I help you?
Are they letting you know now? Are you really kidding me?
Old people who can't vote, there's young people who can't vote, there's people in every county who can't vote. It just created this intense fog of confusion across the state.
Been here for 3 hours, 4 or 5 hour wait. 5 hours.
This is way too long for us to stay and vote.
How long have you waited in line here?
About 3.5 hours.
And have you decided you can't you can't take it anymore? Are you going to go home?
I'm hurting. I'll be back. I got to go take some medicine.
It was really good. The lines weren't too long and everyone was super helpful.
We don't hardly ever have to wait here. It's always a pleasant experience up here.
If you have a fixed resource, an easy way to suppress the vote is to just make that resource unavailable to the people who you don't want to vote. And that's exactly what happened in the 2018 election here in the state of Georgia. In places like North Fulton County, which are wealthy, there were more machines than anyone could ever use. In black neighborhoods, there were a quarter of the number of machines that were needed to service the population.
Lots of people left without voting.
It was people just dropping off when it became 2 hours, 3 hours. 4th hour is very heartbreaking.
All it takes is a little walking away at 159 counties to influence an election. A little here, a little there, and then in a race like this, which was so close, there you go.
All night on Twitter, a trending topic, hashtag stay in line.
I had to go and pick my son up. He had to be picked up before 6. I picked my son up and he went with me and sat in the car. And then I went back to Ferguson Elementary. And by this time, the evening crowd is there and the line has tripled. And I was like, oh, there is no way. Just for my one vote, it took me like 6 hours. And I wanted to give up because I promised that elderly lady outside that I would do it.
5 hours, so about 5 hours took me to vote. It sucks the life out of you.
I'd been in people's homes, I'd been in their neighborhoods, I'd held their hands. And so to get to election night and to start hearing more and more stories of voter suppression, to hear more and more from people who were told that they couldn't vote or who were turned away or had to give up because of 4-hour lines, that broke my heart.
Republican Brian Kemp holds a narrow lead over Democrat Stacey Abrams.
Tens of thousands of ballots left to be counted in this election. They were counting provisional ballots for hours.
Provisional ballots are basically placebos. They're being given to voters to kind of shut them up, make them go away.
The next day, I was so excited because they were saying that it was a close race. I was like, oh, let me make sure that my vote count. So I called there, the number that was on the paper that I got from the voting poll. And she go, oh no, they counting every vote. You don't need to call. I called my mom to double check. My mom worked for the poll for 20 some years. And she said, no, that's not true. You call back to make sure the vote count. And someone else says to the phone, and I got the same thing. No.
Let me unmute myself. Hello, everyone. I'm gonna actually play something else just because I think there's a song on here that I didn't recognize, so Facebook was freaking out about it. So I am still going to take a break for a moment, and I will still return, and I'll post this. I'll return in about 10-15 minutes, okay? And I am going to put something up instead. So yeah, I'm gonna put a placeholder up, but I am gonna still take about a 10-minute break, okay? Hello, I'm back. Let's see what's going on here. Will you tell me, Robert, when you see that I am back? I am back. And in a few minutes, we're going to have Ashley Marie Preston. She'll only be able to be with me for a few minutes because she is busy. She's very busy, which I very much admire. So, and then tonight, what I have left on deck is I'll be talking to Reese Colbart, better known as Black Woman Views Media. And we'll be talking about Black women running for office and how you can support them and how we need to vote them in and how the media has treated them. So we'll be going over those things. And then I will end the night. I will end the evening with Mia Brett. And we'll be discussing organizations y'all can support that are going to help protect your vote. I know a lot of people are going to be thinking about that. I hope that you all are thinking about that. And I hope that today has so far been informative to you. I'm back. I am back. Thank you. I hope today has been informative to you. And at the end of the evening, or actually this hour with Ashley, because Ashley can't stay too long. I'm excited to talk to her about not only a new organization that she is a big part of, but also I'm going to be talking to her about a voting, a Get Out the Vote amazing project she's working on. So I look forward to that. And I will later this evening, and then right after that, I'm going to kind of review some of the things that we talked about today. And I hope that I can also give you all some people to follow on Twitter. That's something that I'll also be doing with Mia actively, but I want to give you independent media you should be following during this time. Independent media that is going to cover voter suppression in a real way that you should be supporting. There's also a bunch of voting rights advocates that you should be following, like Perry, who I just interviewed. Obviously, he gave you a lot of wonderful information about voting rights and told you what we're up against. Thank you. Thank you. My husband just brought me some tea. It's too hot to drink. Thank you. You're the best. I would like to get Glenda from Higher Heights, but we're going to be talking about Higher Heights. I'm seeing from the comments. Yeah, I mean, I've met Glenda at a Kamala Harris. I met Glenda at a Kamala Harris fundraiser, and she's super cool. And Higher Heights is an amazing organization. Yes, Roland Martin's amazing. Other independent media you all should follow. I was just asked. ProPublica is really amazing. They do great work and great research. I would also say Guardian US, because their voter rights, they do a lot of work about anti-racist policy, and they have a lot of great conversations about voter suppression. And Dr. Carol Anderson, who I interviewed earlier, she discussed her work in the Guardian, specifically talking about voter suppression. I will also say that I know that talking about voting rights and voter suppression isn't always like the sexiest thing. I don't know why we had to bring sex into it, but I'm just saying that I feel like, yes, Guardian US. But it is literally what stands between us in this authoritarian light regime that we have right now. And it really voting stands between us and changing the policies in this country and electing inclusive representatives that we want. That's where it stands. This is why people are making it so hard to vote. I think there's a saying about that. They make it hard to vote on purpose because they don't want us to have a voice at the ballot box. And that's the whole point of today, is the fact that these groups don't want us to have a real voice at the ballot box. So why I spent today discussing all of these, why I spent today having all these conversations all day, was because I want all of you to feel empowered and informed. And by the way, the sound from today will be transitioned into my podcast Obscene. This will be chopped up into, I don't know, like 13 episodes? That doesn't seem right. That's crazy. That seems ridiculous, I will say. I'm going to put them all out because I'm just not going to edit them. They're just going to be chop, and they're going to be put up on Obscene, because I know that there were people today that wanted to listen to it. Some people I know are essential workers, or they've gone back to work, or they are, watching their children and they have busy days. They can't obviously stay live with me all day, but they want this voting information. So I'll just let you know right now that I will share this in podcast form. And it will also be captioned as well. I will say this will be captioned tomorrow. And yeah, I hope that this continues to be a resource for you all. I will be doing more live chats about voting rights and voter suppression, live streaming. Not this intensive, because Bobby Crace over here has been a hero helping me out all day long. And I think it's just better to do, 1 hour for all of our sakes. But in seriousness, I really appreciate that you all stuck with me today and took the time to meet with me. I'm going to check on and see. Let's see. What'd you say, sweetheart? Oh, no, that's okay. I'll just take care of it tonight when I'm with Mia. But let's see here. Okay. Can you double check that all my streams are on? Okay, great. Excellent. And I'm going to just check in with Ashley right now. If she's running late, I'm going to go through some of the voting issues that I talked about a little bit earlier today, just so that you all have that information right now. So let's see. I'm going to check on Ashley. Let's see. Okay. 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 So I'm checking on Ashley. And in the meantime, I'm going to go over some of the stuff that I talked about today with you all. And I'm also going to go ahead and share some organizations. I just got to get that link up. Just be one moment, please. I wish I had pause music for this. And also, I'm going to go ahead and give you two, no worries. Ashley said she's running a little late. So in the meantime, I'm going to talk about some of these fundraisers, and I'm going to put them on my Twitter page. So I'm going to give this. Can you give Ashley the new Zoom link in here? Do you have it? Oh, it's okay. It was the same Zoom link. Yeah. Thank you very much. Okay. Yeah. So I'm going to we're gonna wait for Ashley to come in, and for now, I'm gonna post 2 of these fundraisers today for keeping the house. Listen, you all can individually donate, but what I did was put together from Cook Political Report. I put 2 of the most vulnerable seats. I put together the most vulnerable seats in the House, according to the Cook Political Report. Keep the House fundraiser. So that's posted right now on Twitter. So you can check that out. It's under the live stream. And you can also support Flipping the Senate Blue. And I also put together a list of senators that need your support. It's all in one spot for you. The reason why I didn't list the reason why I don't have all the Democratic senators running is because some are in safe seats. I don't want to say safe, nothing's safe. I'm not saying that. I'm saying they're solid blue seats, okay? So what I've done is put together seats that more like Mark Kelly or Doug Jones in Alabama that really need your help right now. Doug Jones is going to be fighting very hard against a football coach. What's his name, babe? Tommy Tuberville? Right. So Doug Jones, who has done a bang-up job in Alabama, he's going to be up against a football coach who's running for Senate. And that football coach is very popular. So while it might seem ha-ha, joke, we have a game show host in the White House. So all bets are off, okay? So what I'm saying is go to my Twitter page and you're going to see the fundraiser. I can put them on Facebook as well. Fundraiser for Flipping the Senate Blue, okay? And again, for myself, I do not make a dime off these at all, not a penny, not a cent. And if you've liked the work that I've done today, you can go to my Facebook, you can go to my Twitter page, and you can buy me a cup of coffee. That's how you can reward me for some of my work. Really, you can reward me for my work by encouraging people to check their registrations, to make sure that they're still registered to vote before the cutoffs in their town. I'm also going to tell you right now, while we're waiting for Ashley, 2 of the best resources for checking your voter registration, finding out how to get your absentee ballot, finding out what some of the requirements are, is vote.org. Okay? Vote.org does a really fantastic job of organizing their information. And after I talk to Ashley, we'll just go over the website together so you can see what it looks like. They do an amazing job. Rock the Vote does a very good job. People tend to think of Rock the Vote as this 1990s get out the vote situation. But no, it's current and they're great. They're very good at what they do. So Rock the Vote, I firmly endorse vote.org. And I also think that Rock the Vote does very well with checking your registration and checking what, for vote.org, you could even find your polling location, okay? So I'll be posting that as well. And I'm actually gonna do that right now. I'm gonna say, let's see, putting this down here for you all, right here. Vote.org for all things voting. Go to vote.org. It's time for all of us to be thinking about these things. Not only that, but when I'm with Mia tonight, I'll be talking about organizations that if you can't afford to get your voter ID, they help you. And there are some, I will also say that there are going to be some places that want you to send a photo of your voter ID in, right? Because of COVID. And still we have voter ID states. There's organizations that help you do that. Okay, so we're gonna list all those. So basically all of the obstacles that Republicans are trying to put in the way of voters. I'm trying to help you jump over, right? All the eligible voters that are in the United States should have equal access to the ballot box without impediment, and that's what today is about. And if you've listened to, oh, you know what? I will finish that a little bit later. Right now, I'm going to admit Ashley Marie Preston right now. I'm very excited to see beautiful Ashley. I'm so happy to see you. How are you?
Wow, and I am so sorry because I was just running around doing my thing, 2 hours of sleep today, some kind of allergy on the lips, don't know what's happening, and then I still have my scarf on, so I was like, let me show up.
First of all, you owe me no apologies. I just said to everyone how busy you are. And I said that I'm so blessed to have you even for a few minutes, because I definitely need to know about what you're working on, because it's always wonderful. When I talk about activists and advocates who really make a difference and change, I'm talking about you. I'm talking about Shannon Watts. I'm talking about Rebecca Coakley. This is the top echelon of people that are making a difference in the world. And I want people to also know Ashley can't do it all by herself. We have to help and support, okay? We can't just be like, oh, you're doing such a good job. Thanks. No. Help these organizations. So please, first, I want people to know a little bit about you and what brought you into activism.
Sure. So my name is Ashley Marie Preston, and I'm originally from Louisville, Kentucky, moved out here to LA at 19 years old. Didn't have language to describe trans identity, but I knew that it definitely was not a safe environment to explore expression or any of that. And so came out here, got a job, got discriminated against on the job once I transitioned, and then quickly I saw the ways in which structural and systemic transphobia and anti-Blackness conspired to destroy my life. And so I ended up losing that job. I lost the apartment. I was on the streets, and most people would panic, but they would in the back of their minds know that I can just go to a shelter. And so, but unfortunately, my definition of womanhood wasn't in alignment with theirs. And so I was denied services. And I was so desperate that I was willing to go to a men's shelter even, but they wouldn't even have me. And the 2 times they did, I was actually sexually assaulted both times. And so what I got out of all of that was, even through the moments in which I had been stabbed and attacked and almost left for dead and robbed and all of these different things, I still came through it unscathed. I don't have a record. I don't have a lot of the health disparities that many of my trans siblings do. And I have to give it credit to the fact that I'm also less visibly trans than some of my peers. So like I was able to kind of assimilate into cis heteronormative society without really mentioning that, right? And so understanding that those are still layers of privilege. And I felt that it was my social responsibility to look back and pull others up with me. So you are essential. Fast forward, I've done a lot of things, and I worked in nonprofit for years, and I'm an entertainment media producer, you name it. I'm a cultural polymath. I pretty much do it all. But amid the COVID-19 crisis, I got slowed down and put in my place because I have asthma.
Wow.
Yeah, and I'm a full figure, beautiful woman, but that BMI, COVID, COVID loves a full figure woman too. And so,
yes.
So those were all things that I realized put me at greater risk. And so I had to get really honest with myself. I had already been terrible about self-care as is, as many of us typically are. And so I was like, but I have to be able to contribute something. Like, yes, I can't be out there in the trenches, on the front line at all the protests, especially with police brutality. We know that Black folks, especially trans people, have it much harder if we get caught up in the throes of the prison industrial complex. And so, but then I remembered, I'm a girl from the boulevard. So, you know, you can take the girl off the boulevard, but you can't take the boulevard off the girl. So I was like, I may not be able to do much, but I know how to get money. And so I started reaching out to a lot of my celebrity friends and public figures who donated to this organization that I launched called You Are Essential. And so You Are Essential funds grassroots organizations that are serving vulnerable communities who are disproportionately impacted by the pandemic, but also acknowledging that these conditions existed pre-pandemic. And so we're experiencing the overlap of pandemic, racial, and health. And so we then expanded more recently to become year-round. And so we have a fiscal sponsor and are doing pretty amazing social impact campaigns with other folks. We partner with LeBron James, Megan Rapinoe, Sue Bird, all of these other folks. And we're trying to save lives, but in a way that also addresses the systemic barriers, right? We can't afford to put a Band-Aid over a bullet wound. We have to dismantle the system from the root.
I agree 100%. And not only are you working on You Are Essential, which I looked at the website, it's so beautiful, everything put together. I hope people check it out. I'm going to post it after this conversation. You're also working on a campaign with Alfonso David, president of Human Rights Campaign, called My Vote is My Voice. I would love to know about that.
Yeah, so we understand that voter suppression is real, especially under the current administration. But also there have been these communities that have been living in the shadows of the political process for quite some time. And so one of those communities being the trans community, but that's exacerbated when you add race to it. So Black trans folks have not typically been involved in a lot of the political conversation because we felt abandoned and alienated, and there's a huge sense of distrust, right, for how the system, our politicians, elected officials are actually going to show up for us. We also see that transphobia, anti-Blackness, and all of these issues aren't necessarily a partisan problem. We know that it exists on both sides of the aisle, and in fact, sometimes, you know, I've had to have these conversations in progressive spaces. And so the Human Rights Campaign has definitely had a past and a history around how they engage Black folks, communities of color, and trans folks specifically. And so we understand that we can't heal what we don't reveal, right? So we understand that, like, we have to get to this place where we're willing to try to move the needle forward, because these resentments are beefs that we have with one another, especially the ones that we had in the primary. It's like drinking poison and expecting someone else to die. And so I was like, you know what? They reached out. I was already going to be headlining the National Trans Visibility March, who's the one that brought me on. And so because of COVID, we had to like recalibrate and figure some things out. But I think it's an amazing opportunity, especially as a Black man Alfonso's a Black man in an organization where there are folks looking to be able to like pick things apart. And so we get to model what solidarity looks like. And so we're talking about how to vote, how to protect yourself in the process, know your rights, breaking through and busting a lot of these myths that are happening, because we know that disinformation or misinformation campaigns were huge in the 2016 election. And we started to see a resurgence of what some of those dialogues and conversations and tactics look like in the digital space. And so we're going to be doing that. Was we did one intro, but it's one of 3 different parts. So we're going to be doing panels all the way up until November.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Now, how can people find out about that? If they're not already following you, they should. But how else? Is there another landing spot for My Vote is My Voice?
Yeah, well, you can go to there is a hashtag, my vote is my voice. So typically HRC, the National Trans Visibility March, and other people who've been participating are going to be using that. So just enter that hashtag and go through the thread and see what you find. You can also go to HRC's website, at hrc.org/vote. And they should have additional information about the campaign there as well. And then as we have these events, we'll be making sure that we put up flyers and boost it and promote it, and really talk about the issues that are on people's minds, especially as it pertains to the people who've been convicted felons and like, am I allowed to vote? Am I not allowed to vote? What if I don't have accurate ID? We know in California, we have the option to vote by mail, but some people, so there's just all of this information. And instead of just assuming that people know all of these things, we're actually walking through it, and we're opening up those gates of communication so that people can get what they need and get their questions answered.
I really appreciate that, because sometimes that lack of information is on purpose. They don't want people to have that information to empower themselves. So I really appreciate that. And I will post those links. And the last question, because what'd you say?
Well, shaming too. There's this culture of shaming, right? Yes. Where people can't admit that they don't know something. And in fact, it's the reason why we haven't been able to break into the young voter or new voter participation that we've been hoping for, because there's a couple of things. First of all, we're talking about politics in this dry, boring, shriveled up way that nobody's here for. You know what I mean? And a lot of it centered on respectability politics authored by these institutions that have never even respected us. So why don't right? So why don't we talk about these experiences in a way that feel real and authentic for us, and in a way that, you know, I think allows us to be not only one-time or one-off participants, but that allow us to be a part of the ongoing conversations around how we're going to shift the social ecology around these issues that impact us every single day.
Absolutely. And I have one last question. If we get this authoritarian administration out, what would you like to see in the first 100 days of the new Democratic, would be Biden, right? What would you want to see? What one policy would you like to see implemented right away in the first 100 days?
There's quite a few things, but I know that Elizabeth Warren had some amazing plans around COVID-19 and how to actually safeguard not only our health, but our economy. And then also we would want to go ahead and make sure that we address our foreign affairs, because you know, we're pulling folks out of the Chinese embassy, like closing that down, and we're making enemies over here. So we have a lot of bridges to rebuild. Luckily, other countries know what's up right now, you know what I mean? And so like, but definitely our, these international relationships are important. And I think, again, the top two, it would have to be COVID, obviously race, police brutality, defunding the police, which has been what Black Lives Matter and other Black movement organizations have been asking for. So basically, again, addressing the overlapping pandemic, addressing race, addressing the environment, and the fact that COVID-19 is a direct result of the ways in which we've been abusing the planet. Thinking about how to create green jobs out of those opportunities to heal the planet and ourselves. And that's pretty much what I would want to see personally. Obviously, we talked about these communities, again, like the Black trans community specifically, who even in the middle of a pandemic have seen numbers soar in the murders. In fact, I just read about one right before I got on here, and I'm pretty sure they used her birth name instead of her name. And so we'll be learning more about that. So definitely, I think if I could leave anything with you all and impart one thing, know that as we're talking about voting, we need to make these conversations accessible to people who have different experiences than us, because we can't afford to be single issue voters. We can't afford to have a single axis interest when it comes to human rights, dignity, and resources that we all need to thrive.
Agreed. I really appreciate your time. I know it's precious. I just have to tell you that my husband's a big fan. He's too shy to get on camera, but he's there. He's saying hi. He met you at the conference and was like blown away by you in Washington, D.C., what you had to say. So you have a big fan in me, but also my husband. So I just needed to say that. So I know you're busy. Please take care of yourself during this time because we need you. And I look forward to sharing all this information on the projects that you're working. Ashley, I really appreciate you.
Thank you so
I appreciate
much.
you as a person. I appreciate you, but I appreciate your work too, okay?
I understood what that meant, actually. Right after the game, I was like, oh, okay.
So to make sure. So I want you to enjoy the rest of your evening, but we'll talk soon. And thank you for the work that you do.
Thank you so much, Maya.
Of course. So you can see, once again, Ashley should have her own television show. Ashley should have her own television show. I'm sure she's probably working on it. She's got agents and things like that, but yeah. I don't watch The View. I'm just going to put that out there, but I would watch it if Ashley was on The View. I'm just saying. I would. So that was a really wonderful conversation. And I hope that you heard the organizations that she is working with. I'm going to go ahead and post some of those links right now that she said, because I want you to know about, in particular, I want you to know about my vote is my voice. I think that's really important. So I'm going to post this. I'm going to save it. I want you to know about it. My vote is my voice. And that way you all can support, so you can support that organization as well. Okay. So let me get there. Here we go. So you all can see the conversation that I just had with Ashley. And then I'm going to go over some items, and then I'm going to be joined with Black Women Views Media, Reese Colbert. So you'll see me with her in a moment, and at 9 o'clock, and we're going to be talking about Black women running for office and how you can support them, and talk about how the media has been towards Black women running for office. Some of it good, most of it bad. So we're going to be talking about that. Let me post this. So I just posted on it's a thread for my Mayathon. My vote is my voice. You'll see it posted now on Twitter. Okay. Perfect. Okay, so now I just want to take you through some of the things that I talked about today. It's going to be it'll feel a little PowerPoint presentation. You know how sexy PowerPoint presentations are about voting, but that's not what I'm trying to do here. I want you to have the language of voting and how to talk about it with people. And one of the things that Ashley talked about is younger voters are hesitant to get involved, but it's not just younger voters, right? We saw today that we were talking about Native voters, and today, and that who feel like they're betraying their sovereign nation to support, to be voting, and our governments who has been really hesitant to help Native communities. And we've seen that younger Black members of communities across the board, whether they be man, woman, trans, or non-binary, are hesitant to trust this government because, well, let's face it, Government hasn't been so great, right? Many times. But what we've seen is that if we are not involved in the process, that the government will do what it wants to do with or without us. That's what happens in this country. And another thing that Ashley touched on was saying we can't like shame voters. You know, we can't voter shame. And I absolutely agree with that. And I want people to know that I feel the same way. I absolutely do, because, and I said this earlier, hours ago at this point, that one of the reasons why people don't want to get involved with voting, they don't really understand how policy affects them, right? They don't really, and because of that, they're hesitant to get involved, okay? So I want to show you two things. I'm going to get there in a second. Okay. First, I'm going to start with this. Okay. So I'm just going to go over some basic definitions for people that, you know, will join me later or want to know more about the basic definitions of voting. So I'm going to give that to you all right now. Okay, I'm going to share my screen. Share screen. There we go. Share. Okay. See me in the corner there. Okay, so part of the whole point of not voter shaming is the fact that not everybody knows the different terminology of voting, right? So I've had people say to me, Maya, I don't know the difference between vote by mail and absentee ballots. Isn't that the same thing, right? And so I want them to know that there are slight differences between both of them. Voting by mail is what a couple of states have, which means that if you're a registered voter, you automatically get a ballot sent out to you, okay? You don't have to request it. It comes to your house and you fill it in, it's pre-stamped, and you send it right back. Voting by mail has already shown to increase voter participation, and this is why it's good. However, as Jacqueline DeLeon told us, the native rights lawyer, vote by mail doesn't work for everybody, right? Because as she says, in Indian country, there's not always addresses. And this is why you have to in-person voting. And this is why with everything in our democracy, one size does not fit all, okay? So there's vote by mail, then there's absentee ballots. An absentee ballot means you have to request it, okay? People have used absentee ballots for a very long time. They are very useful if you are going to be out of town or if you are overseas or for whatever reason. That's what you were going to be absent the day to be in person for voting. In our country, we've always made absentee ballot basically pretty difficult. You'd have to get someone to witness you getting your absentee ballot. They'd have to sign on it with you. You had to have valid excuses. Well, during COVID, New York State has tried to make it easier, which is good. And now, as Perry said today, I believe we're going to be getting vote by mail options, which is great, but also hard to do. I also wanted to get into some of the voter suppression terms. And I said this earlier today. There are tons of ways to suppress somebody's vote, to dilute someone's vote, to dilute power. Perry says, Perry Grossman, who's a lawyer, he said it kind of in lawyer language, voter dilution, which just means the power of your group or your vote has been diluted. The power of your vote has been diluted. And there's all kinds of ways of doing that. One way is caging. Voter caging is a distinct form of caging and much more dangerous. Voter caging is the practice of sending mail to addresses on the voting rolls, compiling a list of mail that is returned undelivered, and using that list to purge or challenge voter registrants on the ground that voters on the list do not legally reside at the registered address. If it is treated unjustifiably as the sole basis for determining if that voter is ineligible or does not live at that address when they are registered, it could lead to unwarranted purges or challenges of eligible voters, okay? So this is one way to purge voters off of rolls. How many of you get junk mail? I get a ton of junk mail. I can't stop me and my husband from getting junk mail. I don't know how to stop getting junk mail. And I do actually look at it, like I just kind of flip through it. But you could see that would be easy to throw away, something that is trying to find out if you still live there. And a lot of states that were trying to kind of maybe trick voters or try to kick them off the ballots, they would send something that you'd have to send back to confirm you still live there. The way of purging votes. Spoiling. Spoiling is a very interesting term. So I'm going to read this. This is another form of voter suppression. In voting, a ballot is considered spoiled, void, null, informal, invalid, or stray if a law declares or an election authority determines that it is invalid and thus not included in the voter count. This may occur accidentally or deliberately. The total number of spoiled votes in the United States election has been called the residual vote. This may occur accidentally or deliberately, okay? And this, by the way, I'm gonna get into that a little bit. This could be happening if maybe your signature wasn't good or maybe you undervoted or overvoted. I'll get more into that a little bit later. Overvoting. Overvoting is having an extra mark on the ballot. It's an artifact of a crappy machine in poor neighborhoods. So sometimes a voter in a maybe in a neighborhood that has deep poverty, has old voting machines, they put their ballot through the machine and a little mark from the machine gets on the ballot and it looks like that person voted for two of the same seats, two different people for the same seat. And so that ballot could get rejected, right? An overvote occurs when an elector casts more votes in a contest than is allowed. This results in a spoiled vote, as I just said. A ballot which is not counted in the final tally. For example, a voter who votes for two candidates in the same contest that permits only one vote has overvoted, and his or her ballot cannot be counted for the race in which the voter is overvoted. Sometimes also instructions are bad, and sometimes that's why overvoting happens. Sometimes someone marks something and then they realize they didn't want that, so they mark something else. Now, you can actually, when you're going to a polling location and your ballot is rejected because you've overvoted, you have the chance to redo it. This is why overvoting could be a problem during the election, because we're voting by mail, we're voting by absentee ballot. If one of us accidentally does something or doesn't sign something right, our ballot can be rejected. So I'm going to tell you right now that during this election cycle, my personal worry is the amount of ballots that will probably be rejected. Yes, I'm worried about people getting their ballots, period, but I'm also worried about the rejection. Okay, stack, crack, and pack. Sounds fun, but it's terrible. This is a way you delude a group's vote. This is the way you take away power from people, okay? So let's see here, let me ask my husband, is everything okay on Left Facebook still? Because I see it as something else. Just in case we have to start, I had to start it all over again on Facebook because Facebook is a mess. I'm waiting for my husband to say so. Well, I'll start with stack, crack, and pack, okay? Stacking, cracking, and packing is a way of diluting the minority vote, okay? When we're saying minority, saying Black, Latino, Native, Asian, minority. There are, they say, majority minority cities. So tired of these types of terminology, but that's what we're dealing with. Working fine? Okay. So social scientists say that there are 3 ways to dilute minority voting strength. This is the point of stacking, cracking, and packing. Stacking is when you have a concentration of minority population and you dump a bigger concentration of basically white people so they will control the seat in the district. So you say like you have a group of Black people and they basically could control that district. They pack it with they redraw the lines so more white people are in it. There you go. Cracking is if the district has a majority minority and the minority voters are going to elect a candidate of choice. If you crack it, if you divide the district up into 3 or 4 districts so that all the districts are majority white, terrible. And I'm sure if any of you were with me when Jacqueline de Leon, the Native voting rights lawyer, she talked that this happens a lot in Native communities. So, hey, gross. Sometimes the minority is so concentrated that you can't stack it or you can't crack it, so you have to pack it, okay? You pack one district to make it minority majority while making sure the other districts are majority white around it, limiting the majority of minority districts. So basically you're like, well, if we let Black people have majorities here, they could win these 3 seats. What we're going to do is we're going to move them all into one district with each other so they only get 1 seat so that we can have 3 white seats. Fun, yeah? Okay. Gerrymandering, you all know. Gerrymandering has been done by both parties. I don't want you all to think that just Republicans have done gerrymandering. Democrats have done gerrymandering too. It's not something it's not something Republicans or Democrats should do, period, okay? It should be fair maps. I'm sure you've heard about fair maps. By the way, fair maps is very hard to do. It's not very easy to do, to figure out how to divide a district in a fair and an equitable way. This is something that statisticians, political science, and there's a bunch of people that are trying to do it. You have people like Eric Holder that are working on it, but I will say that Eric Holder is leaning towards, obviously, Democrats, right? I would look for people who want fair maps that are really trying to make this nonpartisan, okay? So there's also, within gerrymandering, there's partisan gerrymandering, like I said, the Democrats and Republicans both do. And then there's also racial gerrymandering, which, sounds like it is. It's the same kind of thing with the cracking and packing and stacking. They're moving Black people out of power. They're diluting power. It refers to the process in which district lines are drawn to prevent racial minorities from electing their preferred candidate. So it's trying to take away power from those groups, okay? Felon disenfranchisement, you heard Perry talk about earlier. Felon disenfranchisement is what happened in a lot of states. It's happening in a lot less states. In fact, I'll go ahead and move, let's see here. Felon disenfranchisement, we talked about. Florida was one of the last 4 states that did felon disenfranchisement. They've now stopped, but they still have like a poll tax. This is currently being fought in court right now. Basically, if it gets fixed, 1.5 million people have been added to the voting rolls and could vote in Florida. And this terrifies the living bejeebus out of all the Republicans in Florida. And again, it doesn't have to be a partisan issue. That Republicans could go after these votes as well. They know, they don't even try to pursue them. They know that they're not going to get them, okay? So they're trying to stop them from voting by imposing a poll tax on them. Prison gerrymandering is such a bizarre thing. Yes, there's prison gerrymandering, and it's a practice where states and governments count incarcerated persons residing or housed in those election district lines. This practice distorts our democratic process by artificially inflating the population and thus the political influence of the districts while prisons and jails are located. As a result, the voting power of everyone living outside of those districts is weakened. Prison-based gerrymandering makes a mockery of the one person, one vote, which requires the elected districts be comprised of roughly the same number of constituents. So every person receives the same level of representation. Unfortunately, prison-based gerrymandering gives added voting power to districts with prisons, violating this bedrock principle of political equity, okay? As you can see from this map, this is changing too. Prison gerrymandering is starting to fall apart, and that's a good thing. Cross-check. Cross-check is disgusting and evil and luckily doesn't exist anymore. Cross-check was what Chris Kobach, a terrible, terrible person who's running for office right now, by the way. Chris Kobach is running, well, actually, I think he lost. I'm sorry. I think Chris Kobach actually lost. I gotta double check. I don't really, it's hard to keep up with all the white supremacists and what they're doing, you know what I mean? So I'm not really sure what Chris is doing right now. But Chris came up with this terrible thing called the Interstate Voter Registration Crosscheck, commonly referred to as crosscheck. Basically, he sold it to states as a way of keeping their voting rolls clean and legitimate, but really it was a way to kick Black people off of voting rolls, kick Native people off of voting rolls, kick Latinx people and Asian people off of voting rolls. Why? Because, say like you had a similar last name. This happens in our communities, right? There are, my father's name is Willie Long. That's a funny name. And there are several others with the same name. So he could get kicked off the voting rolls if someone else has his name. That should not happen. And that's what happened during crosscheck. They would frequently, they would say, they would do things like, they would say that people moved when they hadn't moved. They moved within their own district. You don't have to change your voting registration if you moved within the same district, but they would get you kicked off. So crosscheck doesn't exist anymore, but it is what successfully purged off, I mean, hundreds of thousands, if not more, voters. Okay? Yes, my love.
Kobach is running for a Kansas Senate seat because Pat Roberts is retiring.
So he's still doing that? I thought he lost his primary, but maybe he didn't, and maybe he is still running, and that's Chris.
As of July.
Oh, that's bad. So hopefully he loses because he's awful. Voting purges that we talked about all day long. Voting purges to me are probably like the grossest aspect of voter suppression. Well, they're all an even shelf of disgusting. Voting purges are terrible because people don't find out until usually they go to the polls that they've been purged. And that is that's probably the most horrifying part of it. I mean, honestly, I've cried probably 100 times about this. You know, a lot of Black voters went to Georgia. Black voters that had voted for 45 years with no issue suddenly walk up to vote for Stacey Abrams, and only to be told that they're not on the voting rolls. It's real evil, top shelf evil stuff. Okay, and they did it because they find many ways to purge people off of voting rolls. Exact match, which means if you lived on 234 Fordham Road and on the ballot it says 243 Fordham Street, they would kick you off if the street and road were wrong. Really disgusting. And as you can see here, the Brennan Center for Justice found that between 2014 and 2016, states removed almost 16 million voters from the rolls, 33% increase over the time of 2006 and 2008. Well, as we've been discussing all day long, what happens after 2013? The Voting Rights Act has been gutted. It's not all gone. It's just, as John Lewis said, SCOTUS put a dagger in the heart of the Voting Rights Act. Because before the Voting Rights Act was gutted, if a state with a racist history which is like all the states, right? I mean, people like to say the South. We racist in New York too. There's racists like here too. But states in the South that had racist tendencies and racist history, you would have to ask you had federal oversight. You'd have to ask permission from the federal government before you decided to close all the polling places down. So that's why you can see that there was a 33% increase in purging. Okay. I'm not going to read all this. What I put this up just to say this. I had a bunch of people say to me, Maya, what if Trump calls off the election, says he can't do it, says he doesn't want to do it, uses COVID as an excuse? He can't do that. It's in our Constitution. It's in the Constitution, and it has been amended. You have a date of when he needs to go, and when the Senate needs to be in, and it's fine. It's there. That's not happening. You need Congress to change the date. And I'm telling you right now, thank the universe that we have a Democratic majority in the House, because they're not gonna change the election. We're gonna be voting on November 3rd. Okay. I have just a couple more minutes, and then Reese is going to join me. So I'll finish going over these at a later time, but I just wanted to show you really fast that there are acts that have been put in place over time to help us, like the National Voter Registration Act. I'm going to post all these on Twitter. The Hudstead versus APRI, Perry and I talked about today, and it was a way to justify purging voters. Shelby v. Holder is the case of what ended up gutting the Voting Rights Act. And you can see here, these were the states that were covered by the Voting Rights Act. And you can see that most of those states are the ones that immediately started suppressing the vote as soon as Section 5 was torn out. Okay. Yeah, I got a couple more minutes. This is one of the people I want you to follow on Twitter. Stephen Wolf of Politics Wolf. He is with Daily Cosby. He does a really wonderful job of putting maps together to show you Republicans would dominate control over redistricting, showing what it would look like. States with automatic voter registration, states with no excuse mail voting. I have tons more of these, but I'm going to get ready to talk to Reese. So I'm going to stop sharing this. I'll go over this later. I am going to take a 2-minute break, and then I shall be back with you momentarily. Actually, you know what? I'm going to share my screen still. Let's do it. I'm going to share it. It's interesting too, because I think, yeah, sometimes it just lets you play it, but I'm going to put this on right now so you can see. I want you to know this maps while I take a 2-minute break, and I'll be right back with y'all. Okay. Hello. I'm back. Yeah, thank you. It's got a little bit lighter in here. It's been getting progressively. Since it's now nighttime, I'm going to be joined in a moment with Black Woman Views Media, Reese. I'm excited to chat with her today. There she is. Hello.
Hi.
Hi, Reese. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, thank you. I'm just going to tell people that you're here. And I'm just, let's see here. I think you are
waiting for my
where's your
camera.
Video?
It's taking a second to come up. I don't know what's going on here. Let me.
So I didn't do anything, did I? Let's see here. No, I didn't do that. I don't know. That's not me. I don't know. I was like, did I? Is that off? Let's see. No. I'm just gonna wait for you. Take your time. I'm just gonna let people know you're here.
Sorry.
Oh, you're totally fine.
Normally it's very fast.
No, it's okay. I'm happy you're here. I finally feel like I can let my hair down now.
Okay.
And chat. I'm excited to chat with you. It's been a strange day. I've been wanting to talk all day about that political article. We don't have to get into it, but I would like to talk about it a little bit.
Oh, I'm down. I'm definitely down.
So yeah, I want to talk about that. So I'm going to right now. Do you want to try to jump in and jump out and see if that's maybe what's happening with the camera?
You don't see me?
I still don't see you. So let me see what's going on. I don't understand.
I see me. I don't know how you don't see me.
There, I see you now. There, you're there. Okay, good. Okay, so I'm just gonna let people know. Let's see.
Yeah, let me go ahead and tweet it out.
Yeah, and I'm gonna just go ahead and tell them right now in our little groups, talking about Politico. I was not happy to see, that wasn't a good way to start my day. I just have to say.
And it was an early start too. It was a very early start. So
yeah, I don't understand. I'm actually at this point. This obsession is very strange. And for people who don't know who we're talking about, Politico did another negative article about Kamala. We are going to be talking about Kamala. We're going to talk about a lot of Black women running for office. But I wanted to mention the Politico article at the top of the hour because I thought it was really gross. I mean, just right off the bat, it wasn't, bless you, sweetheart. It wasn't something where, no, it was basically inexcusable. And one of the things I wanted to talk to you tonight was about media. So first, did you get to read the article?
I did. You know, I even as much as people say, oh, I don't like clickbait, I don't click on it. I call it Oppo research. I like to know what's being said, who are the players. So I definitely read it. And I think a lot of the emphasis is on Politico, which I think is trash. Don't get me wrong. And I don't think enough emphasis is on the substance and who is saying what and the frequency with which this has been said now for months. And so I think that, you know, even though the media is terribly problematic, in particular, as it comes to covering Kamala Harris, I feel like a lot of people are focusing more on the fact that, oh, these are the authors that wrote it. Oh, this is Politico, and not what's really the problem. They're both a problem, but this isn't an editorial. This isn't like a profile that's just unflattering. This is reporting about a very powerful person and their influence on something that's problematic.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the problems I had with it, and I've said this before, there was a study done that said that the majority of people, I think the exact number, it might have been almost as high as 7 out of 10, it might be 6 out of 10, don't read past the headline. Right. And so a lot of people know if we just throw this in the headline, it'll be clickbait, people will share it around. They won't even necessarily read it. So they're going to get the strange impression already. So I was trying to figure out what the purpose of putting this article out now. Is this because we're coming to a place where the VP is about to be picked?
Yeah.
That's the only reason I could think that it would be.
Well, it's definitely the home stretch. I mean, we know that. Even according to the article, they are in their final stretch in terms of interviewing people.
Right,
And I mean, if you ask me, I think that the campaign has drugged this out way too long. There's no reason why, if you're supposedly supposed to make an announcement by August 1st, you're still like just now getting to the interviews. But I think I look at it as a last ditch effort. I think that from what I've seen a concerted campaign, and the article explicitly said it. There is a concerted campaign against Kamala Harris, even though there's no substantive campaign against her. The entire campaign is that she challenged Biden. How dare she? And we need to find somebody else. But even within the article, the one slightly encouraging part is it seems like more factions or more people seem to understand the importance of picking her and why it just makes sense. And then, but you have these rogue agents, and one of which happens to be a co-chair of the VP vetting committee that really has it out for her. And that's just disturbing.
Yes, it is strange. And to me, too, it's been, again, a microcosm of how Black women have been treated when they're running for office. And this is why, for those of you who are tuning in now, know that we do a show on Friday night and we talk about Kamala Harris and we talk about policies. And the reason why we do talk about Kamala is because we've seen how Black women who are running for office are treated. And there is a very different way in how Black women are talked about, how they're covered in the press. And you see it in the coverage of what happened with Donald Trump and how he talked to April Ryan or talked about April Ryan. So there is a culture here. So this is one of the reasons why we focused on Kamala a lot, because, and I think I've said this to you recently, I was like, well, why would I ever run for office? Right?
Yeah.
You're going to have a mile-long resume. You're going to be incredibly accomplished. You're going to be charming, charismatic, interesting, intelligent, and you're still going to be torn apart every second of the day. I don't see,
That's what I fight so fiercely for, because and that's what I said earlier today. The sinister part about this is they could easily not pick Kamala, right? I mean, there's a split field, right? There are several people that have been bandied about. I call it dangling. They could have just not picked her,
Right.
And they could quietly not pick her, which is typically what happens. These processes are normally very private. They require a lot of trust on both parties. I find, just a quick sidebar, the notion that a VP committee member is leaking or telling people what is said in an interview for this VP position, that's a violation of trust, because these interviews are very invasive. You're subjecting yourself to the most invasive and horrific things that anybody could ever ask you. And you're doing it for the better of the country, really, because you want to serve. And so that makes it wonder, well, what else are you saying? What other private, personal things are you divulging when you're entrusted with somebody's deepest, darkest secrets? So that's problematic. But the sinister part about it is they don't want to just not choose her. It's clear that they don't. I'm not saying that they won't. I think that they kind of know that they don't have much of a choice. And this is their last ditch effort to try to see if they can get anything other than Kamala to stick, or if they can get this anti-Kamala wave to stick. And it's not working. But I think that they want you to know, and they want Black women to know, that you cannot challenge a white man. And that's what disturbs me. Even the way that they frame the way that they're supporting Karen Bass, who I think is wonderful. I think Karen Bass is qualified. I don't have any substantive problem with her. I've chosen Kamala Harris, but I don't have a substantive problem or even a problem with her and people liking her and supporting her. But I don't like how they're couching it as, well, she's a good little soldier, and Kamala, how dare she? I think that's very reductive to her. And I don't think that sends the right message. Now, for her, if she gets a job, she's like, well, I got the job. Doesn't matter how or why you gave it to me. I got the job.
Right.
And it's my job to do something with it. But I just feel like they're going out of their way to telegraph. Number one, do not challenge a white man if you're a Black woman. And number two, if you're a Black woman, keep your head down, and maybe some white man will come be your benefactor and say, hey, I'm going to reward you for being that little soldier, and I'm going to bestow this on you. But the condition is that you don't have any more ambition and that you don't ever step out of line. I'm not saying that is Karen Bass's character. Do not get me wrong. What I'm saying is that's what they're telegraphing. And I find that problematic because you could telegraph that Karen Bass is more qualified. I wouldn't agree with that assessment, but you could telegraph that. You could telegraph that, well, she has this experience and she appeals to this faction and she appeals to that. You can telegraph any of those things. But what they've made it a point to now, this is the second article in a row, and I've seen other articles in addition to that. In a week, that have all telegraphed this same thing for me to not feel like, and they always put them together. They always put that Kamala is flashy, Kamala is disloyal, Kamala is this, Kamala is that. Yeah, you've enlisted her for more campaign events than anybody else. And then you put, but Bass is humble and she has muted ambition and she's loyal and she's this, that, and the other. Why do you have to even make the juxtaposition? Why are you not having a substantive juxtaposition?
Well, it's also, it's insulting to the both of them and how they're being portrayed. And I'm glad that Bass tried to shut it down earlier this week. And I knew that wouldn't be the end of the conversation. Right. And this is why I wanted to talk to you about Black women running for office, because we're seeing how they're treated. Now, I will say that this narrative that Kamala shouldn't have challenged a white man happened right at the debate. It was just a normal debate.
Immediately.
And other people challenged Joe Biden because that is what a debate is. And she was the only one left with this idea that they were pained. And I saw on Twitter right away, I saw older white women seem to be the ones that were the most offended, which I was just like, why are you offended by a woman challenging Cam in a conversation? So I thought that was problematic. I've also been grotesque. I thought it was been grotesque how they've been talking about Karen Bass as well. Now, I'm going to just say it right now. I like Karen, but I'm going to say I want someone with a law background to be vice president. She does not have one. She has she's a master's in social work, which I think is great. I'm not degree shaming her. I'm not saying that. And she's served long enough that she does understand, the Constitution and the laws. She knows all of that. My preference of why I've always supported Kamala and the people that I choose to support, I like them to have a law background. I don't have a law background. I'd like myself to have one as well. But it's just that this next few years is going to need someone with, to me, I feel like we have so much, as Ashley Marie Preston just said in the last episode, we have a lot of bridges that are so burned down within this nation and outside of this nation. And we know we need someone to understand the legalities and what needs to happen next and how we're going to go about this and then policy. And one of the strengths that I liked about Kamala Harris was the amount of policy she was being able to put out.
Right.
But again, and I will say this, and I want you to talk about this, but I want people to see how Black women who are now in contention for VP, and I'm glad, I don't know who held Joe Biden to having a vice president as a woman. I'm glad that they started pushing him, because we wouldn't even be having this conversation, right? He'd just go ahead and pick another baby.
Yeah, he would. But I think it was, it's the same way that they kind of dangled, we're going to meet with Stacey Abrams and maybe doing a joint announcement type of thing. I think it's a gimmick. And I think that, he had to undercut Elizabeth Warren. He had to undercut Amy Klobuchar. Joe Biden was about 20%, just 20s, low 20s the entire time. Yeah. And I think he needed something to really, to give him that jolt. And, it's the same thing with a lot of Black people felt like, well, if we can vote white and get a Black VP thrown in, right? And then it became, well, we can get our white male to go up against Trump and we can have a woman VP. So I just think it's really playing on, okay, if you dangle this, then you'll have more people who come over to your camp because they feel like buy one, get one free, Yeah,
that's
how I looked at it from the beginning.
Yeah, absolutely. And I will say we will be talking about a couple other women that are running for office. But the reason why I wanted to talk to Reese about VP is because at the beginning of this is because this is going to happen in a couple of days or a week or two. I don't know what they're doing, honestly, but it's supposed to be in the next week or so. And something that from all my conversations that I had today, it actually strengthened why, to me, I was like, we're going to have Kamala Harris. I talked to Bernard Alfraga about being able to go into communities and to understand communities. Kamala Harris understands AAPI communities. She understands Black communities. She knows how to go. This is what we're going to need. And again, I remember there was another insulting article. It's hard to keep up with them when they were basically saying that this was cosmetic, right? So that
was a Warren letter. That was Lawrence Tribe, and he said that in a Warren letter, right?
Right. So this is not cosmetic that we are wanting someone to be culturally competent to go into these communities. It is absolutely necessary and critical. And one of the things that Bernard Alfraga said that he saw from his research, that if you're not going into these communities, if you're not being able to build bridges within these communities, then you'll lose. And even with voter suppression, if you're able to reach into these communities and meet with these communities and get them to come out, you're gonna win.
Right.
Maybe I should send Joe Biden my interview with Bernard Alfraga.
Well, but I think it requires a certain level of respect for our different communities. It requires a level of respect and appreciation behind people voting for you, or feeling like, well, I have this demographic on lock, so let me appeal to this one. I have this, it requires something that I haven't seen. 2016, it was all about the white suburban woman, right? There were posts by Trump. And I'm not saying that's what Hillary said, but that's how the media covered it,
Right.
And you had Black people across the country, and particularly in southern states, that were saying, hey, we need some resources. We're not getting what we need, and they were ignored, and we saw what happened. And I think that what we see generally, what I see generally speaking, is a lack of appreciation, cultural appreciation, and cultural competency that really values putting in the work, and I remember you mentioned this about how, people of color in particular, you were talking specifically about Latino voters, they want something to vote for that's more motivating for them, right? And people, and that part is completely lost. I think it's lost with the Black community. I think it's lost with the Latino community. And I think it's lost with all of the communities that aren't white, and what we get is badgering and saying, well, that's Trump. Well, and I'm like, you're missing the point. You're missing the point, because you're preaching to the choir. You don't have to convert me. I vote every election, but you're missing the fact that 50% or more of the country don't vote. So there's an option. There's Biden, there's Trump, and there's not voting. And people don't understand that you could pick off some of the non-voters if you bother to give them something to root for.
Absolutely. I just want to touch on what you said about not giving the resources. I remember in 2016, there was a group of Black women in Florida that contacted me. They emailed me. They knew I was doing fundraising, and they said, we feel like we're by ourselves. We feel abandoned. They're not coming to see us here. And she was talking about presidential election, but she's also talking about local governments and things like that there wasn't investments in that. And another thing that Bernard Alfraga said tonight too was I asked him, I said, what advice would you give Joe Biden? He goes, I'm asked a lot by white strategists, how do I reach into these communities? He's like, hire Black people. Cede your power. Don't you be the person. Hire Black people, hire Latino people, hire Asian people. They should be in charge of the outreach, not you. Why are you asking, right? And that is part of the reason why I wanted to talk about voting in Black women too, because this idea that we'll have a white person that'll try to understand this issue, and that's why when someone says, well, just put in a white person, they'll build a bridge. No, we want someone that's already built the bridge.
I don't have time for training wheels. I don't have time for cliff notes. We can do the same stuff. Okay. So why does it have to have a white face for it to have credibility? When we are just as capable, in fact, we have to be even more exponentially more capable just to even get this much recognition compared to what other people do. And I said this, I had this discussion with Dr. Carr and Roland Martin, and I said, we give so much credit to white people and white women even for their rhetoric for, oh, I understand, I'm listening. I hear you. And we have these round tables and you just humor me. I didn't say all this. I didn't have that much time, but I'm saying we give so much credit to them for rhetoric. And then we look at the Black woman and say, well, why didn't you do more? Why didn't you fix everything in 2 years or in 4 years or in 8 years? Why didn't you undo centuries of systemic racism and institutionalized racism and solve every problem? Even though this solution pisses off this people and that solution pisses off that people, it's you're always supposed to have made the exact right decision that everybody's gonna love in every single situation. And yet the people that just listen, they get all the kudos.
I know. It is incredibly frustrating. When I talked earlier today to Jacqueline de Leon, she's a native rights lawyer, and she was also discussing, I said, where do you see some of the issues? And she's saying with campaigns, she goes, they feel intimidated by coming into Indian country, to building conversations with us. And to me, it's infuriating, it's exhausting, and I still see Democrats making those mistakes. Now, again, I'm not doing both sidesism. Republicans are literally just that so ridiculous, so awful. I'm not comparing apples to oranges here. Right. And I'm saying that they have work to do. And right now, and I remember you saying, well, Maya, I don't know. I expect to be disappointed. Well, when it comes to the VP, because you're just like, I'm not sold yet that they're. And to me, I'm saying, please don't do this. Because I remember in 2016, after Hillary lost, I'd said something online. My friend Chuck emailed me and he goes, you okay? And I go, well, I'm pretty bummed out. And he goes, that's how this country is, Maya. Right? Because this is how Chuck has always, he just feels this is how it's going to be. It's just going to disappoint us. They're not going to center us. They're not going to put us forward. I'm not expecting it. But I'm hoping that Biden recognizes right now that this is the time. I know, I don't know, but I hope so, is what I'm saying. We have a chance here to be really historic. And to me, it's going to usher in, not just, if we have a ticket like a Biden Harris ticket, this is also going to usher in Senate candidates and local candidates, and it's going to bring, I believe it'll be a real boost. And Bernard said that too. So let's talk about a couple of candidates that you saw on that list that you wanted to highlight.
Well, I let's talk about New York for a second, and I'm just going to pull some things up. There was so much attention, and let me just say this: it's been a tough election cycle for Black women. Okay, if you ask me. Okay, the primary for the president is a disaster, and part of that is self-inflicted because Black women are harder on Kamala Harris than probably anybody. Let's be clear. But even when it came to Senate primaries, you had Amanda Edwards down in Texas who did not make it to the runoff. You also had Erica for America in North Carolina. And they had pretty much coronated Cal Cunningham the second that he started running, even though Erica, and I can't remember her last name at the moment, but I just remember I met her at a Higher Heights event and she said, I'm Erica for America. And I was like, I like that. But anyway. But before he jumped in, she had been polling competitively with Tom Tillis. But as soon as the white guy jumps in, then it's like, okay, all hands on deck. And so it's been a very, very tough campaign cycle, particularly primary cycle for Black women. And I feel like what happened in New York was kind of indicative of that because, there was so much attention around the Black men candidates, which I thought was
Right.
awesome that they won. Be
Right.
clear. I'm rooting for everybody Black, but there was all this attention to like Jamal Bowman and several other people. And I didn't see any of the attention towards Jackie Gordon in New York. And I thought that was a huge deal that she won her primary. And she's actually running to unseat a Republican in New York. And so what I think is great, I think I saw that there are over 60 Black women that are running for Congress this time, and not everybody has won their primaries. There's still more primaries to go. But I do think that, there should be a lot more focus on flipping some of these seats. And I think there should be a lot more focus on some of these Black women that are in a position. They've won the nomination. A lot of these Cook political ratings are shifting to like lean or toss up. And yet you don't see the surge and attention to that because it doesn't have the drama. It doesn't have the allure of like, the progressive, they never call a Black woman progressive. Okay. And so it doesn't have the allure of the progressive versus establishment, it just gets ignored. So Jackie Gordon is one in New York. She is a veteran. And I mean, I don't see why she wouldn't have a chance, and so I've donated to her campaign. I've supported her. The one thing I will say about Black women candidates, and so I started a thread yesterday and then I got all off track on some other stuff. But the one thing I will say is I feel like Black women, and I know the Higher Heights helps with this a lot in terms of like their candidate boot camp. I think they're really underutilizing social media, right? I mean, I struggled in many cases to find an original tweet from that candidate that says donate here,
Right.
It should be a pinned tweet. It should be the first 2 or 3 tweets, or at least once a day. I saw them retweeting other people saying it. I saw onto that, but a retweet is not going to get as much engagement as an original tweet, right? So it's just certain strategies and tactics. I don't see them doing a lot of podcasts. I don't see them doing a lot of social media. I think a lot of them still have a little bit more boots on the ground type of things, and you can kind of get a little bit more impact sometimes through social media and doing local podcasts and things like that. And so that's the one area where I feel like, and I don't know, I'm not saying Black women versus anybody else, because to be honest, I haven't looked, but I'm just saying that's what I've noticed. And I've noticed this among Black elected officials actually too. When I've tried to do threads on Black elected officials, I'm like, where's your stuff at? It's taking me a long time to find something to brag on you for. So that's one constructive comment if I could give to them, but she's in the New York 2nd district. And so Jackie Gordon is one. Another person that I wanted to highlight was Melissa Watson. She's running to flip the South Carolina 7th district seat blue. She was actually she was a supporter of Kamala Harris in South Carolina. I remember her at the Black Women Weekend of Action. And I want to say that she was involved in Kamala's state level campaign in terms of like a co-chair or something she had some sort of position, but anyway, she decided to run for office. And so she won her primary. So she's running in the South Carolina 7th district. So I think that's great. There has been a Kamala effect on these primaries. Angela Andrews is the person out of Oakland. She's running for a local seat. Then you have the woman, I don't know if you remember when Kamala, she bought the jacket. And she went, to this woman-owned strip. That owner is running for office.
Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, wow.
Yeah. So there are a lot of people that have really been, and even I've noticed in terms of Kamala's supporters who have run to be delegate or other things as well. So I've seen a lot of really cool stuff. Do you mind if I list off 2 more people?
Oh no, please.
Okay.
This is why I want you here, because I didn't know that detail. I'm gonna like tweet about that later because that's so cool. I had no idea that a woman. That's great.
Yeah. I thought that was very cool. And I probably should have retweeted about it or bookmarked it. But there were several people, like I said, Angela Andrews comes to mind, and then the owner of that SC shop comes to mind. And I know there were at least 2 other people. Oh, I guess Melissa Watson will be another one, and then there might be 1 or 2 more people that I can think of that are coming to mind that applied to. But anyway, so you have Pat Timmons Goodson, who is in North Carolina. You know, North Carolina is going to be huge, because you do have Cal Cunningham, right, who's running to flip that Republican seat. You still have the Democratic governor down there. And so that should be a flippable seat. And then the last person I want to highlight is, see, now I didn't turn around and retweeted Desiree Timms, and she deleted her tweet. That's what I'm talking about. I'm trying to help you. I was trying to retweet a tweet. You know, I was like, okay, I want to find a tweet that people are that are asking for donating, not a retweet. I wanted to be able to do 2 things. Number one, send people to their account, and send people to their account to donate. So that's why I didn't want to just retweet somebody retweeting them, you know, because then I'm sitting in somebody else's account. But anyway, that tweet is deleted. But okay. But she is running to flip the Ohio 10th district. This was the person that Kamala Harris endorsed in the primary, and she won her primary. And so I've seen some Cook political ratings on different races. And the good news is they're moving towards Democrat. Irrespective of race, these races are trending in the Democrats' directions. But there are so many other women. There's one other woman I want to get to, but I'll let you go because I want to find her and make sure I get her name right.
I'm going to talk about the big ones that I think people already know, but I want them to donate, for example, to Lucy McBath in Georgia's 6th district, because she's in a big, Republicans are pouring money in that district to get her out. They cannot stand how successful she's been. They do not like it. Yeah. And so I really want to pour attention to Lucy. I've met Lucy a few times. I pointed this out today. That's a letter from Lucy on my wall right there.
Oh, nice.
Yes. I love Lucy. She's amazing. I don't know if you got to see Sabrina Fulton join me. That was a surprise.
Yeah, that's wonderful.
She's like, I'm gonna jump in. I'm like, so that was really fantastic. One of the things I love about Sabrina running for office, and in particular the office that she's running for in Miami, she's running for Miami-Dade County Commissioner. One of the things that I really want people to understand is, and this is why I want Democrats to really invest in the infrastructure from the foundation up. I don't say ground up. I say it's the foundation. If you're not investing in the foundation, you cannot build on top of that. And so these type of seats are critical. And Republicans know this. And this is why I'm thrilled to see Black women running for all of these seats on the local, state, and federal level. So I'm really thrilled with her. I saw that Kamala had, on that list that we were working with Marie Claire, I think Kamala had endorsed a couple of these women on here. One in particular, I don't have her name in front of me now. She's on my list over here. But I'm really, really hoping that does give a boost. And by the way, I'm not seeing other candidates do that as much either. And I want other candidates to recognize it's so critical. I'm not saying that they don't, I'm saying I'm not seeing it as much. And right now, those candidates need that support, especially the ones that are running for seemingly smaller offices that have a lot of power in their district. And so that's what people don't understand. Republicans know that. They will run for the school board election, the PTA. They'll do everything. And so I want Democrats to think in that type of long-term strategy, and they need to be able to motivate their base and put people in power. And this is why we wanted to focus on Black women. I don't know if there's another candidate or two. Oh, I liked Trina Nelson. She's an ed tech professional, proud parent of 2. I thought she looks so badass to me, and she's another one of another person that's running for an office that I like. You know, non-traditional offices are what we think about the offices. So she's running for school board. And so I'm going to go ahead and put her campaign up as well, and you all can follow her on Twitter. she's in Arizona right now. Okay.
Yeah.
So this is what I want people to focus on. Her name is it's pronounced Trina, but it's spelled Trina, Nelson, Nelson. I thought she was really fantastic. She's been supported by Run for Something. So she's getting some serious endorsements. I really think that she has a chance of winning. These are all these seats are important. And I on Live with the K Hive on Fridays, I've said before, there are 500,000 seats to run for in America. 500,000 seats. And we need to be thinking about those seats, and we need to be thinking about them long term, because they're making decisions over children's lives and their education, whether they can keep them safe. They're talking about safety within communities and relationship with police and citizens. They're making these decisions, and this is why we need, and especially with these women that are highlighted on this, Marie Claire. And there's men on this list too. Reese posted it, and y'all should to give a look at and support. So before we wrap up, I want to know what
there's
else has been going
one more person that I wanted to talk about. Okay.
Yes, please.
So one more person, her name is Keita Haynes, and I've been seeing a little bit more buzz about her. They're actually calling her progressive. Okay, it's rare that you get to have a Black woman that they'll acknowledge as being progressive. But she is running for Congress, but she has to get through the primaries first. Okay. And she's running to challenge a 17-year Democratic incumbent, Jim Cooper. And so her primary is August 6th, and this is in Nashville, Tennessee. And she just has this really remarkable story. I mean, straight out of graduating from college, she kind of got caught up in a situation with a boyfriend who, was stashing drugs or something to that effect at her house, and she didn't know what was going on. But she got arrested and went to jail anyway and got convicted of it. And because of the minimum sentences, she was in jail for 4 years or something to that effect. I think it was 4 years. And so basically, she spent 3 years and 10 months in prison, okay, and this was a marijuana charge. And so while in prison, she actually started working on her law degree. After she completed her law degree, she went on to become a public defender. So, and she's been a public defender for 6 years. And I'm so impressed by her. I haven't tweeted about her yet, but I definitely am going to tweet about her because I really want people to learn about her. But her name is Keita Haynes. It's Keeda Haynes, Haynes. And she's 42 years old. And she's a Black woman, and she seems incredibly dynamic. I watched an interview with her. I've read some of her. I've done some research on her, and I just think she's wonderful. And so I would love to see that. So, there's already a Democrat there, but you know what? I know, despite what the politicals and the Chris Dodds of the world have to say, if you're a Black woman, go for it. You don't have to wait for somebody to step aside, because nobody's going to wait for you to step aside. And so I applaud the Black women that are running in these primaries. Kamala Harris is actually really, really, really good about endorsing Black women, and particularly in the primaries. She's done that, like I said, with Desiree Tims. And then there's a woman down in Texas, I want to say, what was her name? I forget. But it was a big deal. She's done that even in 2018. She endorsed Stacey Abrams in the primary, so she has that pipeline. And one of the benefits of her being VP is that it actually gives an instant boost to all of these down ballot candidates in a way that, and it's no shade, but Karen Bass is not making these broad, endorsements of people. Susan Rice is not as well. You don't have anybody else, with the exception of Elizabeth Warren. I will give her that credit. I'm not going to lie on anybody. Warren has her Warren Democrats, so she has made more endorsements. But if we just look at the Black woman, Kamala Harris has undoubtedly built the largest pipeline and is continuing to build on that pipeline of Black woman political talent. And that's what is the key difference for me. I want to see a pipeline. I don't want it to see a one and done. I don't want it to be this placeholder. I want a person who has built a pipeline coming up and is still building that pipeline. That's what I want to see. Not somebody who, and that's no shade to anybody else, but I'm just saying, when I look at the records, who's been building that pipeline across the country, that's Kamala Harris.
No, really, I've seen her do interviews while she's putting out policy initiatives while she's doing, and so to me, I think I'm excited about the idea that she could be picked again.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to stay optimistic. I've got my Kamala button on. I'm gonna try to stay optimistic about this. I wore it all day long. You see,
That's
I have my MLK button. I got my New Mexico button. I got my Kamala button.
I love it. I love it. I love it.
So yeah, I'm going to be hopeful about it because this country has made so many wrong decisions, especially in the last 3.5 years.
Yeah.
So I'm really just hoping that this puts us on the direction of making the right decisions, one that's going to have lasting impact, because this could be across the board, not only the most inclusive Congress we've ever had again, this could happen again, but this would be our first Black female VP, first female VP.
Yeah.
This would be really historic in a way, and I think it's going to create a lot of excitement. I will also say, and I know you've heard this too, Reese, that people are saying, well, Joe may not pick her because she might overshadow him. I don't know if he's really worried about that. I hope that's not what he's worried about, because she is going to overshadow him. But I'm just saying.
I mean,
so
you're 78 and you're white and you're male. You're not running in the same circles of shine. Okay.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to see you on Ebro in the morning in the Breakfast Club. When you went on the Breakfast Club, it was a mess. It was a disaster. So sometimes you just got to let people shine in their way. And I said this before. We all can shine together. It's not a competition. Sometimes you shine a little bit more. Sometimes your outfit's a little cuter. Sometimes your hair a little cuter. Sometimes everything else is working for you better that day. And sometimes I'm shining a little bit more. But if we both shine, and it don't matter who's shining more, because somebody is going to elevate the situation. So I just think it's ridiculous. It's very insecure and very petty.
Exactly. And that's why, to me, I think it would be nice to have some shine, some excitement, some dazzle back in Washington, D.C. And by the way, you know, you're in D.C. I have a lot of friends in D.C. My grandfather taught at American University. And I remember I was in D.C. I was going to try to ring you up. My husband and I were only there for 2 days. And I was like, maybe I'll try to meet up with Reese. You and your husband were already out dancing and doing that. And I was just like, nah, I can't keep up. Like, we're just in a hotel. We're just going to call it a night. But I know, but DC's energy is really wrapped up and around, you know, who's in the White House. Because when I'd go down there when Obama was in the White House, the city had a different feel. That's true. To be down there, you know, and the energy when Trump was elected, it was tough to go to DC and to visit. So it would be nice to have that feeling of excitement again, but and recognizing that there's real challenges ahead, right? So we enter this in a clear way, you know. And so now, before we wrap up, I really want to say that I'm so happy that you have been getting some shine and some love in a real way, not just from Star Jones, which is really wonderful, but I love that she gave me that love.
I love her.
I really love seeing that. I feel like you should already be in talks with MSNBC. I don't know why that's not happening yet. It's on the way. On the way.
You know, I'm not. You know, I'm not that kind of Black. I'm not, and there's no shade to nobody else. But you know, I ain't. You know, they're not looking for that. They're definitely not looking for that, and I'm not looking for that, to be honest with you.
Well, tell us. We want to know. We want to know what's next for Black woman media, because I love that you started this media company. I think it's absolutely necessary and critical.
Yeah.
Do you have something that you have planned next, or do you want to keep it close to the vest right now?
No, I think it's really just like an acknowledgement of that I am my own media, right? I mean, it was just more of like an acknowledgement and a manifesting of the work that I put in and what I bring to the table. I mean, that's really more so what it was, because ultimately, I mean, if you look at what other people are doing, this is what they're doing, what you're doing. You're doing your media, you know what I'm saying? This is what media looks like right now. And so it's like, it doesn't look like getting in the office building or getting this elaborate set behind you and having, you know, a line producer and this and that. it's about your voice and being true to that and building an audience that trusts in what you're saying and that you're not bullshitting them and that you are really you're being authentic. And so I think that's really more of what it was. I mean, I do a daily show, Monday through Friday show. I do some of my recaps in terms of TV stuff, and I do live recaps. I do Roland. So it's just my way of saying that I'm not validated by the mainstream. I'm not validated by, okay, once I make it to this show or once I make it to this network, I'm validated every day that I wake up and I decide to do something, So I think that's what it is. It sounds more dramatic than what it is. I say Black women views media, but I was like, I'm the media already. So that's what it is.
No. It doesn't sound dramatic because I was being critical of the media today because I said, look at the guests that I've had on today. When have you seen that on MSNBC? Right. When have you seen that on CNN? You have not heard about Native voting rights and trans voting rights and Latinx statehood, like about Puerto Rican statehood. You haven't heard about all this in one day. And I never see that line up. And some of the things that guests were saying today were things that I've looked for and tried to find. And it's one of the reasons I wanted to do this. And the whole point of today was the fact that we have 99 days until the election. I wanted people to start really focusing on voting obstacles, and who to vote in.
Right.
And how critical that's going to be. And again, and I will say this, and this is why I love doing Live at the K-Hive with you, is again, I'm going to say one of the reasons why I want Kamala Harris in the picture for VP is because we do need to have some excitement involved. Yes, we need to talk about the fact that we need to get Trump out. Yes, we need this, but we also need this idea of excitement to kind of boost people to get up and to get motivated too.
Yeah, I agree. And let me just say before we go, I love what you're doing here because I think so often people complain about what they don't see instead of putting it out there. And like you said, if you're not seeing it other places, then create that place where people can see it, and eventually more people will see it and more people will see it and more people will see it. And we have to create the stories. We have to tell the narratives. We have to be the advocates that we want to see. And it always blows my mind, the resentment that people have towards people telling the stories that they want to tell. Well, you tell the story you want to tell. Nobody is stopping you. You have YouTube, you have Twitter, you have 280 characters. But you don't want to put in the work. So I have to applaud you between your graduate studies and I know you recently graduated and just the work that you're putting in, because everybody's waiting for that cue to do something. You're your own cue and you got to put it out there and it's going to be helpful. And I look at all this as going into the canon of 2020. Because in 2 years or 3 years, God forbid, we might have to do this all over again, or this is it's going to be old news. And this long period that we've sludged through and that we have fought through is going to feel like, wait, what happened? Did that happen? So this is, I feel like these stories need to be told, and time is ticking. And it amazes me the lack of urgency. Like even with this picking the VP pick, like you don't have a sense of urgency with this. You're still working on the basics because you should be hitting the ground running. Like, don't believe the polls and voter suppression. Okay, so now what's the problem? Why are you still dilly-dallying around?
Yeah,
I agree.
All the
time in the world.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I'm getting tired of it too. It's kind of having a game show type of feeling that we're just waiting to see which door they open, and it's getting really gross. And by the way, this is what the media, I'll say legacy media, lives for, right? It lives for the horse race and the gossip and then this. And Joe Biden could just end this so we can focus on moving forward. And we know whoever Biden picks, Trump is going to get ready to try to douse him with awful stuff and to say terrible names, and maybe Biden in some ways trying to protect the VP, but we just need to get on with it. So Trump's going to do it. Trump's going to do it no matter what. So there we go. Yeah. So Reese, thank you so much.
Thank you.
I will see you this week.
Yes. Friday.
Yes. And I'm hoping that we have, I don't know. We've been, I don't know when we're really hearing about this pick. I really thought it was going to be the first.
He said by first. You know, and I don't know
August
if you've seen this, but I've seen some traffic today from people who are delegates, and they said that their voting is supposed to start by ballot August 3rd. And so the thought is that, you know, they have to send out the ballots, so the ballots will have to be printed by a certain day, and so they'd have to make this decision. You know, I haven't seen this adherence to competence and to deadlines. I've seen a lot of, you know, lollygagging and other kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And so I know what the process says, but I just haven't seen the evidence that they're really trying to meet that. But I mean, I guess technically, right, if ballots go out to delegates across the country, you can't let that be your announcement. But I don't know if the names are going to be on the ballot. So people are making assumptions that the ballot's going to have the VP on it, which may not be the case. So it's really no telling. I don't think you want to announce your VP on a Saturday. You know, you don't want to announce them on a Friday. So is it going to be the next 2 days? I doubt it. So it's probably going to be next week or later or right before the convention. I don't know. I'm just over it. But
me too. I'm over it too. But I'll be less over it if he picks Kamala.
If he picks Kamala, then I'm like, okay, I guess I got another 90-something days. If he doesn't, then I have a very, very, very chill 90-something days. I'm over here on my phone, getting very familiar with my mahjong and reading some books and watching some Netflix series. I'm gonna be on vacation. I'm retired.
I mean, and that's a sentiment a lot of people have been saying to me too. A lot of people have been saying that. They're like, oh, well, then I'll show up to vote, obviously, but do you want my investment? I don't think so. So a lot of people shared that sentiment. Well, Reese, thank you so much. I'm gonna see you on Friday. I always love talking to you. We keep it tame because I know we could really go off on some stuff.
I've already gone off for an hour and 20 minutes today. So I said, okay, let me get some chill. And I'm gonna just stick to the topic. But thank you for having me on Myathon.
Thank you. Thank you, Reese.
Good luck for the rest of the night.
Thank you. I really only have 1-2 hours left with Mia Brett. Okay. Mia Brett's coming up, so I'm excited about that too.
Oh, exciting. Okay. Bye.
Bye. So you saw Reese. Reese's always great. Reese said great things. This is why people love her. This is why I love her. She's amazing. Yes. Yes. Mia Brett's supposed to pop in. Does Mia Brett have the link to come into the meeting? We're going to hope so. Thank you all for these beautiful comments you're making. Biden-Harris, I agree. Let's get that going. Biden needs to announce already so people can heal before voting day. I agree. Exactly. Kamala isn't waiting to lead. She never does wait. She's already leading. Oh, there's Mia. There we go. Mia Brett is coming in right now, everybody. Queen Map. Hello, lady. Should I wear my so I can match with you? Should I wear my isn't waiting to Hi. Hi. I was saying, should I wear my tank top too so that I match?
Yes, that we match. Also, can you see me? I was like trying to figure out good lighting in here.
Well, I would say, let's see.
I can do better lighting. Hold on. We can handle.
Okay, yeah.
Oh,
don't fall.
I'm not used to like calls late at night, and so I was like trying to set it up in my room, and I apparently failed miserably because the light changed since the last time I was trying it.
Yes, okay,
right.
I get that.
Yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna go in a better room because that's what we're gonna do. Yeah. So everyone's gonna watch me move. It's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. It's totally fine. I'm excited to chat with you. So I'm gonna get ready for that right now. How you holding up, Maya? Tired or not? I'm holding up okay. I am holding up okay. It has been a long day. I've been up since, Bobby, what time did I get up at? 8? Oh, I got up at 7:30. That was weird. Yeah, I don't usually get up at 7:30. Not during COVID. I haven't gotten up at 7:30 in quite a long time. I'm going to pull something up while Mia gets into her better lighting for us to talk about. Right now, we're going to be talking about groups that we should support and organizations. And I have I have some people we can talk about and share. I'm actually going to, let's see here, share. Nope, wrong. View, copy link. Okay, perfect. Okay. Okay, and when you get, I have some organizations that I'll share, and I'm going to go ahead and share my screen and do that while you're finding some light. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So you're going to see me in the corner, and I'm going to put myself there too. There we go.
Yes, I hope you liked walking around my house with me.
I did.
Your couch is going to jump in here at some point too, so everyone can like get a chance for that. Okay, this is much better.
Oh, I love it. So I put together a couple of groups. You're familiar with all these people, just to get us started. But I know that you have organizations that you love. So I'm going to list a few of these. And by the way, I will share these on Twitter. A few voting rights experts that I like and Mia likes is Professor Anderson, I talked to today, Kristen Clark, Sherilyn Eiffel with the LDF, Ari Berman, Greg Pabst. He's interesting. He's the one that always wears like a hat, an investigative hat, but he does really great investigative journalism when it comes to voter suppression. Mark E. Ellis on Twitter. He's wonderful for discussing voting rights. He is constantly talking about new lawsuits that are coming up that he's working on. So I think that he's somebody to follow that I think that you might like. And Politics Wolf, he's with Daily Kos, and he does a lot of great voter suppression work, and he talks about maps and where you need an ID and where you don't. And then Susan Lerner with Common Cause. She's not usually online a lot, but she's an excellent voting rights person. I don't know if you had one or two voting rights experts and also, or media covering voter suppression, or any groups that you want to talk about and highlight and share.
Yes, I do. Of course, I remember some of them, and I also made notes, but they're elsewhere on my computer because I'm viewing. Okay. I'll get them up in a second. It's fine.
No, take your time.
Well, because they're on my computer, so I have to exit the share screen to find.
Okay.
them.
Oh yeah. Let me stop sharing them for a second. Real simple.
Like, I'm being very organized today, everyone. Like,
no, it's fine. Listen, it's fine.
I could go on and on about voting rights orgs, and I have a couple in particular I want to highlight. One organization that Maya and I have both done work with is Spread the Vote, and they do such amazing work with getting people IDs. And they are also doing some work. I mean, this is important for people who've been formerly incarcerated. This is important for people who are impoverished, for people with disabilities. Like it's such a necessary organization. So Spread the Vote is definitely an organization that, you should be following, and that they do great work. And if you're looking for an organization to donate to, they're awesome. If you still buy stuff on Amazon, which I occasionally do, they're one of those organizations that you can put on your Smile org that you donate to. So I'm it win-win. Another organization that I'm going to highlight is another one that Maya and I love, which is Vote Pro-Choice. Now, they're not focused on voting rights in specifically fighting voter suppression, but they put out great information about pro-choice candidates. And so if you want to make sure and check who you're voting for, what their voting record is, what they're doing, then they're a great place to go. Another organization, which I've just recently learned about and I'm really excited about, is the Florida Rights Restoration Coalition. And one of the reasons, and by the way, I'll also put stuff on Twitter, or I'll join Maya's thread, or everything goes up on Twitter from me. The Florida Rights Restoration Coalition has existed for a while, but they're specifically working on the problem that we're facing right now with people in Florida who have just had their rights restored because Florida I don't know how many of you know, went through the process of restoring felon voting rights. And, but part of that was that we have kind of like, it's essentially a modern day poll tax in Florida right now, which is that people have to make sure all their fees are paid up in order to be able to vote. And so the Florida Rights Restoration Coalition, while they've existed for a while, is really targeting work towards that effort. And so I think in particularly leading up to 2020, for the general election, like this is an org we want to be focused on. Florida is a swing state.
Oh, I don't want to interrupt. I want to ask, do they have a Twitter handle? Because I'm going to put that. Okay.
I can find it.
Okay.
I believe it's FRRC, but I can tell you in 1 second. Let's see. It is at FL Rights Restore.
FL Rights. Okay.
Restore.
Oh, I see it. Okay, great. Excellent.
Yeah, so I was, by the way, totally wrong about what their handle was, but that's fine because I looked it up. Yeah, and so then of course there's awesome organizations that are probably a lot of you are following already, like Fair Fight, which is Stacey Abrams' voting organization. Maya mentioned Kristen Clark, who's amazing, and her organization is Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights Under the Law, which is a mouthful, but if you follow Kristen Clark, it's in her bio, so you can find it easily. And they're always really good to be following on election day too, because they're like on it, and they always have an election hotline. And if you're having problems voting, so like they're such a great place to look for that. I'm going to mention also, this is a little bit about organizations, but it's also more about kind of an issue that we need to be paying more attention to in terms of voter suppression. And I've been watching most of the day. I had to take a break, but I was tuning in such great conversations, which are near and dear to my heart, about Native voting rights and disability voting rights. But I don't believe, and I could have missed it because I had to take a break, that we touched too much on voting while incarcerated.
We didn't.
But
no.
Correct me. Okay. So that's what I just wanted to bring up right now, because a lot of people, like, we did have a conversation about felon restoration voting in this election cycle, which is fantastic. And that's really getting a lot of work done. But a lot of people don't know that if you're incarcerated while awaiting trial, you have the right to vote in most states. But the problem is you're dependent on like a prison guard to make sure that vote is being upheld. And so unfortunately, I don't have a nationwide organization to send you to. I wish I did, because this is so important. But I do have a sentencing project link, which I will send to Maya as soon as this is done, or if she wants me to send it to her now, tell me the best way to do so.
Oh yeah, you can put it in my chat, or
put it in the chat for Zoom. You got it.
And I'm also going to some of them that you've mentioned. I've just added to these infographics.
Great.
So I'm going to go ahead and put those up now so people can see them. And I'll say these are some of the organizations Mia just mentioned.
Yeah.
So they can follow them and sometimes get alerts. I don't know if you do that. Okay. Because I have like 6 people that I like to get alerts from, just to see, especially with all the lawsuits going on currently with voting. So but continue, Mia.
But yeah, so this link that I just sent Maya, which I'm sure she'll be putting up, is from Sentencing Project, and it covers the broad issue of incarcerated voting, but it also mentions a lot of organizations that are regional that are working on this. Unfortunately, a lot of them don't have Twitter presences. A few of them do. There are organizations like Citizens United for Rehabilitation of Errands. That's in DC. Ballots Over Bars, which is in Massachusetts. Yeah. All Voting is Local, which does have a Twitter presence, and I believe the first one I mentioned does as well. And All Voting is Local, Sentencing Project mentions it in Ohio, but I believe they have outposts all over the country. And this is just like a completely untapped group of people who are having their votes suppressed, and we don't need to pass a law. Like, we don't need to defeat a law to help them vote. We just need to make sure they get the materials to vote. And so I think that's such an important conversation. Also to that score, on that subject, this isn't a voting rights org, but National Bailout, or the organization that bails out Black mothers. It's really focused on helping Black women who are incarcerated awaiting trial, which is the group of people we're talking about in this segment. So, and I can get their Twitter handle unless you have it, for National Bailout.
No, if you could DM that to me too, that would be excellent, and then I will add that as well.
And so, as I said, they're not exactly a voting rights org, but since we're talking about people not having their rights while incarcerated waiting trial, another way to address that is to bail them out. So it's actually at National Bailout. And they're a great organization as well, just in general. So those were most of the organizations I was writing down. I mean, I could talk about voter suppression and voter suppression issues for who knows how long, but.
Well, I'm curious as to today. I know that you, I think, tuned in for Dr. Carol Anderson. I'd love to know your thoughts about what she said. I mean, she's amazing. Don't you just want to like hang out and just like listen to her?
So much. Also, like, I love her so much, and I followed her on Twitter for so long, and so that was fantastic. So I have to admit, I was working on footnotes while I was watching I Love You, but I was doing that. So I caught hers. And one of the biggest things that stuck out to me that she was talking about is she said it in like a fantastic way, but she was talking about things that you and I have been like screaming into the void for a few years, about Shelby V. Holder, and about, how voter suppression was the issue with the drop in Black turnout, not not enthusiasm for Hillary or something. And, it's so interesting because like you and I have been talking about so many of these issues since like the day after the election. We have just been screaming about it. And it's so interesting to me that, 3-4 years later almost, like Professor Anderson is still saying this, and I know people are still listening to her and hearing it for the first time. And like, don't get me wrong, she said it better than I could. But, and if we've been saying it since 2016, she's been saying it probably since Shelby v. Holder happened in 2013.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes.
Because like there's no way. But like, and so that's just, that really struck me as how much like so many of us are screaming these things, and I'm hoping we're reaching a critical mass. That some of it is getting through, some people are starting to listen to some of it. Luckily, I
hope so. What's frustrating to me is that we knew that the story was already wrong in 2016 when they were saying there seems to be a lack of enthusiasm amongst voters, or saying too that they just failed to win over white progressive men. Whatever story they felt like sharing that day, it was always wrong. And what was really frustrating to me is that they're still not getting voter suppression, voting purging, closing ballot. They're starting to, even when they say, wow, these lines are really long, they can't just say this is a form of voter suppression. We're seeing that no one in America should have to wait in line for 12 hours. So they were incredibly wrong about how they covered Hillary Clinton's election. And yes, I was very glad that Dr. Anderson discussed that. Yes, definitely. She was. She's amazing. She's fantastic. It makes me want to go to Emory and get my PhD. Just to hang out, I'm not going to do that. I'm staying in New York. I'm staying here.
I got you. I know, but still, I'm very like needy. I'm like, you can't leave me. Yeah. Also, this is like the first time we have seen each other.
I know.
In months. So that's lovely.
Yes, but I want people to know too about your other projects because it's important. I love what you're doing, and one of the reasons why you're also doing Sea Witch is because part of the fact of, well, Amazon is gross, and yes, we all still use it, but at the same time, it's like we have to figure out ways for this not to be the way that we are supporting BIPOC artists, because Amazon is like this vicious cycle of how they treat their workers and don't take care of them, and yet we're buying stuff. So I would be happy for you to tell some people about Sea-Witch right now. Yeah, absolutely.
So there's a few reasons. I mean, so you and I have somewhat like similar missions on Twitter, and a lot of that is we want to educate, right? I mean, that is so central, I think, to both of our like missions. And I was noticing that it was because of my background, because, I'm, knock on wood, almost done with a PhD, this would very often come down to, I need to write a reading list thread.
Mm-hmm.
And people wanted that, and I would find myself kind of doing that. And then I would have to direct people to Amazon, or I would have to do this. And not to mention the fact, we both know you and I do a lot of free labor, and don't get me wrong, like I'm going to keep doing it, but I wouldn't mind occasionally getting a little help with that. And, COVID has not obviously been easy for any of us. And I'm quarantined out on Eastern Long Island with my mom, who I love, but, it's a lot. And I was noticing something, which was that a lot of organizations, a lot of industries are not adapting to this moment.
Yes, absolutely.
And one that I was shocked wasn't filling a vacuum was the publishing industry. Because to me, this is a moment where, publishing seems like, why aren't you just pushing books into ebooks right now?
Right.
You can write a book, edit it, and publish it as an ebook without anyone ever, and then selling it without anyone ever having to be in the same room. So we're gonna run out of content. We're gonna run out of entertainment. There's so many things I think that Netflix had on the back burner that they can keep releasing. Look, I'm thankful for it. But we're running out of it. And I was really surprised that, I mean, I shouldn't have been, of course, but it seemed like such an obvious thing. And so I started, my brother and I, David, started basically just a virtual bookstore, and it's called Sea-Witch. And it's just getting started, but something I really want to do with it is try and kind of close some of two things. One, try and close some of the gaps that were missing during COVID. Okay, we can't go out, have book talks. We can't socialize in the same way, but we can create a community. We can create these moments. And then the other thing I realized pretty quickly I could do with this is create curated book lists that highlight people I want to highlight. Yes. And so something that has been really and we also have, so we do it twofold, that we sell books. We sell books through IndieBound, and that's if you want to print book. And that's awesome, because if you use our links, you support us, and you can pick a local bookstore to support. So it's there's really no downside. And then you'll get a print book in the mail. And then we also have our own ebook retailer, which I was surprised at how easy that was to do. That was pretty great. But so what I've been doing with it is I made an anti-racism reading list immediately. We were launching in Pride. So I made, an LGBTQ reading list. We have a great reading list with diverse children's books. And actually one of the reasons why I got the idea to do that is because Mina Harris, just wrote a children's book about Maya and Kamala.
Yeah.
And she and I were talking one day because Kristen Bell was getting all this attention for this children's book about purple people, which, is just immediately okay. And it was getting a lot more attention than Mina Harris's book was, for obvious reasons. And, that was so telling to me. And of course, these things, right? We all know them, that's how that's going to work. But as this idea was starting to formulate, moments like that were really crystallizing for me. And so, yeah, and actually one of the next lists I'm gonna put up is mysteries that don't center police. So,
Oh, wow, I love that. What a great idea. Yeah.
So I love mysteries. Like I gobble them up. I do read a lot that have police in them, but they're usually like women investigators in London. So maybe that doesn't count as much. But don't worry, like this list leaves those off as well. So I realized like I had all of these because I had read so much. So, you know, and I learn a lot when I'm making these lists too. Like I realized how white centric my mystery list was because
most of them are.
Most of them are.
Yeah.
Most of them are, but reading normal literature, you know, just general contemporary literature, I had made more of an effort or the genre has progressed farther, and I can't say which one it is. Maybe a mixture. That was a little more naturally diverse. And when I went to make a mystery list, I had a lot of women, but it was all white. And so as I was making it, I was like, well, I'm not putting up a list like that. So I did research and I got to learn about more diverse voices who are writing mystery novels. Yeah, so like it's great for me too. And then also one of the lists that's about to go up, of course, because if anyone follows me on Twitter, you know I've gotten into like a dozen Twitter fights about the meaning of populism. So
and they're always wrong.
They're always
and
wrong.
And they also never admit that they're wrong. They're trying to get you to change your mind. And to me, it's almost funny to me if it wasn't so depressing, right? So
yeah. So I've
seen them.
Yeah. So the last one that just happened, this was maybe like, I have no sense of time anymore, by the way. Maybe this was a week ago, 2 weeks ago. I have literally no sense of time. But Jeet here was like going on a tear about populism, and someone posted my thread in it. So I, you know, and he like said horribly insulting things about it, which like,
of course,
fine. But it was like, you know, it was hilarious to me. Like I actually got to dunk on someone using like historiography, which don't get me wrong, love dunking on people. It can happen pretty easily, but I don't usually get to do it using that. But yeah, so, you know, those kinds of things. And so I'm hoping that this will be something, you know, that will gather attention. Because I think the live talks was a little difficult for people, we're about to launch it more as like a podcast.
Oh, very cool. I love that idea.
Yeah. So we've been recording all of our Zoom talks, except the one that didn't get recorded. Well, two didn't get recorded. One was Leslie Streeter, who I love to pieces, and she wrote a book called Black Widow, which is a great memoir, and I highly recommend it. Hers was the first one, so we didn't think to record it. And then the other one that didn't get recorded was the one that you went to, Maya, which was Yvette Dion's.
Oh no, it didn't get recorded?
I know. It was just random technical difficulties. It was just
gosh.
Things. And I'm like, you know, Leslie Streeter, as much as I love her and as much as I want to promote her work, like it was the first one. We didn't think to, all right, I can live with that. But technical difficulties on a book about Black women's suffrage that I can't post on, I'm devastated.
Man.
But we're hoping to do one. Martha Jones, who is a historian, has a new book called Vanguard coming out about basically about Black women's suffrage, but for adults, whereas Yvette Dion's was young adult. And so I'm kind of hoping I can like talk her into coming back for that one. So I can like get a little more. But yeah, so this is just like, I mean, you and I are like the queens of side hustles, right? Like we're just always putting stuff together. And honestly, you know, I want you to also, like I want both of us, and Reese was just talking about this as well, to try and find ways for us to get some payment for our labor.
Yeah,
like
absolutely.
You know, I love that. I love what Reese's doing. I love how she's taking ownership of that. And so that's a little bit what Sea Witch is, that like, and for authors that I love as well, like I get to promote their books. I get to like Maya, the second you come out with a book, it's going right up there and I'm going to start like yelling about it. But yeah, so that's really what it is. It's that I put a lot of labor into educating, and I love that. And people are awesome. Yeah. Like, you know, I have a Buy Me a Coffee up there. I have a Venmo. There are so many people who sent money as thanks, especially after that Jeet here thing. But also, like, as much as I appreciate them, it's better if they buy a book. you know?
No, I absolutely agree. And I think it's tough too during COVID. People are trying to figure out how they can best support each other. And I think right now, especially, well, I mean, the whole point of talking about this is supporting organizations, which is an organization, right? But I'm talking about, but seriously, because I'm talking about organizations that are working on things to try to make things better. And these are the investments that need to happen. I don't know if did you get to see Bernardo Alfraga's talk?
No, I missed his, unfortunately.
Watch it later.
Beginning of it. I think I saw the beginning of it, but I had to.
Watch it. I am hoping that my technical stuff will be okay, right? Yeah. Okay. Because it's streaming, it should populate in several places and live there. And I'm going to just rip the audio out of it and then chop it up into podcasts for each episode.
Right, that's what we're doing with ours.
Yes. And so one of the things that Bernard was saying that he felt as far as getting out the vote and how we're supporting organizations, that the money that if a campaign raises millions of dollars, we've seen this, you and I have already seen that campaigns don't always put the money in the right places. I remember that I was talking to Reese about a woman that was saying they've abandoned this in Florida. You were a part of that conversation because this woman was like, I feel alone, like the Democratic Party is not coming out to help me. And again, when I'm critiquing the Democratic Party, it's not the same as when I'm critiquing the Republican Party, because
it's critiquing love.
Yes, we want it to be better. We want it to be better. We want it to be better.
We're the most loyal Democrats you could find. And because we are so loyal and because we love Democrats, we want them to be the best they can be.
We do. And I think that a lot of the missteps that we've seen is that they're not sometimes knowing where to pinpoint those investments and not knowing where to put that money. And when you're running for president, so this is why I wouldn't blame Biden and I wouldn't blame Hillary. They're not in charge of did that money go to this county and this, that, and the other? They're not doing that, right? But you have people on your campaign that you've hired that are not allocating money properly. And to me, that's where my frustration is that I also think, and I'm not trying to be ageist, but I'm going to be ageist. Sometimes if you hire a 19-year-old person to run aspects of your campaign, they're not going to necessarily think outside of the box. I'm saying that you can have badass 19-year-old social media connected people who are activists and advocates and crush it that way. But if you're thinking about political strategy in a way that is, me and I have talked about political strategy, I think a lot of our ideas would have worked really well. And we think these are things we think about, okay? And we know that these type of decisions need to be coming from a creative way, an experienced way, a thought out way, an intersectional way. So that's when I see campaigns making some mistakes in that area. So.
Well, and I think that a lot of campaigns are stuck in kind of a pre-2016 or pre-2008 mode, and this is not a critique on Hillary. There were things that campaign could have done better. But one thing I did like about that campaign was that it really mobilized volunteers. There was you felt like you were doing something important, you went to the site and it was, hey, you want to text voters? Here's all this information to text voters. Here's the information on the policies. Here's what you do. And same with making phone calls. I made tons of calls, both during the primary and during the general for Hillary. And I did texts too. And I could do all watching TV if I was texting, and people from the campaign would call, they would check in. It was a way to really do that. And I haven't seen that kind of engagement from Biden's team yet. And I especially during COVID, we don't want people knocking on doors. And the Biden campaign too, all their jobs that they have up, they're all centered in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
They don't even put jobs up as remote jobs. And it's so odd to me. So that's something that I see. And that's not just an issue for Biden's campaign. Like, obviously there's campaigns all over the country that have this issue. But people definitely need to catch up. And I know I heard Reese talking about like social media presences. Like, there's local candidates that I believe in and that I just wish I could shake, that I've tried to get in touch with campaigns, because I know that, you know, if you want press attention, if you want money from outside your district, like, you have to engage with some of these things. And it's not a bad thing to connect with constituents that way too, or future constituents, or to kind of get that kind of public personality.
Right.
And I think it also keeps you really in touch with like a pulse on what people care about and what's going on. Yeah, I mean, yeah, like I have lots of thoughts. But yeah.
I also think, I'm just putting down this, the FL Rights Restore. I'm about to tweet these out for people to have. I think there's a hesitation. You and I have talked about this, and it's unnerved us, and it's driven us nuts. And this, me and I we were in DC once, and we had met with some of the Senate social media team, and not calling out anyone specifically, but there's such a risk aversion that I cannot take. It is not. It's so. We know that the Republicans are willing to burn everything down and tell you that there's not a fire as you're standing in it. And Democrats are still having this moment where they're just like, do I tweet this? Is this, can I? And it passes through like 5 different hands. And again, we say this with love, because what we're saying is that we want Democrats to be creative in their outreach, or at least invest in the organizations that have already are connected, have already made inroads, that have already done the work, instead of trying to like rebuild the box. I've seen that as an issue, and we only have 99 days left, you know? It is very strange, and with COVID, it's kind of hard to tell what the temperature is right now. Like, what do you think right now? I know you said that the outreach portion of it, you'd like them to figure out a better way to do that. But if anything, what have you seen them maybe do right? I don't know what my list would be yet. I would like to hear your take.
It's no secret that Biden was not my first choice for this, like that's not, no one will be surprised to hear that. But something that I really appreciated about his campaign is that from the beginning, it's been very open. It's been mostly very positive language. And it's changed. Like, even during the campaign, we've seen listening to activists, we've seen listening to other politicians. And I like seeing that in the course of a campaign. Like, I don't want, because that tells me that when they get into office, they'll probably keep listening. And I think during a campaign is one of the scariest times to change courses. You know, it's one thing when you're in office and you can say like, okay, I've listened and now I'm going to switch my position on this bill. But while you're campaigning to change your policies, like I'm impressed with that. And I'm impressed with the level of unity and how quickly it was commanded. And, you know, don't get me wrong, like, that's not all due to Biden's skills. Some of that was the situation, and some of that was, you know, the particular people. A lot of really like loyal Democratic candidates were running, you know. I mean, Gillibrand's not going to run off and like throw a hissy fit about not endorsing who it was, right? But some of that was him as well. I think that some of that was kind of that he is making people feel comfortable and is making people want to join the campaign, and he's amplifying other people. He's not having an ego trip on himself.
I agree.
I think that puts positive things out. That those two things, the fact that he's changed policy and the fact that the language and the way the campaign has been run has been very unifying and positive are two things I've really appreciated.
No, I definitely agree. Again, maybe it's just because I'm in the mood to complain a little bit.
I'm sitting about air conditioning to like protect the sound for you, so like complain.
Oh, great. Well, you know, again, I'm enthusiastic to get Trump out. I don't want people to think I'm not. I'm so enthusiastic. it's a little bit sad to see how, and maybe I think it's also because we've had Trump for 3.5 years. It's been terrible, but to see that the misogyny was clearly the issue in 2016, like this has actually just shined such a brighter light on that fact that it just came down to the fact that it was just easier for Trump to try to punch down at a woman, and that men got into it and some women got into it, right? Mm-hmm. And now you don't see this. And I was talking to Bobby about it.
Hi,
I was
Bobby.
saying to him, hi, Bobby. He's not going to come on, but he said, hi, Mia.
Yeah, that's
he's shy. We were talking about the fact that, Biden being an older white man has been very non-threatening to some voters, and that and it's hard for Trump to attack him. He's going to attack him very viciously over the next couple of weeks, but it's just not the same thing. And so to me, what's frustrating and sad about it is, okay, so we know there's going to be a female vice presidential candidate. We know that. That's going to be great. That's great. However, it still worries me about the next time around when a woman wants to run for president, that we're going to go right back where we were, because, I mean, nothing changed with the coverage for the women. They tore Kirsten apart. They called Warren a snake. They trashed Kamala with misogynoir. They immediately, the Combs story with Klobuchar was how it defined her. And it's just like all of these guys are a billion times worse. I'm not saying that these women like men can be terrible. We already know that. But I'm saying their terrible attributes are not the defining things for men.
Right.
So that's what we saw was the difference. If a woman did something that a guy did, they don't care. It wasn't even reported on. And so I guess that's what I'm worried about for the next.
No, I completely agree. And something else that's hard is, and we've talked about this, is, and this isn't to say that Hillary, we can never have someone as good as her, or I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm sad that she will never be president and I love her, but she had, because she had been first lady, because she had been withering these attacks for so many years, she had a strength when she got up to running. And I think that we can't ask other women to go through what Hillary went through.
Right.
And I just the level that she did. And yeah, there was baggage, but there was so much strength in it. I mean, she got farther than any woman ever has. And honestly, we both think she probably won in 2016.
No, she did.
And
I mean, she legitimately did.
Well, but she probably will be electoral college too. And as much as I love a lot of the women who ran this time, and I do, and I would have been happy with a lot of them to be president, and I think they were qualified to be president. And I think, this is nothing against them, but Hillary was at a certain level with it, and with level of experience, and with and it's like, considering what happened to her, looking at it for other women who hadn't built up the armor, who hadn't been Secretary of State on top of being senator, on top of being first lady. I have a lot of concerns about it. I mean, Gillibrand, still yesterday, I spent my day with people criticizing her because of Franken.
I mean, I think I saw someone tweet something like that to you, and I just was like, I can't. Because I'm like, I can't engage with this.
No, I love Gillibrand. She's my senator. She's our senator. I'm gonna say positive things about her, but that I said not a crazy positive thing about her. Excuse me for ableist came out. I said something like, just, hey, here's facts. She's popular in her home state. We have the vote percentages. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah.
And just that was enough that all of these Frankenstans. Yeah, I don't care. It would work,
I don't know where have I been that was the thing. I didn't know they were called Frankenstans. I missed that.
I did not come up with it, but I use it a lot because I think it's just so perfect.
It is perfect.
Yeah, and we know it doesn't happen at the presidential level either. I mean, we see what happens to women at all different levels running, or all different levels, or even pitting like Sotomayor and RBG against each other at the Supreme Court, because God forbid we praise both of them. It's just, it's everywhere.
Well, see, one of the things that I'm also frustrated with too is the fact, and I said this about Kamala in the last hour with Reese, is that you have these women that accomplish, work hard, excel in their careers, and then all of a sudden it is picked apart piece by piece of everything. And I said this, I had a DM with Shannon Watts. Maybe I should not supposed to say it. So I could say it. It's fine. It's fine. We talked about ageism. I had marked on ageism, and Shannon was like, yeah, I hate ageism, because we all know that women, it takes a longer time for women we have a pay gap still. We know that we have issues with violence that keeps us out of jobs, and harassment that keeps us with lower wage. We have a host of issues still. And when I'm saying women, I'm inclusive of the trans community. I'm talking about all women across the board. And I'm saying that this is not, and so when we get to a level of achievement, all of a sudden, it's picked apart. Now, someone said to me the other day, well, when AOC runs for president, I go, she'll be trashed, by the way. I'm sorry. She's going to be a trash. And I said this to them. I said, you're saying that now. The second that she's old enough to be president, by the way, and she's not going to be old enough to be president for a couple of years, but that's a different story. What I'm saying is they're immediately going to try to tear apart. I'm not saying that someone like her shouldn't try to attempt to run for president. I'm saying that people always have these nice, fluffy ideas about, even with Hillary, I can't wait to elect her, and then immediately trash in the media.
It happened with both Kamala and Warren.
Yeah, absolutely.
A lot of people were saying beforehand, that was the refrain in 2016. Oh, well, I wouldn't vote for Hillary, but I'll vote for Warren. And then, and Kamala, I remember before, she started to get targeted pretty quickly.
I was the bots the bots were hitting Hillary. We didn't know that then. We knew there was something weird going on Twitter. We didn't know. With Kamala, we saw that these were bots.
And, that started pretty quick. That probably even started in 2017 against Kamala. But before then, for a year in between when 2016 and then, I heard a lot of people say, oh, she could unite. She could appeal to both the Bernie side and the more quote unquote establishment side. I wasn't born yet. This isn't my first day talking about politics here. I knew exactly what was going to happen, but I was surprised at how many people legitimately thought that. Or, and we know too that there were plenty of people who wrote articles praising Kamala when she was running for Senate.
Yeah.
But then,
when she was too ambitious. You dare be president. And also with Warren too, by the way, the second that I don't know if it was when she endorsed Biden. I'm trying to remember what happened, but I remember that night all the snakes came up on Twitter. These snake emojis that came up, and I was just so gross. What was that?
That was when she accused Bernie of sexism. That he had said, that was when she was still in the race, and what was it? That he had said she couldn't be president, or she wasn't. I don't remember what the exact thing was, but she basically was he was being a little sexist, or that was I can't remember. It was 10 years ago in election cycle time, right? But that was when all the snakes came out. But even with AOC, she during the campaign was too nice to Warren or something, and she didn't trash Warren, and she didn't she's actually not being a total idiot about politics. So she's I think maybe she like has said a couple positive things about Pelosi, and and then of course her speech this week is being like trashed as identity politics, and so even she's starting to get it.
I mean, I always knew that was going to happen because this is what happens to any woman who is elected to office that dares to challenge one of white guys, usually when it comes down to, or dares to be slightly successful and outspoken. It's like these women have to be pulled to heel. How can we do it as quick as possible? You know, you and I get asked, I'm sure, still probably I'd say at least once a month, someone goes, when are you running for office, Maya? When are you going to run for office? And I'm always like, fucking never. Okay. Because I don't want to get ripped to shreds. It sounds terrible. And I know that sounds bad. To me, it's like the fact that it makes someone like me say, I don't want to deal with anything like that. You know, to me, I would rather work in a different capacity. I mean, listen, in entertainment, you're still trashed, but I at least understand that kind of trashing. The one where you're like, I'm going to be a public servant and I want to do good. And you're like, you suck. Like, what?
And for me, and we're not like this too, but you know, for me in particular, like the nuanced point is so important to me, you know, and like, I cannot speak in bumper stickers. And I mean, you that's not a great skill of yours either, but no, you're a little bit better at it than me. You don't like it, but you can do it better than me. Is how I'll put that. But, and so, you know, the idea of, and this happened to Hillary all the time, like that you'll say something and you're right. You are 100% right. You are saying the good leftist, like progressive policy position, but you're saying it in such a way that you're actually explaining it well. And so just for that, you know, your comment gets taken out of context, or it gets chopped up, or someone just wants to misinterpret it, you know, that one, like, I can almost handle the idea of someone digging into my life. I don't love it, but yeah, the kind of thing of the communication issues that I think come with it really disturb me, that I wouldn't be able to talk in the way that like I believe is important to speak, because someone would just take it and, you know.
Of course. And I also think it's because there's a lot of people that don't understand civics or how interactions work within Congress or state legislature. Like, you have to have relationships with people. And so that's why it's interesting to, that's why I'm not going to get into that. No, I'm going to say it for a second. When Hillary's like, Bernie doesn't have any friends. And that's why it's interesting, because AOC does have friends. She's been making friends on the Hill, and she's had relations with people. And part of it's because you do need people to work with, to pass bills, to get them to co-sign your bill, and to move things forward. And to me, I feel like at the public, if more people ran for office and they actually saw the difficulties of meeting, trying to get the vote, get elected, and then actually craft policy and get your policy passed, then I think that they wouldn't be so quick to be these armchair, what do you say, maybe armchair quarterbacks? Armchair quarterbacks, right? They'd be better at understanding, well, wow, this is kind of tough. This is a tough job.
I think that's what we're seeing a little bit with AOC specifically, that like one of the reasons why she is making relationships, or she votes for Pelosi, or, you know, she does some of these things, is that she's being smarter and she's learning while being there. And that's exactly what's forcing turning on her. I mean, I also just, and this is a little different, but I have so much difficulty with the image of who a candidate is and with who you have to turn yourself into. And I think that's such a shame, you know, like
I agree.
The suits, and like, I joke around about like my hair is up right now, but like my frizzy hair or my boobs, or like, you know, these things. And like, yes, of course I could get a blowout and I could get a jacket tailored, but like, that's not, I mean, it's amazing I've gone this 50 minutes without cursing at some point. I mean, like, you know,
I already did.
Yeah, I'm sure. I just, you know, there's a reason I teach college and not high school. Like, but these things, and you know, this idea we have about who our candidates are supposed to be. And like, you know, this thing about people liking like no fucks Hillary, and they didn't see her until now. For one thing, we both have seen that aspect of her. But for another, nobody wanted that when she was running.
Right, exactly. Like, no, of course not. No, and you and I have both met politicians too that they are the type of politicians people don't like. When they say, I don't like politicians, it's that. It's like kind of stiffness, as you said. They have to make themselves over. They even change the kind of the cadence and how they talk to constituents. It's kind of like this, oh, good to see. And so to me, I think that's frustrating. And I am starting to see a little bit of that change as it becomes more inclusive and a little bit more diverse, you know. Like I don't think Tammy Duckworth is like that. When she rolled onto the floor, she fed her baby and she's like, what's up?
No, she's fantastic. No, I agree with you. I think Kirsten Sinema is also like pushing against some of that. Maybe Sharice Davids a bit. Like there's definitely other people who are, but I know for me, it's scary. Like I see that image and I see what it is, and it feels very much like, you know, something I can't go to.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree because I mean, to me, I would want to be myself, and myself makes mistakes, and that to me is not acceptable unless you're a Republican. That's fine. You can be. I could run as a Republican.
No, you do still have to have like the shellacked blonde hair, though. You
can. I would.
Your mouth, but you can't. You can't look like us though. Like that's not gonna work.
Wait a second. They would love to tokenize me. Are you crazy? They would just be like,
they would straighten your hair.
They would straighten.
You would have some Candace Owens hair.
I know, and I'm fine with the straight hair, but I don't want the Republican to make me over. That's what I'm saying. Don't you make me over. But they